I went ahead
Cool.
and hit.
Good.
I
Thanks
went
for
ahead and
keeping
hit
Roger
record.
company. This now?
Yeah, I just went ahead and hit record. I was talking about it just before you came in, so because Robot was talking about some good stuff.
Good. Do you do the intro?
No, that's up to you. You're the one that's gonna do that.
Come on, man. You record the start of the video.
Hey, I'm gonna quickly reboot. I wanna see if I can get this damn thing working.
All right.
What's he doing? What's the robot doing?
He's rebooting right now, and he wants to see if he can get this thing going.
What is he trying to get going?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay.
I've learned how to properly communicate with you guys, okay? So, like, even if I don't understand what you're saying, I say okay. Very choppy. That network is fading in and out on you when you go into different areas of the mall.
Am I fading in and out right now?
Not right now. Look at this.
Yeah, because I was walking right before and now.
I've got another follower on Twitch. He goes by Kinky Shivered. And then I have a Terrible Eyewitness 4. And that is just from the short time I've been doing this live stream with Vertical.
Okay.
It's interesting. Let me see. There we go. That's the way it's supposed to be. For that. There we go. That actually looks better. I guess Robot is going off and coming back on, so that's what he was talking about. Yeah, I guess that's what he was talking about. Hey, Robot's gonna go off and come back on here in a little bit. Alright, so what I'm going to do is set.
So, what was that? A few weeks ago, you mentioned some plugin that helps do the background removal better than what I have.
Oh, it's no. I didn't say it was better. I was saying that you can use it to edit it. On like on the little black on the little black area that's around you whenever you're using your black green screen.
Yeah.
Loud in your place,
Yeah.
It's really loud. I'm in the mall, man.
Oh.
You go into After Effects or you go into Blender, and what you do is you put a blur. Put a blur around yourself. Okay? And then,
okay. That's on Blender though.
No, you can do that with After
I need something
Effects
on
too.
OBS.
You can. You hear me? And you might be able to do it in your settings too. have them blur
In
around.
OBS, that's what I want to do.
But have them do a shadow around you, right around the edges of your body, and it'll take care of that to where it looks better for you.
Well, in the OBS, the camera effect filter, there's a thing called contour, where you can put a percentage of contour and contouring around your body.
Yeah.
So that it doesn't, it's more smooth instead of like sharp, edgy thing. But if I make it too smooth, it has that ghosting effect around the body, right? Which is what you see when I have my camera on through the OBS virtual camera.
You become a ghost, the spirit of the night.
But I mean, but no, I've seen other guys have some really cool, good background removal where they don't even have those effects at all, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if they're using OBS for that. Or
After Effects is the best one that's out. A lot of people say Adobe Prime, but it's really After Effects that does the best out of all of them.
are you meaning they edit the video using After Effects? After the recording?
Yeah, after the recording. They go in with After Effects and they do it. I don't like using After Effects as an editing tool. What I do is I use Blender for the editing, and then After Effects is the touch-up. You know what I mean? So you use After Effects after I use Blender. If that makes any sense. They all went quiet.
I think it.
I'm on the move, guys. So
Alright.
Cutting it out again.
It's okay.
Why don't you go into the toilet or something? Maybe before it.
I'm walking through the mall.
He's walking through the mall. He showed us the prices for salmon and shit earlier today.
Yeah. They had a really cool seafood market here.
Get toilet paper before it's too late.
Are you the one that sent that link about the UK getting a new with a new wave of chickenpox or something?
Oh yeah. I'm very suspicious on it.
Dude,
It came out of China.
you're telling people to get toilet paper, okay? We already understand.
Probably Wuhan.
Wuhan.
I think, Roger, I was doing fine with the audio until I started sharing the video where it took too much bandwidth, I think.
Yeah. You could, well, I know it was like when you started getting into certain areas, you were kind of breaking away from where the bandwidth was. So, I know that's a familiar thing for me.
When I'm at this Japanese,
Well, you gotta be careful.
I'm gonna turn on the camera again and risk it because this place is really good. Yeah.
There it is. See if I can get you on the main shot.
This place is called Hua Hua.
There we go.
What kind of cake is this? This is like a fluffy. Look at this. It's amazing the cakes that they have here, the aroma when you walk into the shop as well. It's really good.
Why is everybody so
You will
short?
be ordering.
Do you hear me?
Huh?
Why is everybody so short? It's like everybody. Oh, you're, yeah, okay. Never mind. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. I was
What do you
like,
get?
even before though, it was like whenever you was over there at
Yeah, the signature.
Can I get one full signature?
Just one? What about put deep in? I don't know. Just get one signature for her too. Okay. What are you getting?
Two strawberry soda.
Is he there with the family? Is he?
Yeah.
No, I'm just here with my
What is a tiramisu pancake?
tiramisu pancake. Yeah.
Do you want the raspberry lemonade or the strawberry soda?
Get that big
Raspberry
one.
lemonade? Alright, two raspberry lemonades.
Get the big one.
Fluffy cake.
How many kids
It
does
tastes
this
amazing.
That's all.
You, well, I don't know if I could pay like $16 for one. That looks
Okay.
good.
That's what I'm thinking too. Should be able to get a steak meal for that.
Uh-huh.
What a steak? Steak here is. How many did you order already?
I ordered one of these and two of these.
Just one?
Yes, you must get those.
What about for you? Oh, you ordered two. Okay. What about in hand? Yeah, maybe you get another one.
Alright,
Alright, we're going nuts on these cake guys.
They look good. I'd be
One,
so,
two, three. I'll take out.
I'd be so tempted into buying that if I was there. What's that? What's that one in the middle down at the bottom?
Two raspberry lemonade. Yeah. Is that Roger?
What's that one down in the middle at the bottom? Yeah, that one. What is that?
This is like green. It's matcha.
What's matcha?
It's basically green bean.
Stimulating South
Oh,
American
wow.
powder.
Not on
Very
powder.
effective.
Oh wow. That is pretty cool.
Yeah. They're great. I don't know if you guys have them over there.
No, we probably don't. I would have noticed something like that. 'Cause I go to Oriental restaurants all
They're
the time.
pancakes, but they're Japanese style and they're very fluffy. Also, this one looks more like this. That one there? See that one in the picture on the wall?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That's nice. I've learned a long time ago not to fall for pictures though, because they're all fake. They're like,
No. That one.
they set them up to where they look pretty and shit before they take the picture, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't fall for that no
So what are you up to, Robot?
I am busy installing an application that can make me sound like Darth Vader.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like the voice mod thing that
Yeah.
Roger and I tried?
Yeah. Attempting.
He was telling me about that just a little while ago when you was off of there. I was like, oh hell, I already went in there and tried it. I'll be back. I gotta go grab some more coffee real quick.
Definitely useful for you if you want to be really totally out.
Yeah.
What the heck? Everybody went silent again.
So yeah, I've been contemplating doing a couple of shows soon based around research and diving into various scientific slash geopolitical topics and just doing like mega deep dives on stuff and recording it in like multiple installations.
Like a live stream kind of thing?
Anyone wants to join in on the Hacker Radio number?
Definitely. You got a schedule in mind, or?
I don't want to make promises like that, so at this point I'm just
Yeah, but give us a day and a
Yeah, I will. I'll probably do the research one just as a tester, and then I will do more official kind of ones after that. Once I know my audio is all good and everything like that.
What's the research topic?
Basically, just teaching people what kind of tools I use to dive into topics and how I organize research, how to, find scientific documentation, how to read news articles with a sort of eye towards finding source materials that they base the articles on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you want to do
how to do a bit of Ausint if you want to do your own kind of research, like your own kind of investigations, how to find stuff out about people, how to find stuff out about, anything that's discussed in the news, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Do you also want to do one where you show people how to do AI art and AI coding?
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
I'll show them how to do, means for the revolution.
Right. You should try out. I don't know if you're averse to GitHub. If you're not, you should really try out that Copilot.
I am on GitHub, but I'm trying to get over to GitLab rather now because Microsoft sucks.
Yeah. But I mean, they suck in most of the ways, but maybe worth trying out that Copilot and see what it does.
I don't need that. I've got my own AI on my development stuff.
Well, I think all it's doing. I think all that Copilot is doing is combing all the open source projects in GitHub. Use that as an assist.
I guess I'm a little bit of a GitHub now. They shouldn't have sold out.
GitLab, the GitLab UI is really bad. Really slow. Yeah. Did you not notice that?
Not really.
The search is really sluggish.
Oh, okay. I haven't searched around it too much, to be honest. I've just pushed my own code up. I mainly use it through the CLI. Why is it so hard installing this thing? I should probably share my screen. Anything I can't share, let me just... In case anyone's bored, I'll show what I'm doing. Yeah, sharing screen. So, I am trying to install this app. No, not this. This, no, not even this yet. Trying to install. Where is it? Anyway, what I need as a dependency is this. But because I'm on Kali, it's not like an official Debian, so I can't just apt-get install it. So I've had to get it from SourceForge, which only gives these shitty tar files by the looks of it. Yeah, so I'm trying to install this tar file. And I'm not super familiar with, so I've extracted it.
You're doing this on Linux?
Yeah, so I've extracted it, need to configure it, and then make it and install it, I think. So I'm getting this error. You should run auto update. What does that mean? I'm gonna give this error to Google Bard and see if the AI can solve my problem.
Now, that's annoying to me because I've never had to use that. What I had to do is always search out the code and shit. Like the error. Just
yeah, I know, but sometimes the AI is actually a lot faster.
That's one reason why I got so annoyed with Linux. I love using it. But
this isn't common. This is just because I've had to get the source code because I'm using a weird distro. Yeah. I'm not using like your regular ones. So sudo app is still jacket. Error message indicates that jack audio connection or layer.
Right there, you got a missing script. This script is too old or missing.
Where do you see that?
It's right there in configure. It's your configure warning right there in the highlighted area. Fourth one down.
Missing script, too old and missing. Which one? Sound.
You'd have to go down that list, the checklist below it.
Okay, so I need jack higher than that, whatever it is. So the AI reckons if this works.
That might be it. Bam. You got it. I almost
Well, it's
bet
doing something. I don't know if it's doing the correct thing. We'll find out.
it looks positive. I'll say that much.
Better than nothing. Hey, oh! No, still getting an error.
Yeah.
So what if I just try Jack and not Jack D?
No, you might have to go and get the archived version because it could be outdated.
Just share my whole screen so you can see I'm on something else. How do I do that again? Window on that entire screen. Which one?
Oh, I
This
like
is when I installed Jack D2. I don't want. Damn it.
I bet you have to install the proper, appropriate version of Jack.
Do I need to reboot? Oh, sir.
No, you do not need to reboot.
But I just fucking installed Jack, dude. I'm pretty sure.
What version?
Already installed 1.9.2, which is higher than 0.5.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying.
I'll go to this website.
I had problems with that too. Like they have to use that specific version.
But it says greater than, so that should be alright. It's not asking for a specific version.
Oh, they're not.
I'll try. Oh my god. Download this. This is the website they give you, so.
SourceForge is usually reliable. I used to use SourceForge with mines. Well, I still use it now, but I mean.
Jack audio connection. R. Here we go again.
Yeah.
Configure. Checking.
It's doing something.
That looks like it did something. Now what? Make?
What do you guys have to do?
Robots getting into trouble.
There's two of them.
I'm getting hacked. The Matrix has me.
Where are the two of you, man?
Two of me.
No, Robot.
Oh, Robot is screen sharing.
Ah, I see.
I've actually got something coming in from Skype.
Incoming? You have an incoming call?
Oh, it's just Jeffy's putting out his notification for tonight.
What do you mean?
He's doing a show, so on Skype he usually puts out his notifications before he goes online, which is like 5 hours or 4 hours from now. So
Who's Robot texting?
You'd have to ask him. He told me earlier.
Oh, he's talking to
I'm
his
doing the
AI
voice
pal.
changer thing.
Yeah.
Are you asking your AI pal for help there, Rico?
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah.
Better than sitting around for hours trying to figure out what this means. Ah,
Well, yeah. I had to sit around for hours asking or figuring out what this stuff means, and I don't have Linux anymore.
Look, I'm crawling back one day.
No, I won't. Well, I don't know. Maybe on one of my older computers if I can't afford to get Windows at the moment. But they're only like $6 a piece if you know where to go. And that's legal.
$6 a window?
No, they're legal. They're not illegal. Like
What is?
getting an
Windows?
ISO for Windows.
For $6?
$6.
Are you sure that's legal?
Yeah, it's legal. In order for me to get my Windows up, I have to literally go to Microsoft and get it verified before I can do it.
Oh, so Microsoft is selling license keys now for $6?
Yep.
That's pretty good.
Nobody.
It used to be like $29.
Yeah, nobody wants to go the ISO route though. Everybody wants to go to the store and buy them for like $120, $150, and they don't realize they can get it for $6.
That must be something new. I always use the ISO.
They've been doing it since Windows 7, I think. 7. No, even before that. Just nobody wants to do it. Go ahead and reboot. Don't listen to your computer. Just be safe, you know what I'm saying? Maybe that is the issue. You just have to reboot and the program kicks in.
Well, I'm not even on the program yet. This is just the dependencies of the program.
Yeah.
Windows 10 Home genuine key for $12.99. Windows 11 key for under $25. Because Windows from Microsoft is $139.
Yeah.
Kent is a better option.
It's the license key that matters. ISO or whatever it is.
Yes. Let me I'll go to my HBO might be doing a remake of Twilight. Did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Twilight. I hope the music's good.
Oh, I keep forgetting. I'm saying that too. What
That's
was
the vampire.
The vampire.
The vampire thing, right?
Yeah. I always did get a kick out of that. My nieces, they used to love it, and then they'd deny it to me like they didn't like watching it. Alright. Let me see.
A couple of the Twilight series on Netflix.
Choose a chat configure line when you build it. I think this is going over my head, boys.
Let me see here.
Maybe you need to do a SUD. Oh, you do it. You are doing it. Just do SU and run as root for a while.
I don't know if it's actually doing anything or if it's just pretending.
Okay.
Roger, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So what shows are you still doing currently?
What, you mean like my streams?
Yeah.
I'm doing Old Man Talking at Tuesday mornings, and then I am doing what else is it that I do on Tuesdays? Shit.
Why is that ageist? Why can't you have like a young men talking one as well?
Well, because you guys don't count.
We just talk shit.
That's it. You just talk shit.
Got no wisdom.
It's everybody's allowed on there. It's just like if you want to.
The old people run the show.
If you want to hear feedback from older people, but if you don't, and you're just into your own bullshit, then you can just
go back to TikTok, you young fuckers.
That's right. That's right. But no, we just
whippersnappers.
It was just an idea that freaking I came up with, and then I was talking to John about it, and it's, you know, people don't really hear too much when it comes to like older people's perspective of things.
That's just you and John now, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is too early for me.
Yeah.
We gotta do my morning runs. Kids drop off and all that stuff.
It's weird now because every time I see that freaking commercial about people that donate organs, they got that one Olympic star that was Oriental, and he's always jogging. And every time I see him, I think of you, Dan.
Why?
I don't know why. He doesn't even look like you. You know what I mean? It's like, but every time I see that,
does he sound like me?
Every time I see that commercial, man, I'm like, it just for some reason I think about you. I have no idea why. He used to be an Olympic runner. I don't know if you've ever seen it or not, but yeah, here's my schedule.
Doesn't sound familiar.
Then I was doing history up until last week when Tan did the thing on the Amorites, which, by the way, was pretty cool. If you get a chance to watch that, you need to watch it, Robot.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm interested. I haven't watched it yet.
He doesn't.
It was very short.
Yeah.
Very short and high level.
He doesn't think he did as good as what I think he did. I think he did an excellent job. I really do. Like I didn't know that the Amorites were the ones who founded Babylon until then.
I didn't know.
There's a lot more to dig up, but maybe next time when we do it, you can join us, Robot. You know.
Yeah,
you know
I just want to do a bit of reading on it first, because
yeah.
rusty on them. I've come across them a lot, but I've never done a deep dive.
And see, that's why I wanted him to do that, because I came across them a lot too. And it's not just with the Canaanites and all that, but it goes all the way back to the Sumerians. You know, I mean, they were around for a long time.
That's true.
And then after that, I do the Rogers Real-Time Talk Show. That one's more focused around politics and current events and stuff like that. I just did that yesterday, I think. And then I'm still doing Tech Talk with Tan and Mark. And then today, the Minds Roundtable. And after that, well, I think I'm done with my gaming. I'm not sure. I think I am. I'm still doing interviews with everybody on these subjects, but gaming, and then that's about it. Like I said, I still do the interviews, but I'm just not getting on and doing solo, streams and stuff like that.
I think I'm about to start that.
That's what you need to do. I'd freaking help you out too if you need help with that.
Yeah, I'd love that. More the merrier. I need a man in the chair,
Well, not just that, but like if you need help with OBS and Jitsi.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. Okay.
Guy in the chair, back up.
Yeah. Because
that'd be cool. Because I want to make it like sort of appealing in many ways, like.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking of doing like similar to you, like deep dives into topics, but then break it up every now and then with a little bit of music and maybe like a little bit of visual like stimulation. I don't know whether we show like clips and stuff like that as well.
Well, remember, you're the robot.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I know you don't like hearing it, but you do have an image, and you have to uphold it. So you're the
I know,
robot.
that's why I'm getting this voice changer, so I can make my voice sound like a robot.
I'd be interested in joining too, so whenever you're ready, just cue us up.
Yeah, like me and Tan that's how it started with me on this stuff, is like me and Tan got together and we just started freaking testing shit, and he helped me get the Jitsi going, and we started doing Minds Roundtable, and it just took off from there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm keen for more like roundtable discussions on particular topics. Maybe we can choose one a week and get together and show what research we've found on a specific topic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's a good idea. Yeah.
That'll be fun.
Like these Amorites could be one.
They really can.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely going to watch it and catch up on what you've discussed so far.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Maybe you can go on. Because Roger and I suggesting that we could try a second part where we can do a deeper dive to their civilization stuff.
I was actually in. Where was it? I was in it was either a museum or like the Sultan's Palace in Turkey, in Istanbul, and I saw some of these Sumerian tablets, man, and they have like the English translation underneath, and they were saying some trippy shit, like the great gods came from the heavens and gave us the tools to be able to build cities in the desert and stuff like this,
Right.
It literally sounded like aliens coming down and giving them technology. It was crazy.
Right.
I'm just like, what is going on here? Yeah, that's what they call them, the great gods. The great gods.
Mm-hmm.
Now, also, I found out about with the Amorites after we did our stream, Tan. Like the Sumerians looked down on them a lot too. They said that they were freaking like. They didn't want nothing to do with them. They said that freaking they ate their freaking meat raw, and talked down on them a lot. So,
but wouldn't most people eat their meat raw before they discover fire?
Well, you got to understand, this is the Sumerians. They were very etiquette. Like people think that they were uncivilized and everything, but like the Sumerians were really, really intelligent people. They were using complex math before we even had complex math. The only thing is they didn't recognize zero. You know what I mean? So that threw their math off.
Okay.
But even in that aspect, okay, these guys were running around using freaking math without the representation of a zero.
What, were they the guys that started using the sundial, or?
Now the sundial is tricky. Like, there's a lot of cultures that were actually using the sundial, going way back. Like even the Chinese were way advanced. I mean,
yeah.
So that's a tricky question.
Have you ever looked at the Sumerian king list?
Yeah, I've seen it.
How trippy is it? Like the further you go back, the longer they lived, eh? Some of the most ancient kings like had like 1,000, 2,000 year rules and stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
you find some of that in the Bible too.
That goes according to their. That goes according to their stories.
Like
right. Yeah. Yeah.
Makes you wonder.
Like what kind of the year cycle did they use?
Well, see, that's the key there. The word cycles. Okay. A lot of people don't understand the freaking these
like
people.
A year in the.
These people understood the cycle.
Yeah. Because a year in the ancient world could be totally different than what we call a year now.
Yeah, be careful, because if you go there, you're going to have to start talking about Zechariah Sitchin. And
okay.
So, I mean...
Well, you know, there might be something to it.
Mr. Robot's cool about that. Mr. Robot's cool about that.
Well, just look at what we're seeing now, right? Put it into context. The government has come out and said, yeah, we see UFOs up there all the time, and they're not ours. Okay? Now, what does that mean? If they're not ours, they're implying they're extraterrestrial spacecraft. Okay? So that's now pretty much mainstream confirmed aliens exist, and they've been here probably for a long time. Maybe even longer than us, you know? And to, like, take that context that we now know in the mainstream and place it on these ancient scenarios just shows to you, like, they all talk about sky gods. They all developed civilizations out of nothing, seemingly, in all over the world. You see pyramids in every continent that supposedly had no contact before. You know, it's just very, very bizarre that we haven't actually discussed this on a high level yet around the fact that Sitchin could have been right. You know?
They've actually tried to discuss it, but it's been shut down. You know what I mean? Last night, or not last night, when me and Tan was doing the Amorites, okay? Well, let Tan tell you. Okay, now the size of the Amorites, what did they say they were, Tan?
Oh, geez.
Yeah, right.
They're like the giants. They're like 10 cubits, 10 cubits or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were huge. I think cubits is...
A cubit's like 52 centimeters, isn't it? So
yeah.
What's that?
So that's like...
I can't remember. Just look it up in Google.
So that's... Nah, that can't be right. That's only like half a meter.
One cubit is half a meter?
What's half a meter?
No. 10 cubits is half a meter. 1.2.
No.
No, what's that in miles and feet and all that?
What?
Cubits.
Can you Google up how long is the cubit?
Yeah, I'm just going off memory here. It's a bit rusty. So
a cubit is an ancient measure. I don't know if you use Google.
Yeah, it's changed throughout the years as well. So like, it depends whether you're talking about an Egyptian royal cubit or like a modern day cubit. 1 cubit is supposed to be 45 centimeters, but I'm pretty sure an Egyptian royal cubit is like 52 centimeters. So, what did you say? 10 cubits is 450 centimeters, which is just under half a meter.
No, that can't be right.
So they were really like
So actually,
midgets
hold up. Let me.
pyramids.
On what I found out is 1 cubit is equal to 1.5 foot. So if they're 10, then that would be 15 foot tall. Yeah.
How many centimeters in a foot?
Centimeters to foot.
One centimeter. 1 foot is 1 centimeter is one.
I can just do feet.
1 foot. Is
1 inch is
centimeters.
4.25 centimeters. I think.
Feet to centimeter is.
Oh wait, you are right.
One.
So 15 feet is 457 centimeters. Maybe my math is wrong. Maybe that's like 4 meters. How many fucking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 4 meter would be more like it. Yeah.
And centimeters, 1 foot would be 30.48.
Oh yeah. I'm off by a zero.
Centimeters.
Yeah. 1 meter is 100 centimeters. My bad. I thought 1,000 for a second. So yeah, you're right. 4.5 meters.
That's pretty tall.
They're giants. Yeah.
That is fucking tall.
They're like a Goliath.
And they actually lived in the mountains. They were the mountain regions.
They're mountain dwellers. Yeah.
So
there's actually a lot of story around this, right? And a lot of like conspiracy around giants, because they're mentioned in the Bible as well, like quite a few times actually. And I'll bring up my favorite quote in a second, but where the guys that went to Mesopotamia back in the day in the Bible said we were like grasshoppers among men, meaning like.
Oh yeah, that's exactly one of the Moses or Aaron's scout that they sent to explore the land that they're about to enter in Canaan.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So a lot of the stories are that these giants existed all over the world back then, and a lot of them had red hair, red beards, red hair. I guess they were really big. And they were
Is that
Americans as
Uriah's
well.
one?
And the South American Indians used to hunt them down after the flood. And they'd chase them into caves and make a fire in front of the cave to basically kill them with the smoke and stuff like that. And there's a lot of conspiracy around skeletons that's been found, and then they tend to disappear. Like they say that the Smithsonian played a big role in covering it up because it would like fuck with history, like conventional history, too much.
Yeah.
I've seen some of the pictures of these giant skeletons that's been found.
Yeah. So what was that? Was one of the book of the Bible that is not part of the canon? It said these giants were the offsprings of angels and humans.
Yes, this is exactly what I was about to say. This is more coming from like channeled sources and stuff, but they say that in ancient times, I'm guessing before the flood, original humans came from another planet, from another place, and they called the Orions, and they were these big warrior type people, and they were some of the original kings on this planet as well, or installed as the kings, whereas human DNA was altered to be smaller, and so we were kind of like ruled over by these people apparently, and we were like placed here originally for labor and mining and stuff like that. So, you know the story of Prometheus and the fire?
I think I've read about it, but
So it's one of these gods, right, that gave fire to the humans, and I think fire represents the intellect. So it gave them the ability to think like the gods, to think for themselves, and you know, that's why we supposedly broke out of this kind of slavery camp situation. And now they're trying to bring it back, the motherfuckers, you know what I mean?
Curious how we discovered fire and originally, probably an accident. Like,
I would say someone fucking knocked some stones together and there was probably a spark.
and they ignited fires and then they say, woo. So it's like, it's not discovery of fire. It's not a, it's
the Aboriginal people in
of
Australia have had fire for a long, long time, and they do it by, just rubbing the sticks together, you know.
Yeah. I think
I've seen them do it too.
If you watch Survivors, the TV show, the American TV show, some of them are actually trying to, like, they put a bunch of people in some wild area and just let them survive without any tools. And some of them try to start out fires using that method.
I like that other guy better, the one that doesn't even go with a film crew. He films himself, and he's just totally alone. At least these guys have a backup film crew if everything goes to shit.
Which show is that? Do you remember?
I'm sure if you just Google those words, you'll find it. I can't remember the name. He named it. It was a few years ago.
Okay.
Wild Man? Something like that? Wild Man, I think. But yeah. I love that kind of camping. Going with a few tools and setting everything up.
There's also a show where it could be something like what you're talking about. A show where they just it's called Naked and Afraid or something like that.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Naked and Afraid, yeah. Does he go without clothes? Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, without any clothes. And then they will leave clues and stuff all over the place where some of them will some of the items will be clothing that the gamers would find and they put on. But the people
I wouldn't want to do that in
able...
a cold climate. That's too dangerous. I do it in a tropical area. Sure.
Yeah.
Mosquitoes will get you though.
Yeah.
I'd just sit next to a little fire the whole time, try and catch some fish with a spear or something. Drink coconut.
Oh, you won't win the game that way.
What's the aim of the game?
I think the aim of the game was to survive and to be the last one standing at the end.
Don't die and you win.
Yeah. Where did Roger go?
Sorry, I just had to get some water.
Okay. I just got home. I'm gonna hop onto the computer.
Man, nothing's better than water in my opinion. I can love it. Have you ever drunk distilled water? Like, have you ever distilled your own water? Distilled water is the best tasting water. It's basically rainwater.
Distilled water. Like back in my village, my uncles, when there was a time where we had a drought, and my uncle would just try to extract water out of the tree by covering it with the plastic bag, and the tree would just give up water during the day when it's hot, and then we would drink from that. That's not much. Just like the little drops and only drop of them.
Did you save your piss as well?
No.
Bear Grylls stuff?
Not the piss. How do you distill the piss water?
Well, same way. You just put it in like a black bucket or something with a plastic tarp over the top. And
it'll evaporate the...
it'll evaporate the water and it'll leave the rest.
Now,
I've never had to do that, but I would.
This is your call if you want to do it, Robot, but if you look at my screen share, right there, I got, on the OBS, I've got the OBS with the mic off, and down here, where I have my mixer, I don't know, it'll pop up. I
don't know if I can see your mouse. Is your mouse disabled?
I disabled it. But right here, if you look where the microphone is, I leave that unmuted. And that'll take care of any echo or anything like that. Unmute your mic on your computer, and then mute your mic on your OBS if you've got it.
But I don't have OBS open.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
No. Can you hear an echo?
No, I'm just saying, because I see in your screen share there, it says your devices.
Okay, no. I don't have OBS open. I'm just from the taskbar. Because I was running a pump before to get water.
Okay. But when you go on your OBS, if you've got a microphone on there, make sure that it's muted if you've got the plug-in for it.
Yeah.
I just saw that.
Yeah, my problem still is I've got my speaker next to my laptop, and that kind of feeds back into the mic.
Now, they do have a voice thing to where you can set your microphone up at a certain spot, and then you do voice checks, and it'll tone in on your voice and block out all the surrounding noise.
Is that in the OBS settings?
No, that's your computer settings. Now, you're on Linux, though, so you...
Yeah,
you're not... you might not be able to do that.
Let's see.
Balance.
I think I'm just gonna have to buy some freaking headphones.
Yeah. You're fine. You're fine right now, but...
It's weird how it's working through this. And I think it is actually auto settings a little bit. But I don't know why it's doing it through OBS and not this. I think Jitsi must have some cancellation stuff in the background.
Now, do they have a test on your regular mic?
They might be, but I don't know.
You don't have to get all into that. Don't worry about it. I kind of boarded up. You guys were talking a good conversation.
Oh yeah, we were talking about drinking our own piss. Would you do it?
I'd do it if I was in the desert ready to die.
Yeah. Would you just drink it straight, or would you do my method of trying to extract the water out of it?
If you have the tools.
Do it if you can.
If you have the tools, yeah. But, you're stranded out there in the middle of the desert, and you don't have any water. that would tell me that I don't have a canteen. I don't have a lot of things, so I'd have to improvise. I'd have to piss in my hand and then drink it straight.
Well, I would never go into the desert without a canteen. That's a recipe for disaster. But if I was in the tropics, I'd get a coconut if I can. If I've got coconuts, then
if you're in the
probably not going to drink my piss.
yeah, if you're in the tropics, I don't see that situation happening too much. But
these days you can find plastic bottles everywhere. Like someone's left a plastic bottle somewhere. You can find it.
Have you ever actually done it, Robot? Like filter the pea water?
I could see it.
No, but
he's a curious breed.
Someone else drank my piss once. It was
them damn Coca-Cola frickin' cans, dude. You know what I mean? Robot frickin' probably peed in a frickin' can or a bottle or something, and then his buddy came up and took a swig. Is that what happened?
Yeah, I was gonna throw it out, but then I forgot. And
I fucking knew it. I knew it. That's the
They weren't too happy with me afterwards.
I don't blame them. I'd fucking be pissed. I'd be.
Yeah, but who doesn't smell if they drink a random bottle, man?
Nobody thinks when they go to see a freaking Coke and they haven't had a Coca-Cola for like a week or so.
Yellow Kool-Aid, man. It's the best.
That is hilarious. Isn't it weird too how that happens a lot? Like, you're not the only person that's told me that. It's like that story.
More than you'd think is normal.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. Dan, why did you ask that question?
What else have I been researching?
Oh, I think Robot was the one that asked about filtering, distilling water. Started telling the story.
Yeah, man, if you've never done it, distilled water is the best tasting water in the world. Like once you start drinking it regularly, you develop the taste for it where then all other water tastes off. Like, you become so sensitive to like the most minutest little contamination in water. And my favorite is actually to like get spring water and then distill that, and it's just divine. Tastes so good. I'm actually looking forward to going home so I can do it again. I end up drinking way more water too, just because it tastes so good.
So,
this water here in India, I don't know, it just doesn't quench my thirst. I think there's too much minerals in there.
I don't know. I've heard a lot of rumors about Indian water, though. It's kind of like the water in Mexico.
Yeah, no, I don't drink it from the tap. I buy my water here.
Like they have that festival where everybody goes down to the water to bathe.
Oh yeah.
And
that's a fucking death sentence if you're a Westerner.
Yeah.
Shit. A friend of mine did that. It's in the Ganges. In a place called Varanasi. It's where they burn all the dead bodies and stuff. I was there not long ago, and I'm just like walking along the Ganges to like have a bit of a look, just enjoying the view. And then I see a little fire, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll go warm up next to the fire. I'm just like putting my hands out, warming up, and I realized, fuck, I'm staring at a dead body burning, and you can see the flesh like peeling apart, oozing out shit. And I was just like, oh my god, I'm just too close to this now. I'm like,
you
back for a while.
You know what you
100%.
just witnessed, right?
Yeah, these ceremonies, man. Everyone goes there to die.
That's the ancient ceremonies. That's like, how there's the Hindus. These go back. These predate Hindu religion, Indo-European is actually one of them. That's why it split freaking the Zoroastrians apart from the Hindus, is because the Hindus didn't agree with what the Zoroastrians believed in. So you got to split. And the Indian Hindus would burn their bodies, where the Zoroastrians didn't believe in that kind of stuff. They believed that the fire was sacred and pure. Does that make sense?
Okay. It probably had something to do with like sanitation and disease and stuff. Like when you're in the desert, bacteria probably don't spread as quickly and fester and shit as much as in India, where it's more tropical, kind of, you know.
Yeah.
And you almost would have had to burn them back then.
There's
the weirdest part is they burn it right on the fucking river, and then the ashes and stuff go into the river, and then basically they go swim in the river where the fucking dead bodies have been burning. Oh.
Yeah.
A friend of mine did that, Australian guy, and he got typhus, almost died.
Freaking there's also another religious group over there that they will cut the bodies up after their monks or priests or whatever they call them die, and then they'll put them out in the field and let the birds freaking eat their body parts all the way to the bone, because they don't.
Oh, didn't the Vikings do that? Is that what you just said?
No, it was over in India and the Himalayas and all them.
Oh yeah, that's right. The Tibetans and stuff do that, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that'd be too bad of a way to go. Like, you know, a little bit of you in every bird. You know, kind of cool.
It's I'll see if I can pull it up. Yeah.
You see this shit I posted the other day about King Charles being related to Dracula?
Yeah, I've heard that before, actually.
That freaking blew my mind, man. Yeah, I'm still getting over it. No, we're still, and same with Pan. We're still under the British Empire, man. We're controlled by these freaks.
Yep.
Now, I've got something here if you guys want to watch it. I got a episode of the Tibetan sky ritual if you want to watch it.
Oh yeah? What's the sky bridge?
The sky ritual. That's the sky burial is what it is. It's the sky burial.
The Vedas.
Yeah, the Vedas all are connected with Indo-European. Zoroastrian and the Vedas and the Hinduism was all one belief system at one time.
It came from the Indus Valley civilization,
right?
Didn't it?
Yep.
And they're sort of like a lost civilization now. Like the structures are still there, but no one knows where they went.
Yeah, and they can't even say what the language is. They can't interpret the writing.
Yeah. The Pali language or whatever it is. You see it around on some structures, and yeah, no one's been able to decipher it.
I'll be right back. I think somebody's calling for me.
Okay. What was your original family's religion, Dan? You still there?
My grandma was Buddhist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I like Buddhism. Whenever I read stuff, I like it.
Primarily, our original family was basically, we were like ancestor worship, and right, we're just venerate our ancestors.
Oh, okay.
Just
I've seen that in think it was Bali or somewhere like that, where they still have like open burials, where they go sit next to the dead bodies and stuff and sort of worship the dead.
Yeah, I mean, like, you mean like after their death, or?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah. It's in our tradition too. Like when people die, or they in we would have like 3 days of mourning where we would lay the dead person there for maybe for a day, for relatives to come and visit and see them one last time. But then after that, when they're put in a coffin, and then we'll just let the coffin in the middle of the room, in the middle of the house, and we'll just have a mourning party, I guess you call it a party, but it's mourning. It's the ceremony that lasts 3 days, or yeah.
Is there some rice wine going around these parties?
Rice wine? No. Oh, yeah. We do have rice wine. Yeah.
I'm back. Okay, I'm back.
And this practices, does it have a name?
Who, me? What are you talking?
Does it what?
Talking about his family's religion.
What were you asking?
Does it have a name? This type of practice?
No. It's our burial custom, right? It's just there's no name to it. It's just, in the village, when anybody die, this is what we go through. Yeah. Like 3 days of mourning. So
is it mainly the family that comes, or is it just
no?
Okay.
Everybody who knows, anybody who wants to come and pay the respect, the neighbors, relatives, yeah. And throughout the 3 nights, there would be like loud horn wailings and a lot of drum beat and ancient horn tooting.
Have you guys heard of the Bond?
Very loud.
Have you heard of the Bond?
What?
The Bond. B-O-N.
No.
That's
Bon Jovi.
The Bond are the ancient religion of Tibet. It's the one that I was talking about.
Oh.
Like
no.
European or?
No, it's Tibetan.
Asian?
Tibetan. Yeah. Now I've got Bonds Tibet. I've got one that is like 3 minutes long, and then there's like a 25 minutes long one. The mysteries of Tibet's ancient Bond religion. It's a full documentary. I can post that in the chat.
Religion.
Yeah. This is what predated the Buddhist religion, and Hindu goes farther back. A lot of people don't understand that either. But Buddhism was like a response to Hinduism. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, because the Buddha, wasn't he either Hindu or his family was?
He was a Hindu, yeah.
Yeah.
The Buddha was a Hindu.
He realized that there was a hierarchy, and like you according to the Hindus, you don't bounce back and forth this between these hierarchies. If you were born a peasant,
yeah, they call it the caste system.
Yeah,
so like Buddha was actually like a priestly, kingly class, so he was like the higher ranks of society. I think his father was a king.
Đến với kinh doanh online như là một công việc trong lúc rảnh rỗi để tìm kiếm thêm một nguồn thu.
He had plenty of girls and
nestled amidst the awe-inspiring.
And then he just saw the but he spent most of his life inside the confines of the castle or whatever it was they had. And then one day he went out to see the land, the people, and he felt like compassion for them because he saw everyone suffering. And then he dedicated himself to reaching enlightenment, to help everyone, I suppose. And
he also had a problem with the caste system. Like, he didn't agree with the way people were treated according to their their standards. Like, he didn't feel that people should be born into a certain level or degree and stay there for the rest of their lives. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you were born a peasant, you weren't allowed to be anything more than a peasant, and that was it. Does that make sense? Somebody went black. I posted that on both this chat, and then I did it in the 24/7 chat too. So if you guys want to check that out. Where you at? Does anybody hear me? Make sure I'm still where I'm supposed to be. Oh. Yeah, there you are. You're back. Tan.
Okay.
Tan went off too.
Okay.
I seen both of you on there for the.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Robot was on there, and I just couldn't hear nothing. And then Tan went off. And but yeah, I
feel like
that's your voice mark.
Laying down and watching something.
Oh, you're laying down. Want to put something on Cosme we watched together?
Yeah. Trying to think. Let's see what I've got.
So.
You're not sleepy, Robert?
Well, I'm trying to wind down. It's almost like sunrise.
7 a.m. to 6 a.m. Yeah. Over there.
6:20.
Yeah.
Have you seen the new Indiana Jones movie?
No. Want to watch it?
We should watch that. I've got a good copy of it.
Okay. What's Roger doing?
I'm still here.
Well. Oh man, you guys have to watch the latest Rick and Morty's. It's so fucking good. It'll blow your mind.
Really? Where? Is it on Netflix or where is it?
I don't know.
Where are you?
I've been collecting them.
You downloading them? Okay.
You'd probably have
I always just download them. I keep them for life.
You probably have to
It's the
go
kind
to
of show I
Adult
can
Swim.
rewatch quite a few times.
You hear me? Adult Swim. I seriously don't know if... Are you guys able to hear me? Are you guys able to hear me? Yeah. Okay, can you guys hear me?
I've been trying to keep up with The Simpsons. Just mainly because they keep predicting the future, you know, so I want to know what's coming up.
Well, the Simpsons on rerun, man.
They're up to season 35 now.
Alright, I'm gonna go back into Jitsi because it does that every once in a while. We go back in.
Yeah, he's gone and he's back.
No,
What's
I'm
going on
back.
there, Roger?
Do you feel like watching Indiana Jones, Roger?
I've been here listening to you the whole time. It ended up muting me out.
Yeah, for a minute there, I was muted too. I couldn't hear you guys. And
Yeah, I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me. And then after or before that, I couldn't hear you at all. And then you guys came back in, and I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me. So I just went ahead and backed out and came back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that and everything. I'm gonna stop this though. So
stop the stream.
Yeah, stop the recording at least, and then
goodbye viewers.
You can stop the stream too. I think we can conclude.
Yeah, because it's like 7 o'clock at night, and I have a feeling that once we start watching that movie, Robot's gonna fall asleep in the middle.
Yeah.
of
Yep.
it.
Yeah.
Actually, I've seen it once before, but it was a low quality version.
Yep.
He still swears that you didn't hear him snoring in the background.
I don't snore. That's nonsense.
Yeah, that's what they all say, man. They all say.
Robots don't snore. They just.
Yeah, that's what I say too. Until my kids, they recorded my snoring.
You hear that shit? He's like, robots don't snore. But yeah.
I guess you can keep the live stream on, Roger. Some of the stuff we might talk about might be interesting.
Well, I can do it there, but I'll definitely have to stop the
recording. Yeah, sure.
Because Are
we gonna chat on Jitsi or are we gonna chat on Cosme?
Well, what I'm trying to say though is I'm also streaming on Twitch too, so I can stop that one and keep the stream going on Minds. But
okay, I guess we'll continue to chat on Jitsi because he's still streaming.
No, I mean I can stop it on like I have. I'm able to stop the stream on Twitch without.
The Twitch police will come after us.
Yeah, they're even worse. They're worse than any of them. Like you don't fuck with Twitch.
Oh yeah.
So.
Well, in that case, then let's get off.
If you're a naked lady, it's fine. Anything else doesn't go.
Yeah. As long as it's little girls sitting in swimming pools, freaking
drinking champagne,
writing on themselves with markers and sucking on the microphones. You know what I mean? Dressed like Laura Croft and.
Then you're basically winning.
Yeah, and then they call it ASMR. I wish.
Yeah.
You know.
I've been on those ones, but I don't have the headphones for it, you know.
Here, let me see if you guys. How does this sound to you guys? Is this appealing?
Take my money. Take my money.
Yeah. Maybe if I do that for a little while.
Roger.
Maybe if I do that for a little while, I'll get some of these Twitch fans to come along and tip me, you know.
There you go.
So, what are we doing? Am I playing it in Cosme?
Yes. So we get up, Jitsi, and get on Cosme.
Yeah, I can just transfer over with the OBS to Cosme and everything. So let me stop the stream here on Twitch. And
right, I'm gonna get up.
See you guys on Cosme then.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'll just switch it over to Cosme whenever you guys are on. Just let me know.
Right.
In the chat, and I'll switch it over, and we don't have to mess with the stream. But I am gonna stop the recording, so I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream and for the recording. I'm saying this, but I hope you guys did enjoy the stream. And if you enjoyed this, come check us out every Friday, usually around 2:30, and we go until about 2:30 Central Standard Time. 2:30 Central Standard Time until about 7. So we hang out, have a good time, just get to know each other, stuff like that. So with that, I am going to get off. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Roger's Real-Time Talk Show event. Today we actually did get Mark back into the stream, and I'd like to welcome you back, Mark. Thanks for showing up.
Yes, thanks.
Now, I went over the first half of what I was doing last week, and it was going through the separation of powers legislation and stuff like economic rights, and how the budget of the judiciary is used by a lot of governments to manipulate, the government and everything through the judiciary. And then I started talking about stare decisis and jurisprudence and plenary powers. Like here in the United States, you know how the president has the power to give immunity to people and stuff like that. I covered some of that. And then pardons, basically, is what I should have said. And then I was talking about people, groups, corporations, entities, and how Congress has unlimited powers to pass laws, levy taxes, wage war, and arrest people, So I covered all that stuff. And then I also started talking about how Congress can also create charters, and that they can extend their unlimited powers to, like different entities and organizations, corporations and stuff, so that they can set prices and on things like we have the Department of Energy, you know what I mean? And a lot of people believe that the Department of Energy is actually a governmental organization, but it's actually a non-governmental organization that sets the prices for energy here in the United States. And then you got like the Federal Reserve. They're not a governmental organization. They're a non-governmental organization. You got the IRS, Social Security Office. All those are non-governmental organizations. And a lot of people don't know that, And what it was is they used loopholes in the Constitution in order to get away with manipulating the law and coming up with them, which these organizations are actually constitutionally illegal if they made them into a government or a governmental office, you know what I'm saying? Like if they were directly controlled by the government like the post office is, then it would be breaking the law according to the Constitution. So I went over that, and today I wanted to go further with the Constitution. And the one thing I wanted to bring up is, and this would actually be good too, because I'd like your take on how it is in England. But well, first of all, with the Constitution, it sets up a boundary of federal law. You know what I'm saying? It sets up the boundaries that the federal government we have here in the United States can actually get away with. So, like if it consists of acts of Congress, treaties being ratified by the Senate, or regulations promulgated by the executive branch, and case law originating from the federal courts, then they have to go according to the boundaries of the Constitution, according to the law. So if it doesn't if it doesn't pertain to the Constitution, that it's okay to have these laws, then they're illegal. You know what I'm saying? And when it comes to that, you go into what they call the United States Code. And you know how you were talking about codification and everything earlier? Mark?
Yeah.
Okay. The United States Code is the official compilation of codification of general and permanent federal statutory laws. So they codify them, and that's what it basically is. And they have two of them, which is general, and then the other one is permanent. So that's where it falls down into, is the United States Code, and that's all it basically is. It's a codification for federal statutories. Now, so long as they're in accordance with the Constitution of the United States, federal law treaties preempt conflicting state and territorial laws, and that's in all of the 50 states in the United States as well as the territories. Okay. Now, the thing that's about that, it is preemptive, but each state within the United States also has their own constitution. Okay, and the federal how can I say it? Federal isn't federal preemptive isn't universal. Okay, and it's actually limited. So in the United States, we have a dual sovereign system. All right, that's federalism, and states are basically what they call the plenary sovereigns. So that means that we basically have the plenary powers when it comes to being a sovereignty. You know what I mean? Because with our sovereignty, it's based upon the people in the country. You know, each person is a part of the sovereignty of the United States. So it gets kind of complicated right there, because you'll hear a lot of people here in the United States that says federal overpowers state laws and everything, and then you have vice versa, where people say that the state overpowers each of them. But the thing of it is the federal government is limited because they only have the Constitution, the federal Constitution, to go off of, where each state has their own Constitution, which can give more freedoms to their citizens in this state, but in this state it doesn't have as many. You know what I mean? And then there's some that just have a Constitution that goes exactly as what the federal Constitution goes. You know what I mean? So you have different constitutions within each state, as well as our federal Constitution that you're probably aware of, that you read. You know what I mean? So
I suppose one of the most obvious examples of this would be in relation to the selling and producing of cannabis for recreational purposes.
Exactly.
As far as the federal government's concerned, it's illegal. But each individual state has their own rules about that.
Exactly. Now, the thing that I was wondering is, like, in England, when it comes to your guys' constitutions, have you guys set up like that, where England has their own constitution Wales has theirs, Scotland, and Ireland?
Technically, no. The constitution is a written constitution, but not a codified constitution in this country. Technically, it's one constitution for the entire union.
So one constitution fits all of them. They don't have like different constitutions in like different territories and stuff like that.
There are different laws. There's different regulations in different parts of the country or union, but the constitution per se is a singular.
Now, do you know if your guys' if your codes go according to your constitution? Is it like do you have code that's set like we have the United States code? Like, do you have any kind of law that's codification, and does it go according to your constitution?
Individual laws, statutes are codified, obviously. How it works in this country is that a law is an act created by the House of Parliament, the lower house, so House of Parliament, and then it gets reviewed by the House of Lords and passed left and back and forward until there's an agreement's made, and then it's sanctioned by the king or by the monarch.
Okay, so
which is technically just a rubber stamp exercise.
So that your king or would be the equivalent of the president, the executive branch.
These days, I would say the monarch is just a rubber stamping exercise. In theory, it is there to uphold the rights of the citizen and the rights of the country, but arguably, it is just a procedural thing these days.
Okay, so does the prime minister fit in there anywhere?
Prime minister being the head of the frontpiece, the mouthpiece, the leadership of, not leadership, but the front person of the government. So if a act is being enacted or being reviewed for inaction or to be enacted in the UK, then it would be done through a government in which the Prime Minister is the head of. Technically.
Okay, that makes good sense. Yeah. So basically, what I'm hearing from it is the Prime Minister is doing the basic duties that the king and them maybe would have done back in the older days. Like, and the king's responsibility with, like you said, with the stamp is actually being changed over towards the prime minister. Is that kind of what's taking place there?
No. The king has to approve all laws within the UK and the Commonwealth. So let's say Canada came up with a law and it has to be stamped, approved by the monarch.
Okay, I got you.
So that is, again, it is more of a procedural thing these days rather than an actual physical action.
It sounds more like he has the power of the president, really, the more you look at it. Like he would be the equivalent of the executive branch, and like your lower courts would be the House of Representatives here in the United States, you know. And what was the one above the there was
technically your House of Representatives would be House of Parliament.
Parliament, yeah.
In this country, your Congress would be Congress.
Well, what
would be,
the Senate? The Senate. What would that
the Senate.
be?
Okay. The Senate would be the House of Lords.
Okay, the House of Lords. Okay, that's makes a lot of sense. And then it goes to the king. Now, can the king veto something that's been introduced to him?
In theory, yes, but all the mouse, I don't know. Let's say since Elizabeth II's time, I've got a theory that the monarch has been sort of scared into being reminded about what happened during the English Civil War.
You know, off with their heads. Off with their heads. Yeah.
So technically yes, but in reality no.
Okay. Now, when I was going through this, there were a couple of things that actually stood out to me where it talks about the state constitutions can grant broader rights to their citizens than that of the federal constitution, as long as they don't infringe on any of the federal constitutional rights. So here, if each state wants to grant a little bit more power to the people in their states than the states next to them, they can do it, but it can't infringe on the constitutional rights of the federal constitution. You know what I'm saying? In other words, they have to kind of go hand in hand with one another. They can't conflict with each other. When a territory of England wants to make a law that doesn't go according to the laws of England, what holds them back from doing that? Do they go according to the Constitution that was set down in England, or?
Like I said, the Constitution isn't codified. I think a good example of this would have been when the Scottish National Party last year or year before tried to push for a second national or Scottish election, or not election, a Scottish an election in relation to going independent. The Scottish National Party tried to push for a second election in relation to going independent, but they tended to ignore the rights, the rules of the British or the UK government, and therefore I believe there was a legal challenge there, and they were forced not to.
Okay. See, I know they had a situation where they did that in Canada too, where Canadians were given the option if they wanted to stay as a unified district, I guess, between Ontario, what's the area over there, and then Saskatchewan. I know that they were doing votes, and I think that was about 12 years ago, though. It was quite a while ago, but I remember hearing about that. I know it was voted down. They all wanted it to stay a part of the UK, United King, or the British Empire or whatever. But
I remember, I think 20, maybe 25 years ago, Australia tried to do the same.
Mm-hmm. I was having a good conversation this morning with Bob Dub and Vincent, and I really liked what Vincent's take was on it. You know what I mean? Like, he has issues with his government and everything, but I asked him, because I mean, if you listen to what he's saying, you could kind of get this impression if you weren't, if you didn't ask him, that he had a problem with being a colony with the British, you know.
What country is he in?
In New Zealand.
Where does he? Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
And I asked him up front, I was like, do you think the issue is being a colony? And he said no. He actually said that the country is doing better now because they are a part of the British Empire, you know what I mean? And he said that that's not the issue there. It was actually more spiritual and stuff like that, in his opinion, you know. But that, I thought that was interesting.
As far as I can see, as far as New Zealand is concerned, there has been a common sort of idea that New Zealand citizens are subjects of the government, and not the government being the subject of the citizenry. We saw this with I can't think of her name, the Prime Minister that was during the COVID situation.
Yeah, that was brought up too.
I can't remember what's they called. Yeah, I can't remember what the name is. But
yeah, that was brought up too. They came down on real. They enforced some pretty harsh regulations over there with them. I know that much. And then I guess they did the same with you guys. Like, they really came down hard on you guys with the regulations during the COVID, didn't they?
Yes and no. Things like the vaccines were still technically voluntary vaccines. So people like myself didn't actually refuse to take them. Masks were... There were some caveats in wearing masks. If you...
Oh, we may have lost you. Give it a second. It might straighten out. I don't know for sure. You kind of froze up. There you go. He was getting to the good part, and they cut him off. We got you. Or they cut me off. One of the two. Either way. Yeah, hold on a minute. That would probably be me. Let me... Yeah, let me do this again. And come back in there. This was getting pretty good, too. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they got me this time. It was my turn.
Got me. Oh yeah, I've got both of us, I think.
Yeah. So, but you said there was a caveat when it came to the face mask.
Mask. If you had a medical condition, then you weren't eligible to. It was not necessary for you to wear a mask. But the issue was that due to our data protection Act, it would be illegal for and the 2010 Equality Act, it would be illegal for anybody to ask you about the condition.
Mm-hmm.
So you could say, I refuse to wear a mask, and if somebody asks, then I say I've got a medical condition, and legally they wouldn't be able to ask why.
Mm-hmm. Now, see, we had
because that would be discrimination.
We had a thing over here where they were trying to make it to where people could be kicked out of storefronts and stuff if they didn't wear a mask. And the states, well, actually the federal government, I think, even stepped in on it and said that it's illegal because you can't you can't force somebody to wear a mask in a public facility if they don't wish to. So,
and that would probably be illegal under the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Mm-hmm.
So.
But it's like if they could come up to me and they could say, look, can you please wear a mask? And if I turn around and told them point blank, I don't want to wear a mask, then they can't say anything to me, you know what I mean? I thought that was okay because I kept hearing on the news about how they were over in Europe, especially. Like, they were really forcing the issue on these people bad.
Some countries, yeah.
Now, didn't they have lockdowns on London over there?
They did. They had lockdowns, 2 separate lockdowns in the UK, which obviously did a lot of damage to small and medium-sized companies. Which is going to be an issue for at least a decade, if not longer.
Mm-hmm. They did damage here too when it came to businesses. Like, a lot of small businesses went out of business basically, and that's what they did. They started first they enforced the masks, and then they went in and they told people like who owned restaurants that you can't open your doors to them anymore. So restaurants had to close. And then after a while, they allowed them to use like fast food drive-up, or people could have the food brought out to them in the parking lots and stuff like that. But that's
interestingly enough, I was watching a lot of Lewis Rossman, the US rights repair advocate, and he was based in New York at the time, so he was filming the intake of restaurants and facilities at the time, and seeing lack of customers.
Yeah. Now, what amazed me most about that was I knew that our government had a pretty strong reach, okay, but I didn't I didn't imagine that our government's power actually could extend right down into the store. You know what I mean? Literally close these stores down like that.
That was generally done by state level.
Yeah, I mean, that's still government though too. I mean,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's
compared to federal.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I mean, to me, that was amazing that they had that much power to where they could go into storefronts and just literally put people out of business, you know.
I'm using the New York example because, as we all know, New York, since the so-called beacon on the hill, state, New York, especially under the previous mayor, was somewhat, dare I say, corrupt.
Yeah. Did you hear what happened to him with that whole situation? He was...
I was following at the time.
He was getting on the internet and he was talking live to all these people on the internet about all this great stuff New York was doing and how they were dealing with COVID and stuff like that, right? But what he wasn't bothering to tell people was that he was taking elderly people and literally freaking putting them in a nursing homes where they didn't have room, and these elderly people were like dying left and right because they were catching COVID and dying from it, and he literally just overlooked that whole thing, didn't even know it was going on. Getting up on the internet and talking all this great stuff while his administration is doing all this stuff behind his back, or not even knowing. Like, I guess he didn't care about it.
I'm sure about not knowing. But that we come into another issue here, where civil servants are meant to be answerable to government officials, which in turn is answerable to public. But there has been certain cases, especially in the UK, where the civil service has ignored and done the one thing.
Yeah.
I mean, in the UK, the border force and immigration issue is a good example of this.
And for me, when I talk about government, those are the people that I'm referring to. You know what I mean? I'm referring to what you refer to as like civil servants and stuff. People that work in government offices and everything. And when I see the stuff that's going on, what I see is you have people who are holding these positions that are hired and fired, and they don't have to worry about being elected into office and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So
there's an old 1980s series called Minister. Yes, Prime Minister. Yes, Minister. And I remember there was a interesting little sketch in which one of the government officials turned around and said that ministers come and go, governments come and go once every 4 or 5 years, but civil servants are there for life, or there for the long term.
Yeah.
And the power really is related to the civil service.
Yeah, and see, that's one thing that really sticks to me when I think about it. Like, how much power are we willing to just hand over to these people? And this isn't even just talking about, like, elected officials. It's not even talking about that. I'm talking about people that are freaking behind the scenes, that are actually government workers, that every time we turn around and we give up our rights so that they can do what we should be doing ourselves, they become stronger. You know what I mean?
Thankfully, or at least in theory, these public servants, call them public servants rather than civil servants, because that's what they in fact are, have certain rules. There's the Nolan doctrine, which is part of the Civil Service Code of Conduct, which is in turn part of the Civil Service Employment Contract, which states that they've got to be objective, they've got to follow government dictates, and they've got to be honest and civil. If they fail to do that, in theory, they could be criminally prosecuted under conspiracy to commit misconduct in a public office, or conspiracy to commit malfeasance in a public office.
Mm-hmm.
But this is very rarely done in this country.
See, that was going to be my next question, because you keep saying in theory, so that's like, I know that I should ask, okay, so when was the last time that you've heard of that actually taking place?
Off the top of my head, I just recall. I think there was a case several years ago, possibly 10 years ago now, in relation to the Department of Works and Pensions pushing sanctions on a clients illegally, and the civil servant involved was prosecuted. I'm not sure if he was convicted though. This person was convicted though.
Now, those would be more. That would consist more of statutes, right? When it comes to what you're talking about with the rules and everything that are set down, that would be more of your statutory laws, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So that would
only issue here is that certain laws are not written extremely well. They can be vague in nature, and hence why we've got a judicial system to interpret those laws.
See, that's good to know, because I really, from what I've heard from you, I mean, it sounds like your parliament's falling apart over there.
Well, at the moment, yeah.
Kind of go through that too, because we were talking about that in chat and we never had a conversation about that on the stream yet. Like, give us a little feedback on live stream about what you were referring to on that when we were in the chat, because
remind me.
Well, I can get in chat right now and read it to you if you want me to.
Please do.
Okay. You were saying that Parliament government doesn't suck per se. However, that cannot be said for the current makeup of the UK and the devolved, i.e. English, Northern Ireland, Welsh and Scottish regional governments and the principal opposition parties. So, before that...
There's lots to unpack there. We have seen over the last couple of governments, and remember that we've had what, 4 governments in the last 5 years? 5 years. Well, they're all been conservative governments, but the individual prime minister is not. That's another thing. We do not vote for prime ministers in this country. We technically vote for parties, whereas in the America, where in the US, there's more of an emphasis on voting for individual members. So you vote for a president rather than a party. But going back to the previous point, we've seen in relation to things like Brexit and COVID, not so much COVID, but Brexit and the European Human Rights, European Commission on Human Rights, that our government has been extremely weak on.
Yeah.
In relation to things like migration and the Northern Irish imports between Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK.
Now, see right there, when it comes to that kind of stuff, that's what I was talking about with England. And like in the United States, the Constitution, it sets out the boundaries for the federal law. You know what I mean? So like, these usually consist of like acts of Congress, treaties ratified by the Senate, and then it also talks about regulations and treaties and trade agreements and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Everything is set in the Constitution about, and the Bill of Rights as well. You know, I ain't gonna leave out the Bill of Rights, but and I only include the first 10. I don't really agree with the other ones after that, but the Bill of Rights was a good idea. That's my take on it.
As in the 1689.
Right.
Yeah.
But, my whole thing is all that stuff is set up when it comes to foreign policy as well as internal. Like, the Constitution not only goes according to trade between states and stuff like that and regulations, but it also extends to other countries. You know what I mean? The Bill of Rights especially does too. It protects United States citizens outside of the United States as well as inside of the United States. So,
up to a point.
Well, even your Bill of Rights protects you on foreign soil as well, because your Bill of Rights is what gives England the right to go into the other countries and say, look, he's a citizen of our country, you have to obey our Bill of Rights according to that citizen.
Again, in theory, it doesn't always work out that way.
Yeah, no, like Turkey. They'll keep you in a Turkish prison. They don't care what your Bill of Rights are. So, but that's what I was talking about when it comes to constitutional law. You know what I mean? I was like, the Constitution for England. Now, who actually drew up the Constitution for England?
It's been, well,
been the first one
making for over 1,000 years.
No, I mean, who was
no individual?
You guys never had like a political party that sat down and said, "These are freaking this is our Constitution."
There was a concept where under Tony Blair's government, they started to think about this and started to create a new Bill of Rights, but it never actually got anywhere. I think there is talk about that yet again.
Now, what about your Constitution?
Constitution, again, the Constitution is a number of different acts that have been made up and been changed within the last, 1,000 years. You've got to remember that we are a much more older country than the US.
Yeah, but you got to realize, okay, like everybody has this crazy idea like the American Revolution was the whole springboard for revolution, and that's not the truth. Okay,
no.
England actually started it all. Constitutional governments sprung off of John Locke. You know what I mean? John Locke was the godfather or the grandfather of constitutional law, and while we were having our United States Constitution or revolution against you guys, there was frickin' revolutions going on all over Europe. I mean, one country after the other one was doing it, you know? I mean, it wasn't just the United States.
I mean, France in, 1790? Remember the exact time? Around 1719. 90. The English in the English Civil War.
Poland.
1600. I remember off the top of my head.
Poland.
Yeah.
Sweden, all of them. They were all revolting. It wasn't just the United States, is what I'm saying. It might have been revolutionary back then when they heard that the United States had done it, but it was already a thought that was in progress. You know what I mean? People were talking about constitutional government before it even happened here in the United States. Is my whole point. That's why it surprises me.
Technically, France is after the American. I mean, 1766 in America and 1790 in France.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got to also consider that certain countries, as we know them now, didn't even exist at the time. Right. Germany wasn't a unified country until 1880.
Yeah, but they were Prussia, though, too. Like, you had Russia and
there was
Prussia.
a number of different... Yeah, there was a number of different sovereign states.
Mm-hmm. And all of them were revolting, though. I mean, constitutional governments were popping up left and right. It wasn't just the United States. And that's what amazes me, because, like, all of it really started in England, you know, when off with their head came into power. And he said, you know what, I'm sick of kings. Because you know why? Those kings, they just want to do bad things. So what did he do? He
technically, I would disagree. The king at the time wanted to increase taxes without the approval of Parliament and the creation of the English Civil War.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting stuff, man. Like, that's something we do need to get into and discuss too, like, because Cromwell was a very fascinating guy. I know you're not a Cromwell fan, and that makes it even better, because then me and you can have a good conversation about it.
Not sure if I can call myself a fan.
No, I said you're not a fan.
Okay.
I know you're not a Cromwell fan, but you know, I think with me and you, we should sit down, gather some information together, and just have a conversation about it, about, you know, Cromwell. That would be pretty good.
Yeah. Needs more research.
Well, now, when it comes to the EU, okay, and what has been happening with your guys' what do you call it? The human rights, European Human Rights Act?
European Commission on Human Rights.
Could you kind of explain that a little bit more in detail? Kind of let people on here know what that's all about.
It is a complicated subject, but the one of the sort of most obvious usage of the ECHR at the moment is in relation to migration. In which the ECHR, i.e. what is technically termed as a national law, but that's part of the world, requires we to open up our doors and allow migrants to come into this country. Whereas the United Nations Act of Migration, Rules on Migration, states that I want to say immigrants. Yeah, let's just use immigrants as a actual pathways requires those individuals to enter the next safest country. If their their own country is in conflict or set out laws that is damaging to the citizens. Those individuals can enter the next country that is in peacetime, that's peaceful. So, but what we are seeing at the moment is these migrants entering, going from one country to a peaceful country, to another peaceful country, and then ending up in UK. According to under PCHR rules, there are strict definitions of what can be if those migrants can be removed from this country. And it creates a situation where we've got lawyers to say, well, these people have entered our country illegally or legally, and they cannot be removed.
Yeah. Yeah, that kind of reminds me, though, that goes back even further with you guys, though, because remember, you guys had an issue before when it came to gypsies, when it came to them migrating into England. I think it was happening in Spain as well.
Okay, I'm not really too concerned about historical sort of migration. I'm more interested in
this is within the last
legislation is concerned.
This is within the last 40 years. It's not like way back when.
Again, remember we didn't join the EU until John Major's time, so 92, 93 with the Maastricht.
Yeah, that would have been at least 30 years, right there. Like, so I mean, what is it? 2023 now. So yeah, that'd have been like 33 years from 1990. But I remember you guys were having issues with gypsy population and stuff, and Spain was also having problems with it. They were having it really bad in Spain. Like, people were freaking coming in and creating entire gypsy camps and stuff underneath bypasses under interstates.
I'm not sure if there was in the UK, I'm not sure if there was a migration issue or if it was just a more localized issue. I think it was more of a localized thing.
Yeah, that could have been, because you guys have always had gypsies in England. They've been there, the Rom and all that. And I remember that.
Backload communities, yeah.
So that was one thing that stuck out to me when it comes to that. And then like Poland, the one thing I noticed about with your guys' situation is it's like all these migrants are turning into the situation we have with Mexico, you know, here in the United States, with immigrants coming across the border at overwhelming numbers, and then cheap trade, you know what I mean? Like Poland is doing that now with the EU. It seems like everything cheap's coming from Poland, you know what I mean?
Well, the good thing, I think that's we find with things, countries like Poland, Hungary, and the Czech Republic, is that they are attempting to ignore ECHR rules and EU rules. And the interesting thing there is that the EU itself is not signed up to the ECHR rules, but individual countries within the EU are. So the EU itself can ignore those rules, but the countries within the EU cannot, or technically cannot.
Yeah, see, the more I hear, the more it sounds like the EU is just another way of trying to form what we have when it comes to federal government.
Yeah.
You know,
federal state of Europe or European Union.
I don't think that would be a good idea, to be honest with you, because
definitely not.
History in Europe shows what happens when you try to do stuff like that. Like, everybody talks about the World War One and how you had the Allies and the Axis, okay, and World War Two. You realize
got to consider that. Yeah, you've got to consider that the US is a much more much more of a closer sort of country. In fundamentally, they all share common culture. They all share a common rule set. Whereas in Europe, each individual country has its own long history, its own independent culture.
Exactly, and like, you look at it too, like when people tried to conquer other areas, like just through freaking warfare, okay, stuff like that. How many countries or how many wars was there before World War One where there was 5 countries against 5 countries in Europe? You know what I mean? Like, there was all like what was the Spanish Succession? There was like 6 countries against 4 countries going against one another, and then you had the 20-year war, I believe it was. You know, that one had freaking tons of them too. Like, in Europe, when a war breaks out, it's not just one country against another one. You're going to have at least freaking... It's going to be an all-out...
Can be.
I mean,
depends.
It's going to be a massacre, man. Seriously. It will. If anything goes wrong with this European Union, it's going to go south, and it's going to go south quick. So if they really think they know what they're doing, they better think about it, because it's not a very wise decision to be tampering with Europe like that. And I say that above any other, what would you call it, a continent? I wouldn't even say that about the Middle East or Africa or freaking the United States or Americas, you know what I mean? But Europe, I would say that. I would say don't mess with them, because if you start tampering...
Rather than Europe, I really dislike the how Europe is being used as a simile for the EU, because there are countries outside of the EU, such as UK, technically, Switzerland, Norway.
No, Turkey too, countries. Isn't it? Turkey's not a part of the EU.
Turkey's Turkey spans 2 continents, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Both Europe and Asia. So is Russia.
Yeah. Now Russia is another issue right there too. Like, that's one of the reasons why I think the big deal with Ukraine started, was because the EU and the UN and the NATO were slipping in there with you know, their offers to join the EU, and Russia caught them with their fingers in the cookie jar, you know, and that's why I think a lot of that started.
It's more related to NATO membership, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. It started out
well,
that
but
way.
You remember. But again, a country joining both the all NATO isn't a thing that happens overnight.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of time for these, and I believe that Ukraine tried to join NATO, and it was voted down.
No, we had a conversation about that too when it came to England. Like after you guys did Brexit, you guys are still going through paperwork to get out of freaking the EU, aren't you?
Do I even know? We still are technically no.
Like you literally, England had to actually fill out paperwork to freaking leave the EU, right?
Yeah.
That's insane.
And it could be an issue if Labour becomes the next government within the next 12 months. We could ask for the procedures to join back, not rejoin, but join again with the EU, and there's a different set of conditions.
Oh man. So there's gonna be consequences?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't see it's happening, but who knows?
Yeah. Well, I want to be professional like you've been telling me to be. We've got 1 hour and 1 minute that we've been recording, so that's not including the stream to set up the audio beforehand. So we have it at the hour. Before we go, is there anything else you want to say?
This entire thing is a very complicated sort of issue, and we could spend a lot longer discussing that. But yeah, I think this is a good time to break.
Yeah, and we can at a later time, because all the good stuff, like I said, is going to come later. I wanted to discuss this before getting into civil law and stuff like that. You know, this is the fundamentals. This is what people really need to know, you know, when it comes to constitutional government and what's going on in the world today, because I don't think too many people know much about this stuff, you know. And I appreciate you helping out, man, and being here. So I appreciate that, Mark. And I'll see you later, all right, man?
Indeed.
All right. Thanks. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. I'm Roger Hanson, and I am here with a special guest. This is someone that I've been wanting to interview for about a couple months now. She was on The Wonderful World of Weirdness. Her name is Summer Todd, and her story was pretty amazing from what I heard of the first one. She's done 3 interviews with Wonderful World of Weirdness. One of them was with her son. I avoided watching those because I wanted to do this interview with her, and I didn't want to influence the questions and how she answered them. So I just watched the first one and left it at that. I don't want to get too much into that. I really want to get into the interview and let Summer Todd introduce herself to everybody. So with that, I want to welcome you to the show, Summer. Before we get into the interview, though, I was wondering if maybe you could give a little bit of a background about yourself, you know, and stuff like that, so that everybody who's listening will have a chance to get to know you a little bit more.
Sure. I call myself Summer Todd. That's really my middle name. But my name's Janine Todd. But that Summer kind of has stuck with people that know me real well. So that's what I kind of call myself right now. I'm from Southwest Ohio. I was born in Hamilton, Ohio, and have lived in this area all my life. I'm 63 now, so. I worked at Miami University in Oxford, Ohio, and retired from there. I have 2 kids, and I'm just kind of a country girl. I was raised in right outside of Oxford on a small farm, and then I ended up getting married and moving with my husband to a big old farmhouse, which is what a lot of my stories revolve around. So that's just a little background about me.
Okay. It's good that you mentioned that because, first I want to go through some of the stuff that you discussed with John in your interview and kind of get a second take of it. But from what I heard from that interview and everything, I kind of have my own observation of it. And after we go through the questions and let you tell your part about it, is it okay if maybe we discuss like my observation and what I see from it, and then maybe you could kind of give you some feedback, and then you tell me what you think about it and if it makes any sense? Would that be fun? Okay,
that'd be great,
because I did hear some good stuff in your story, and I just like to share it, but I want to wait until after you say your story again for the stream and for me, so that I can kind of get the story straight. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
Now.
That's great.
Okay, that's cool. So now that we've gotten through all the preliminaries, I guess. Now, when it comes to your story, there's just certain parts that I do want to discuss, because I think those are the most profound out of it. Okay. And
okay.
The first one that I wanted to talk about was how your mother saw spirits years ago. Now your daughter has dreams. Now your son is into spiritualism. Okay.
Okay.
Your mother, you said she's seen a spirit dressed like in Victorian cloth, and that was at the Oxford College. Is that correct?
The university, yeah. And as you know, universities are always haunted, it seems like. I know Miami University was too. So yeah.
Now, could you kind of give us a little bit of a background, a little bit of a story about that situation? Tell us kind of what all took place that she told you.
Yeah, well, my mother, I mean, she wasn't like, she had her issues, and she was always kind of harsh and things, but and not really open to stuff. It like that, it didn't seem like, but she came home one day and was pretty freaked out, and she was really open about this. She just said that she was she had to go in about 5:30. I think they set up the salad bar and get out. They had a food line, so they set up the cooks set up everything there, and then she was in charge of the salad bar, getting stuff ready for that in the dining area, and she just walked out there about 5:30. Of course, there's no students in there, and she was setting up the salad bar, and she turned around, and there was this girl, and they have the dish line, where the students would take their trays and stuff. Mm-hmm. And she looked over, and she said she was there biggest day, and she said she knew like nobody dresses like that, because I believe that happened probably in the mid 60s, maybe 70s, early 70s. And she looked like anyone else, like a student, but she was dressed in this weird period clothing. And she said as quickly as she looked, the girl was gone. And she told that story until she passed away. And it was really something that impacted her. I know. So that It was a little, just that's all that happened. But
now, did she get too descriptive, or was she too descriptive about like the attire, or was it? I know you said it was Victorian and everything, but
she said it was a long black dress.
Okay.
And then I think she said she had like not like a cape or something, maybe something long sleeved or something on the top, but something like that. Okay. So there wasn't really again showing down. Maybe it was so fast, but yeah, it was just a lot of, she was thinking it looked like an old Victorian dress or something.
Now,
where they used to wear the dresses where you just didn't wear short sleeves. They came down to your wrist,
Yeah. Now, there was a time period that this college suffered increasing debts, is how they said it, and eventually something took place where the Oxford College was merged with Miami University. Is that the same college that we're talking about right there?
Yes. Okay. Yes, that's it. And then, I think what was going on is the women's college was open though. And so they had Oxford College, I think it was part of the women's college. I know there was Peabody and that was all women, but I think Oxford College may have been, for women. So there might have been a few students left there, but everybody pretty basically gone, and things weren't going very well financially then.
Now, it says that in 1928 the Oxford Female College building was sold, and it later became a sanitarium, and then a Miami University residence hall at Fisher Hall. Now, were you aware that one time that it was a sanitarium?
No, see, because what I'm talking about, I think that might be a different building. They call it the Oxford Community Center now.
Yeah.
But it's still there. Now, Fisher Hall was the one that was a sanitarium. Fisher Hall was over on the other side of campus. And that was, but that wasn't the dining hall she was in. She was on the, it was called Oxford College. Now, I don't know what it was called back in the day, though. Back in, it may not have even been part of the university at that time. I think they may have acquired that later. Yeah. Now, the Fisher Hall, though, that was where that Ron Taman, there's a man that disappeared there, I think in the 40s or something, a student, and they've never found him. They never found him. It's a big mystery. It was on Unsolved Mysteries and everything. Did you ever see that? I'm sure you have. If you look it up, it comes up. But
now, I don't know for sure if I've heard of it or not. I can check it up later, because that right there is good stuff right there, because
his name's Ron Taman, and he was in his room. I think it was over a spring break, so there weren't a lot of kids around, and he'd been studying, and this was kind of weird. He went and asked somebody in the area. I guess they had like people, the custodials there, and said there was a fish in his bed, and he needed new sheets. So this lady gives him new sheets. He goes, and then nobody ever saw him after that. He disappeared. His roommate came home. It looked like the guy had been studying. There was a radio on. His car, I believe, was still there. Somebody around 7 Mile, which is about 25 minutes away maybe, said that he knocked on their door and was asking to go to a bus station or something. But they really don't know if that was him. And they've never ever found his body or anything. So that's the big mystery at Miami University there.
Now, it goes on further. It says the original Oxford Female Institution building was used by the college from 18 from the 1880s until its closure in 1828, when Miami University converted it into a residence hall. And
Okay.
so with what you're saying right there about the fish in the bed, I'm wondering if maybe he was in that residence hall.
Yeah, I think that was Fisher Hall was a residence hall as well. Yeah, and that does. And then Fisher Hall was a sanitarium for a while, because there's a place, there's a little building. It's off of a place called Cook Field. It's it's a really old, and they have some offices there. And they said there's a tunnel that goes underneath the ground over to Fisher Hall, so the doctor could go over there. I guess, I don't know why, but back in the day, I guess they did that. So that's an interesting thing.
Now, do they have? It says that it still stands today, and it's being used as a community art center.
Well, now see, that's what's weird, because I don't know, are they merged? Because the community arts center is Ox College, and that's on the other side of town, and it is still standing. Now Fisher Hall, they closed it and they tore it down. The one that where Ron Taman disappeared, I think they tore that down, and it sat empty for years and years. And I would have to say it was probably around '89 or something. They eventually destroyed Fisher Hall, because I worked in a dining hall right up the street from it, and it was kind of creepy. But yeah, they use the old chapel of Fisher Hall on Markham Conference Center now.
Okay.
So that's a little bit of history there. But yeah, I don't know, sometimes if you read things, people get things confused. But yeah,
that's what I'm thinking too.
Yeah, they do, because Fisher Hall is separate now. Like Ox College, the Miami University sold it, and now it's a community center. So yeah, and they use it for like weddings and things. And then there's another old building too up there, is Peabody Hall, and that's also, it's on Western campus. So yeah, Fisher Hall and Peabody were both on Western. Then Fisher's gone. They tore it down and built another, like I said, Markham Conference Center's now where it was.
Yeah. Now, the reason why I brought that up was I thought that might be interesting information that maybe you'd want to know, because I checked into the old Oxford College and came up with it, and that was pretty interesting. And then when you said she was dressed in Victorian clothes, I was thinking that maybe it would be a good idea to get from you if your mother possibly, was a little bit more descriptive about it, because what stuck out to me was the sanitarium. There's a lot of incidents that take place in sanitariums which would cause something paranormal to happen, so.
Yeah, but like where she was at now, that is Oxford Community College, they eventually, I don't know if the university might have owned it a while after it wasn't a residence hall, but they used it as an arts center. And everybody that I talked to, like custodials or anybody on campus, they were afraid of that building. They were like, we don't even like to go in there and work in that building. There's just something about it. And then this is interesting, and I never followed up with it, but I talked to a lady that works there now with the Community Arts Center, and she told me, because I kind of told her what happened with my mother, and she was like, why don't you come up and talk to me? She said, we have a lot of ghost stories, and we even have I think they have something every month or something where people get together and kind of tell stories and stuff about it. So that place is still, but now it's not even part of the university. It's just part of Oxford, Ohio. So
that's pretty good. I mean, that right there is that's something right there to check into. I'd really love to learn more about that. So that's I mean, I really didn't like working at the university with all the red tape and stuff, but the one thing I did love, especially about Oxford, Miami University, was the campus at the time was so pretty, and a lot of old historical buildings, a lot of history there. Is it now
they've built and built and built. It's more like a resort up there at Miami. And Oxford itself, it's kind of sad, but when I was there,
they had to pretty it up though, because I mean, if you got a haunted college, you know what I mean? It's like.
Well, I don't know that it was actually known for that. It didn't seem like any of the kids cared. And actually, they love that kind of stuff, you know, because where I grew up, right outside of Oxford, if you look this up too, you'll see it. They call it the Ghost Light. And it's been on a couple shows too. It's off of a road called Oxford Milford Road. And it's right outside town. And if you turn to the right, I used to live on Oxford Middletown Road. So, and when I was in high school, and the college kids do it too, you go down Oxford Milford Road and there's a curve and you turn your car around and then you're supposed to flash your lights 3 times in the night and you see this light come to you. It's like, you know, come over your car or come at you, but there's no traffic coming there. So you don't know where it comes from. So, of course, me living there and working at Miami, I did that. And there was a couple times that it happened where there's just this light. It just comes right at you and then it's just gone. And I don't know if it's some kind of optical illusion from traffic up the road, but I mean out there, especially back in the 60s and stuff, there's no traffic out there. Even nowadays, like you could go out there at 10 at night, there's no traffic out there. So I'm not sure it could be from a car coming down the road, way down the road.
No, those kind of sightings have been reported before. I've even heard of sightings like that occurring on the back of trains. They're very notorious. They happen a lot. You'd be amazed with the amount of times that people report that kind of paranormal activity. And just to let you know, I mean, it does happen. It does.
It's weird. And then there, you know, of course, the police come out there a lot now because students, especially around Halloween, will go out there, and they were kind of bothering some of the people that lived up the road. But people still go to see it. But there's 2 urban legends about it. One is like there was a motorcyclist who was going to see his girlfriend, and he wrecked his bike, and he was beheaded or something. I don't know, but you know, there's that legend. And then there's another one, like I think this one goes back to more the Victorian times, where they were in a horse and buggy and they were killed, but it's a lantern. But I've seen it, and it's more like just a big light, like probably it would be more like a motorcycle light or something like that. And you're in your car, and it comes right at you, and you're like, you think it's another car coming. But then you know it's not, because it's just a single light, and then it's just gone.
Yeah.
And it's real creepy. What that is.
Now, we also need to discuss another thing that I noticed, and this goes back to you and your husband's house when you guys moved in to this house. And according to you experienced first, actually, before we do that, let's talk about you experiencing doors opening and closing in your house, and pulling up and they weren't there and stuff like that. Now
that was with my that was a story about my sister. My sister was renting a house, and that happened. Now I had in a dream, which was weird. Like many years later, I had it happen in a dream in that Victorian house we lived in, the old farmhouse. Yeah.
Now, could you give a little bit of background on that, because that's something that stood out to me that I think is a good thing to discuss right there.
Okay, so do you want to hear about the dream I had, or what happened with my sister?
You just go ahead and
tell you
say it all. Say it all.
Right. Okay, so my sister rented a house up in Oxford. Of course, she worked at the Miami too, because that's around that time a lot of people work there. Because it's a rural area, so there's no women a lot of places to work. So she came home and from this house that she rented, which was haunted, at least when she lived there. But she came home, just comes into the kitchen. You just come right into the kitchen, and all the cupboard doors were open, and all the chairs were pulled out at the kitchen table, and she knew nobody had broken in because she had unlocked the door. It's the only way to get in. So she just sat outside and waited for her husband to come home. She was so scared. And I don't know, there's something around my sister. I don't talk to her much anymore. We kind of falling out, but she, I didn't really recognize this, but now that you're telling me, is that maybe there is something in my family. She was one that had a lot of paranormal stuff going on around her, and always did, but not necessarily really positive stuff.
Mm-hmm. John, he's more positive centered. All right.
Now, I am, yeah.
And for me, I'm kind of the guy who does research. You know what I mean? And I know that, like, I know how to, like, debunk stuff, and I know how to kind of read into people's stories and things like that. And there's stuff that sticks out to me and things like that. So when I do it, it's not really positive or negative. It's kind of like a neutral observation, because, like, you can see negative, you can see positive if you're in a neutral spot. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
So for me, I understand what you're saying when it comes to her. You know what I mean? She might have been seeing things from the negative aspect. You know what I mean? She's seeing the bad stuff where you're seeing the positive, just like John sees the positive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when it comes to that.
Yeah, and she had some issues. I mean, and there were some bad things that happened to her in her life, and that she just didn't feel very good about. And this is something I really didn't mention in my other interview. Is she got angry about a lot of things, and I think she burnt a Bible in the driveway. Mm-hmm. And we weren't raised in a religious family, but she was just mad at God, I guess, because of all the bad things that have been going on. And she had some issues with having babies, and she's just had a really terrible time. So she did that. And I'm not sure if she did that before. I believe she did. After she did it, then this house was having all kinds of issues. Mm-hmm. So I believe she may have opened a portal or something. Now, I don't think she's like that now, but she was just having some issues. So, because you don't do that. I told her, I said, I don't care if we're religious or not. It's just not good. It's just like playing with the board. Or even if you don't believe in it, don't do that. So that may have what she did is brought some things on. But
right.
Okay,
now,
so anyway, if you want me to tell you next is what happened with my dream.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I was dreaming that I was in my kitchen, and this house we lived in, we had a beautiful kitchen because we tore the old kitchen down and we built a new kitchen, and I loved that kitchen. So, but anyways, down in the kitchen, and just, it was like I was going to cook or something, and I was standing over by my stove doing everyday things, and I felt like something cold come over me, and I kind of looked around, and all the cupboard doors were open, and there was this presence there, and I was like, it was just evil, and I was like, oh my goodness. And then I think I woke up, and I was so glad I woke up because I didn't want to be in that dream. Mm-hmm. And my son had, he had said he's felt that presence before, but I feel like whatever it was almost in my dream. I've never felt like that. I mean, I have a couple times maybe, like the dream is so real, but I felt like it was in my dream. And then I think that was where a couple weeks later, my husband had a nightmare, and he felt it too, because he was telling me, and I said, it feels like that thing that was in my dream. Mm-hmm. Exactly. He said, it's like suffocatingly evil. I was like, yeah. So that was mine too. And, that was probably 20 years after my sister had her experience. So it didn't, that wasn't influencing my mind in any way. So
okay.
I have heard demonic stuff sometimes is like, it does that.
Now, that leads me into a question. It's not on the notes I took, but during that situation, did you ever come across any putrid odors, like maybe like a horrible stench of urine, cat urine, stuff like that?
No, I never did. And I don't believe my sister did either. No. Although my sister did have some things that happened in the house that were pretty demonic, it seemed like. But yeah, no,
Okay.
no, I didn't.
Sounds. It's just something that I didn't put on the notes, but like with demonic possession and demonic influence, like there's a process. Like a demon can't just possess you. Okay, they got to go through like 3 different stages in order to do it. First,
you go on. I'm sorry.
First, they got to tempt you, then they've got to influence you, and then they go and they possess you. So, like, you go through different stages of demonic possession, basically, before you get there. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, and maybe that's was a test. And I also feel like, and you may have heard me talk about it in one of my interviews, and it might have been the one with Austin, my son, is I feel like Austin was something that kept things away from that house as he got older. He just didn't let them come in. But I also feel there may have been some spirits that were counteracting the evil spirits. I think there were various spirits in that house. But I always felt like there was something kind of protecting us.
No.
But yeah, I think it might have been something that was trying to come in, but it just wasn't going to do that there because we just didn't let it happen.
Now, jumping back though, I do remember in your interview though, you said in the house that you lived in with your mom and dad, you had experienced like hearing opening and closing doors.
Oh yeah, I forgot all about that. I didn't even put the 2 together.
And then you talked about hearing cars pull up in your driveway, and then when you went to go check it, it was gone. There was nothing there.
Well, I forgot all about the doors, and but it was only that one incident, but it was so powerful and scary because even my dad was like scared. I mean, it happened like at 5 o'clock in the afternoon or so, or like around dinner, right after dinner time, so it was a little later.
Right. And he was in the bathroom, I think he said.
Yeah, I mean, if you want me to tell the story again, I can.
Go ahead. I'd love to hear it again.
So, I don't know, we just had dinner, so it was probably about 6 o'clock, and my sister and my mom was sitting there having coffee. I think we always drank a little coffee too, but we were doing the dishes, and my dad, it was a little house, and so he was down the hallway in this little bathroom. And so it wasn't a big house, so then there's a little bedroom where my sister and I slept, and then there was my mom and dad's room to the left, and then there's a living room. So that's all that was down there. But they had these old cupboards or like closets that, they go halfway up, and you can hang your clothes and put your shoes and stuff. And then there's a flat board across, and there's 2 cupboards like up at the top where you can put boxes and things. Mm-hmm. And my dad might have built them because the house was so old when we moved in. I think he built them. So you got 2 little doors at the top, 2 doors at the bottom that just would, you could shut. So anyway, we're sitting there just chatting and doing whatever we do. And we just hear those doors opening and shutting. I mean, hard. Like, I don't even know if a person could do that quickly with that many doors. It's like all of them were doing it. That's what it sounded like. We couldn't see it. And my mom was like, Bob, what are you doing? And I was like, Mom, he's still in the bathroom because you can see, you could have seen him out. And like, no, what is wrong? So he comes out, and it's still going on. My dad could hear it, and so they run around, they run back there, and then all of a sudden it just stopped, and there was nothing in their room that was out of place. It was so odd, and we didn't have big windows or anything in that room. The windows weren't open. There's nothing that could have done that. So I don't know if it was a repeat haunting or what, but it was pretty scary. I mean, to this day, I do not have any explanation for that. We had a dog, but it was a lab, and he was out there with us. So, I mean, it's not like we had critters in there or anything.
Yeah.
My mom kept her place she kept it really immaculate. So you go in there, I mean, it's not like stuff flying around or falling around,
Yeah.
And so it was very scary. And then the other thing that happened, and that happened to all my brothers and sisters and I, and then when my kids, my daughter and son go out there to stay with my mom, they'd stay in the living room and they'd hear it too. There was a window over by where we used to have the TV, and the driveway, there's a driveway out there, and they would hear a car. You'd hear a car come in the driveway. You could hear it crunching on the gravel. We always had gravel driveway.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'd hear doors shut, like somebody getting out of the car, but there'd be nobody there. The one thing that's interesting to me there is, and you may know this since you said you do a lot of research,
Mm-hmm.
is anything around water. Well, there was an old well right outside the kitchen, right by that driveway, and we actually used it for water most of the time when I lived out there. And like you could pump it and use it for flowers, but we also had it come into the house.
Mm-hmm.
So I always wondered if maybe it was that source of water or that well that maybe caused this repeat haunting there. I don't know how I feel about bodies of water or wells. I know they, maybe people just that kind of stuff up, but I don't know. That one.
Usually when people are bringing up water and wells, it usually has something to do with old pagan beliefs. So,
okay. So that might not do it.
It could be. I mean, it's either side of the coin. You know what I mean? Like it could be. It might be something there. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So I mean, don't discredit it. It could be like there's something like pagan going on with that situation.
Well, interestingly, is in the old farmhouse I lived in. When my husband and I moved there, we got our water out there in the country. We had a cistern, but there was an old well in our dining room, and it just. The water was nasty and stuff, so we never really used it, and I think it was mostly covered up. But it was right there inside the house. So I always wondered about, like, is that have something to do with things coming in, or, because we had that well in that house, and it definitely was haunted. And the dining room in particular seemed to be where that well was.
I don't like bringing Hollywood up and stuff like that. Okay.
Right.
But
right.
Like, have you ever watched Tommyknockers?
Yeah. It's
Okay,
been a while.
No, he didn't just come up with that idea on his own. Okay.
Right. Yeah. I wasn't even thinking about the Hollywood aspect. I just heard even just not like wells, but like creeks or lakes, or what I mean.
Exactly.
I don't know that there's any validity to it, but I guess in my experiences, now that I look back on it, I think those both homes did have the wells right there in like I said, mine was inside my home, and the other, because there was a crawl space basement in my house too, but and then my mom and dad, there was that old well right outside their kitchen. Oh. Yeah. Don't know if there's anything that, what do they say? Every time for every urban legend or something, there's some truth.
Yeah.
Is that what they say?
Yeah. There's always a little truth in every one of them. Like you'll find something that does have like a real life experience that took place. If you just look hard enough, you'll find it.
Yeah, kind of like with aliens and stuff like that. I mean, you hear all these stories, and then there's all the big, like you said, Hollywood hype about that. But you don't have that many stories without a grain of truth there. So,
the stuff that Stephen King brought up on Tommyknockers, it goes back all the way to H.P. Lovecraft, and he was big on talking about spirits and stuff like that in the woods, and aliens in the woods too. He was he was really into that. All of his writings were fiction, but he did do research. You know what I'm saying? Like he researched his finding, or his what he wanted to make his stories out of. So.
Well, yeah, and I know that because actually it's really funny that you say that. There's an old town, and if you look this up, I swear, Roger, it's just like something out. I've always said this to my family and stuff. I said it's like a town out of a Stephen King movie, and that's what Austin, my son, said. He said, "Well, Mom, he researches that stuff, and that's where he gets it." And it's an old town in Eaton it's just like something out of one of his movies. It's all older buildings, and it's got that creepy feel, and yeah, it is Eaton. You go through there, and it's like Main Street. It's terrible. There's this old courthouse, but yeah, it's like something out of it, and it's like kind of you just as soon as you hit that area there, that town, it's like you go back in time. It's like you're back in just in the old country or something. Yeah. And really funny. And there's a lot of there's Amish and stuff around that area there too, and it's just got that old feel. So yeah, he does do a lot of research on his stuff, and it's right on it. It's right on it.
Okay, so before we get too much, because I do want to be able eventually be able to get you and your son together for an interview, and that's why I've stayed away from the other interviews so that it can be fresh. Okay. So to avoid getting too much into hearing much about his story at this point, I'd like to go on to another part of your story with John that I think is interesting too. We've covered your sister a little bit, but there was an incident that took place in you and your husband's house that consisted of your bedroom where you felt something strange there, and she sensed it as well. That there was something in your...
Yeah, okay, so this story goes back to, we moved to the house, it was in September of 88. So we moved into the house, and we stayed downstairs because, like I said, it was an old farmhouse. They didn't have the upstairs, like the heat wasn't vented up there. So we were going to do some remodeling. Of course, we were young, and we were going to do that stuff. So we were all living downstairs, and our bedroom was off of a hallway. There was a living area, and then the hallway that went to a bathroom, and then our bedroom. And I was pregnant with my daughter, and so my husband went to work one morning, and I went back to sleep. I was trying to go back to sleep, and sometimes he'd just mess with me, like he'd come up behind me and just stand there for a while, or try to scare me sometimes. So anyway, I felt something watching me. And I thought, he must have forgot something and came back in, and now he's just standing there and he's goofing around. He's looking around the doorway at me. That's what it felt like. And so I'm like, but then I got this feeling that it was not a good feeling. And I was like, I don't think he came back. I didn't hear the door, front door shut if he came back in. And so I kind of opened my eyes and there's nothing there. And I thought, I know he didn't come back. So I tried to go back to sleep. And eventually I did because I was just scared. I didn't want to get up. And so I probably did mention it to my husband. I definitely did that night. But he was like, no, I never came back. He said, I don't know what that was. So anyway, we didn't discuss it anymore. We were pretty busy. We had Thanksgiving. So that we'd only been there a month or so, a couple months. And just eating and everything. And my sisters were like, my one sister said, I went to the bathroom and it just feels like there's something weird in the hall there right by your bedroom. And it just, my husband and I looked at each other and we're like, oh my goodness, because we hadn't said anything. And then I told her, I said, that's really strange you said that. And I kind of told her the story. So, and my sisters were twins. I had two sisters that were twins and they were both there. But yeah. So that was, and then also in that room, when we did move upstairs, I was in the closet one day just getting clothes and stuff out there and taking them upstairs. So it's kind of like I was moving. I was taking a lot of stuff out of there. And I had my back to the door, the closet door, and I was in the closet. And I just felt, and it was some kind of creepy spirit. It would like come up on you. Like let's just say you're outside and somebody just runs up on you and you can feel it, They run up behind you. And so I could just feel it. And I was like, oh my God. And nobody was home that day. It was just me. And I think one of my kids, were very small then. And I was like, oh my goodness, it was so intense. It was like it came up behind me. It's like, what are you doing? Like really nosy, kind of thing. And so I kind of shrugged it off and got my stuff out of there. But I noticed any time I would do anything in that room that was like that, like maybe taking books out of the shelves, something major, it seemed like where I was moving out, I would get that feeling. And also we had a computer. We used that room as a computer area, kind of a library office area after we moved upstairs. And you would feel like something, my kids and my husband would always say they felt like someone was watching them when we were on a computer coming up behind you.
Yeah.
So there was definitely a spirit in that, and it was always messing with you in that room.
Now see, that was something that was important right there to hear too, because I know that your sisters felt something and you felt something, but what about your husband? Like, out of all of that, did he feel anything when it came to those weird feelings of being watched?
I think, yeah, especially in that room that was our bedroom. Yeah, he would say it when he was on the computer. He more or less felt things out in his shop. He built a shop there, and so the shop wasn't old. He built a shop to do some work in, and it was big, and it was a shop garage. And he basically would feel things out there more than any place. Of course, he worked out there a lot.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I think he was as open to the paranormal as us and he was kind of a workaholic. But yeah, there was things that happened to him there. One time, we got a bunch of gravel brought into our driveway, and he was out there raking it and straightening it out and stuff. And he said that somebody called his name. They just said, Marty. And he was like, there wasn't anybody there. It was in the middle of the afternoon. He said it scared him half to death. I said, I don't know. This house is haunted. There's something here. Yeah.
Yeah. So, he did feel things, and that makes a big difference right there for me, because that confirms that it wasn't just you and your sisters. Okay.
No, it was all my kids had experiences there.
Well, yeah, I mean your kids too.
And my husband, and then and this was weird too. If you want me to tell it.
Oh, go ahead.
My son, many adults, really, not just kids, thought the house was haunted, because kids have an imagination, and it's a big old farmhouse. So,
yeah.
But this was, my son had his friend over, and his friend was named Cody, and Cody's mother was kind of, she was a little different. She had the red hair. I guess they call it goth. I don't know. I liked her. She was very nice. But she had big tattoos on her chest, and she was kind of into the psychic stuff. So, but anyway, she comes to pick up Cody, and she's sitting in the car with her husband, and Cody was coming out, and I'm talking to her, and she looked right up at my daughter's bedroom, and she said, "There's something in that room, and that's not good." And I was like, "Oh my goodness."
Yeah.
And my daughter did have a lot of experiences in that room, and then I think in Austin, my son did too. That's where they kind of seen these black shadow things on. Yeah, so it was really strange. She said that.
No, this brings me into some situations that I heard you discuss about your daughter and your son. Now, you mentioned in the interview that your daughter has dreams now, like right now. Is that true? And like, how long has it been going on? You know what I mean? Is that's something that I really think that's important to discuss right there.
I believe she's always had the dreams, because I remember when she was a little girl, I bet you she wasn't even 4, maybe 5. We were going to like an amusement park, and she woke up that morning and she was all excited. We're getting ready, and she's like, "Mom, I had this dream about this little boy, and he was at the pool, and his nose was bleeding, and everybody was worried he fell and hit himself, and everybody was scared, and all these people were around him." And I said, "Oh, you just had a bad dream." I said, "You're excited about going." And it happened. It happened. We were all sitting there was a pool there, so we went there in the afternoon. And I was sitting there in the chair, and my kids were swimming, and all of a sudden the lifeguard's getting everybody out of the pool, and there's this little boy and all these people going around, and his nose was bleeding, and I guess he jumped in the pool and hit his nose and hit his head, so they wanted to make sure he was okay. I don't think he was hurt badly or anything. But then my little girl, she didn't tell them. She was like, "Mommy, it's just like my dream." And I was like, "Oh my goodness." So she's very psychic, but she kind of fights it a lot. So she has issues with it. And then again, another dream when she was in college, she woke up and she was eating breakfast with her friends. She was in in the dining area, and this girl came in with this really unique dress, polka dotted dress or something on. And it wasn't like something that was a common design. So she just thought it was a dream. And then she said she was in the eating lunch or breakfast with her friends, and the girl came in with the exact dress on. I said, "Chantel, you do that." She even had a dream she thought had something to do with Sandy Hook or something, because she said, "Mom," she said, because I called her the day it happened, I think, or I don't know how old she was, but we had been discussing it or something. She was like, "Mom, I had a dream where I was in the building, and all these shots and guns were going off, and I was hiding, and it was just like I was there." So but she fights it so much. I think if she would open herself up to it, she'd be full on psychic,
Yeah.
So she has some experiences, yeah.
Now, we come to your son, and like I said, with your interview, I mean, if you can, just don't give me too much information about your actual interview. Okay?
Oh, okay.
But
okay.
There are some things that you mentioned about your son. First of all, now, from what I've got from that interview, he is into spiritualism, but there was a situation that had occurred when he was younger where he mentions Archangel Michael, and you, according to what you said there, he to that point he had no religious upbringing and training of any kind. Like, is that true? Like, he mentioned Archangel Michael, and
and actually that was in our interview with John.
Exactly.
And I could tell the story where that came from.
Yeah.
So I had a car accident, which is kind of paranormal in itself too. I was going to work and I was late and wasn't being careful enough, and I pulled up out of this kind of a hill that comes out onto the highway, and there was a semi coming, and I pulled out basically in front of the semi like some kind of idiot. I was 22, but anyway, so I pulled up and out, and there he was. I mean, I looked and there he was. So I'm like, oh God, I'm gonna die. There's nothing, it happens so fast. And so he's coming at me, and I like ducked down in the seat with my arm over my head and went down in the seat, and then he hit me broadside, and I flipped back up and hit the steering wheel. It cracked just my arm. It cracked a bone, but it wasn't like it was just a break, like a crack. But that's basically all that happened. But anyway, he hits me, and the seat that I was sitting on went out the passenger door. The seat busted. It busted the seat off because he wrapped the car around the truck. Wrapped around the truck. So the seat went out the passenger side, and I'm on the seat. And so I'm just, when I got up out of the wreck, I was standing in the street. So I stood up, and I really felt like I died, because when something like that happens, there's no way. How could I live? So I was standing there, and I felt like I was dead, and I was just watching over it. And then this guy comes running over that had lived down the street from me. He was behind me, and he was asking me if I was all right and stuff. And I was like, well, I must be alive. So, but anyway, I was telling him I was, and he went and called my husband at that time. That was back in the 80s, 82, I think. We didn't have cell phones, so there was actually a phone booth in this little village area there, and he went and called my husband and said, I think your wife's hurt. Not sure how bad, but it looks bad. The accident did. So anyway. But anyway, so they get me and they take me away in the ambulance, and I just had some severe bruising on my left side. I busted my arm, just cracked the bone by the elbow, which considering the accident, I should have been killed. But and then we found out too that the semi truck was carrying 20 tons of steel. It had a roll of steel on it.
Oh my goodness.
And I saw it. I saw it when I got out of the car, but I thought, well, that must not have been very heavy, or it would have just completely went over the car. Well, I found out later it was like 20 tons of steel, but the guy jackknifed the load. He jackknifed it. So he was a very experienced driver, and he busted, he messed up his wrist. So they said he was in the hospital and had some issues, a lot more issues than me, it seemed like, because he drives,
Yeah. Now.
But anyway, back to, okay, you want to ask me something?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I'll wrap it up with that. So back to that, my husband went to the junkyard where my car was, and I wanted to get some stuff out of it. And he went, and I don't know why back then we just didn't take pictures of everything. We didn't have cell phones. I wish he'd taken a picture of it. But anyway, the car's all messed up, and he was getting stuff out of it, and he was looking at it. And he said that he was looking at how the seat had come out. And he said the belt. He said where the belt was, because I had my seatbelt on. He said he was wondering how I didn't get just cut in half, because if the belt holds you and the seat goes, well, what's going to happen, right? So, and he said the seat it didn't look like it was just torn off at the bolt, or the bolt came out. He said it looked like it was just sliced off. He said it must have been like when he hit my door and it wrapped the car around the front of the semi. Maybe something sharp got in there and cut it off like that. But he said it was such a clean slice. So he always thought that was weird. And he said, yeah, he said it's like something cut that off like right at the right time as that seat was going out. And so I forgot to mention to you when it happened and I saw it and I was going down in the seat, I felt, that's why I thought I was dead too, is I felt this presence come over me. It was like a warmth. And I don't know, some people say, oh, that's just trauma. But I swear there was somebody there. And she said to me, it's going to be okay. Everything's going to be all right. And I just relaxed then. And then, you know, next thing I know, I'm out of the car standing there. And I felt like, that's why I felt like, well, I know I died because she was there. It just felt so light and warm. But it's only for a little bit, you know. So I feel like I was a dumbass that day. I'm sorry, I don't know if I could say that, but I was. And my guardian angel had to come down and say, oh my God, what'd she do? We got to take care of this because she has more work to do, is what I was feeling. So anyway, we would talk about the accident occasionally, but not a lot. I mean, by the time I had Austin, it was quite a few years later. I had him in 86. It happened in 82. I mean, so he was about maybe, by the time he's running around talking about stuff, maybe 4. And we were talking about it at Thanksgiving or something. And Austin was over and he's like, you know, Mom, I think it was probably that Archangel Michael. And I'm like, Archangel Michael? What are you talking about, Austin? Yeah. He's like, well, he has that little sword. And he said he probably just went in and sliced that belt right at the right time. Or, you know, and I was like, what? And we're all looking at each other, and I'm like, we don't go to church. We don't read about the Archangel Michael. I don't even know how he knew about it.
Yeah, at the age of 4 especially. See.
Well, even me, I was like, Archangel Michael. I had to look it up. I was like, is that really what that angel does? And it was. So he's kind of a different kid, you know, a little unique. I think if you believe in I never really thought about reincarnation, but if it does exist, he's probably a good example, maybe. So, yeah.
Now, it's completely up to you, but there's like 2 minutes before an hour. If you want to go a little bit over, it's fine with me, because I don't have too many questions left, but I do have some other questions if you'd like to do it, you know.
Okay, we can do that, yeah. And so, anyway, that was the story there about that. And yes, it did actually happen, so...
That was something that I really wanted to ask you, and there was some other things that you hit upon that I was going to ask you too, like the car accident and everything. Now, in your car accident, you said that it felt like it was an out-of-body experience during the accident.
I don't know if I would say that. I mean... Like I said, I would say more. I just felt like a presence was there.
Yeah.
And then I heard that voice, and people were like, well, did you hear? I heard it in my head. It wasn't like, you know, but that they were telling me it was going to be all right. And it was a she, I always say, because the voice was a woman's voice. So I would say more like I didn't feel an out-of-body experience. I felt a presence and a very strong, warm presence. And that's why like I said, when I ended up, after it was all said and done, I was like, well, I know the angel, or I talked to an angel or something, and I'm gone. I'm dead. I'm just over here, you know, just looking at everything. I'm out of my body looking at everything. That's how I felt there. But I know, I just think that was shock, right?
And, you never know. You never know.
Well, I wasn't hurt that badly, though. I think, don't you have, mostly out-of-body experiences, don't you have to be hurt pretty bad? Although you are traumatized mentally.
There's people on the surgery table that's having out-of-body experiences. Literally in surgery and looking down on themselves being operated on.
Yeah, see, I always felt like that was with, like, if you were hurt really badly or, but in my case, I was standing there. I was very alive. I was banged up, traumatized though, traumatized mentally. I mean,
Now,
I could have had a short little out of body thing, maybe just from the trauma, but I just feel like I was just shocked, and I think also feeling that is why I felt like I had passed on.
and see, the feelings is what I'm catching into. Like, when you spoke of the female presence, now let me kind of get that straight. Now, you heard a female president. You didn't see one, right? You just heard.
No, there's no way I could have, because I was in the accident. So I was, like, I even remember when it was. I saw the truck, looked to my side and saw the truck. I put my hand over my head, my eyes, and I went down in the seat. It's just like a flex, there's this truck coming, so I'm going over to my left, or to my right, with my left hand over my eyes, and I went down in the seat, and then he hit me, and the impact slammed me back, my arm back into the steering wheel, which broke my arm. And that was when I felt it. Right at that time. It was right at that time. So I couldn't have seen anything because I was right in the middle of all that. But I knew, I heard them say, because I said, "Oh my God," and I remember saying that and doing that, and then I remember just feeling like, oh, her saying it's all right, everything's gonna be all right, and just like a light. So I don't know. Maybe that's something that people that have out of body experience.
You did just say you saw a light, right?
Well, no, I didn't see anything, like I said, because I was like in the middle of all that like reaction of the accident. So no, I felt it. I just felt it. Like if you go out and you just feel like a sunny day and it's real sunny, you just a bright feeling, a warm feeling.
Yeah.
But I did not see anything. No, I didn't. I just.
Okay. Now, like your perception, like your perception right there. Okay. Now, are you telling me that everything was like bright in your sight? Like when you looked around, everything was lit up and real bright around you. Like a bright sunny day, overpowering sunlight kind of thing.
Oh, like when I felt that?
Yeah.
I would say it's more like when you walk up to a fireplace and you feel the warmth. I felt warm.
Okay.
Felt a light, like, because I was so terrified. I think it felt light, especially after I heard her say that to me. I was like, I just let it go. The fear. I was like, I just felt like I was going to be okay, and and I was. So sounds pretty good. I mean, that actually helps me out on a lot of the stuff that I was thinking. So now, and I remember talking, like, listening to one of your interviews. Didn't you have an experience where you almost died, or you thought you did?
I had one. It was back when I was, I'd say, 13. It was just before 13, actually, when we first moved to Arizona. It was, I almost drowned in a canal, because even though my mom and dad told me not to ever go over there, you know how a 12-year-old kid is. He has to build a raft out of a tire and what do they call those, the wood thing the planks and a plank. Yeah. I tied it together. I was going to get on that canal and right down it like friggin' up in,
Right.
But apparently I didn't have the experience to actually stand on something like that, so it slipped out from underneath me, and there I was, stuck in this canal. and the way it's shaped on the sides, it's at an angle to where it's really, really hard to get up out of there if you're short. And I was like maybe 5 foot back then. If I was like 5'4", 5'5".
Right.
And I couldn't barely freaking climb up it. I had to grab like a crack in the side of the cement and like grab each inch of it and just kind of barely scale myself up it. And by the time I got up there, or the whole time, I was thinking that I was dead. I was like, this is the end for me, you know.
And that's what I was talking about. I think that maybe that's part of the trauma. Mm-hmm. Because I remember talking to John about that about your interview. I said he had the same feeling, one of the same feelings I had when I had my car wreck. Mm-hmm. I really related to that when you said that.
Now, right there, the best way I can explain that is, for me, those are moments of clarity. They're also spiritual experiences. You have epiphanies, okay? And they're usually triggered by some kind of incident. And like me and yours would be a near-death experience. You see what I mean? And a lot of people experience that, but the only thing is they forget it and they move on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they're there. They're real. But your mind tries to shut it off and say that wasn't real. That was just feelings. Blah blah blah. Move on. You know.
Oh.
So.
Okay.
I have a different opinion about the conscious and the subconscious than what a lot of people have. A lot of people don't believe the idea that your mind lies to yourself constantly, and you have to keep check on it, because if you allow it to continue, it'll lead you in a direction that's not positive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a tricky thing, and especially as a woman, I always have been told, listen to your intuitions. Mm-hmm. It's called Power. There's a book out there about it. It's called The Power of Fear. Mm-hmm. And as women, we do it all the time. We'll talk ourselves out of something. Like maybe somebody seems off to us, and we'll say, oh, we're overreacting. Because we've been told that a lot. Or we are in a dangerous situation, and we'll say, oh, we're just overreacting. We've been watching too many crime shows or something. But I listen to it always. Yeah.
That's good to hear, because, well, let me finish up with these last questions before I start getting into that, because I just trust me. I'm glad that you're following up on your intuition. That's a good thing. Okay.
Yeah. And it's not just women, but I just don't think men are talked out of it quite as much, because a lot of people act like women are hysterical sometimes, and maybe sometimes we are. I mean, so yeah, we're just face it, we're more emotional. So I think that's why we do that. We're like, oh, we're just overreacting. So okay.
Well, that brings me to a couple other questions, because you also mentioned some stuff in there that kind of gets a little bit deeper, and that's what I really wanted to get into, because this pertains basically to you in particular. This might include your kids, might include your sisters and your mom and everything, but more it's focused on you. Okay?
Yeah.
So right in your interview, you said that you could sense that somebody was watching you. You could also tell that something wasn't right, and that people were going to die, and their aura, basically. You were mentioning that, but then
what?
Their aura, and you guys were
happened a few times. Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. Go on.
You guys were discussing that, and then you brought up a topic about a man who freaked you out when you was younger working on a job, and he just felt weird about you, and he ended up being or committing a triple homicide.
Yeah, and actually, you can look him up today. He's still in prison. He didn't get the death. He had the death penalty, but then they took it away. So now he's got life. Rhett Depue's his name. But
go ahead and if you want to, you don't have to, but just like the day that you seen him and like the feelings that you had when you was around him and he approached you and stuff. Could you share that with everybody and let us?
Sure. Now, I was really young then. I was probably about 18. I was working at a fast food restaurant, and he used to come in, this guy, Rhett Depue, he'd come in with a couple other workers from Miami University, because like I said, everybody around there almost worked there. Come in, they were on a trucking crew, and he was the sweetest guy. I mean, he was with the other two guys. They'd always cut up and stuff, but nothing out of the way, nothing bad. They just were fun, you know, and they'd get their food and they'd cut up and all, and they always were joking with me and some of the other ladies. Girls, we were pretty much girls, and I never felt anything off about him. I really didn't. But I guess he was probably in his 30s. Like I said, I was 18 and I was married at the time, but I didn't feel like he liked me romantically, but I guess he was wanting to ask me out. So unbeknownst to me, this other lady that had waited on him, this other girl that I knew, he told her that he wanted her to tell me and ask me out, kind of thing. And she asked me, and I said, no, I've never ever. Why would I do that? First off, he knows I'm married. I got a wedding band on, and I said, I just, I don't think of him like that. He's older. So anyway, she did something. I don't know. He pulled up to the drive-thru, and I waited on him that day. And he wasn't with those other two guys that day. He was by himself. And I think he was pretty excited because he had me by myself kind of at the drive-thru there. Mm-hmm. And he was like, well, did Robin talk to you about what I asked her? And I was like, yeah, but I'm sorry. I'm married and, and I was nice. I wasn't mean. And I swear, Roger, I mean, I remember it to this day. It's like, like you're sitting in a room and a cold breeze comes in. Mm-hmm. It's just like something in his eyes changed. And he just, and it was just maybe for only a few minutes. And he don't remember exactly what he said, but because I was so scared. And anyway, I got to give him his food and he took off. And I told my friend, I said, don't ever even discuss me anymore. I said, he just come me out. So, I think after that, he still came in with the two guys. And usually when he'd come in with them, he seemed to have a different energy. It's kind of funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
Irritated him. And maybe I always thought it was because he was with them, but he was always still kind of cutting up. Mm-hmm. So anyway, it's probably a couple years later, and I got the job at Miami, and then it was around Thanksgiving, and there was this triple homicide outside of Oxford. This woman and her daughters, and there's a baby in the house, and somebody took the baby outside, and then they had set the house on fire, so the baby was alive. And they couldn't figure out who it was, and they running around in this small town, and I guess they thought there was a woman involved because the baby wasn't left in that house. And I guess they did find a woman that was his girlfriend or something. And it was Rhett Depue. It was that guy that had done that to me. That house, he had lived there in the basement. I guess he was renting there. And he came back to get some stuff, and there was an altercation with the mother, and then he said that the girls were screaming, and it just triggered him, and he just went crazy. Yeah. But he came there with a knife. So anyway, he stabs I think it was a 7-year-old and a 12-year-old and the mother. Oh and the God. One, and this is even weirder too, because the man that was on the life squad was my boss at the time. He did volunteer work. And he said the little girl, the 7-year-old, that he said they had her on the car hood. She has so many stab wounds in her, but she was still alive. And they wrapped her up in sheets and they were trying to stop the bleeding. And after that, a lot of the firemen and stuff on the scene had to go to the counseling, because in a small town like that, you don't have anything happen like that. So, yeah. And then they had this big trial. And like I said, he got the death penalty, but then they took that away. So now he's got life.
And you said the man worked for Miami College?
In Miami University, he worked at. He was working the physical facilities area where they maybe move furniture. I think, but
I do still find that kind of odd, though. I mean, because Miami University was affiliated at least with that Oxford College in some way, And,
yeah.
Like a lot of the stuff you're talking about relates back to Miami University or the Oxford College. It just,
well, yeah. I don't know it. At that time, if Oxford College was still part of the university. I know he probably had been in that building. They take if they're on trucking, they take move offices and move furniture and things like that all day.
Mm-hmm. So far, I've heard about a boy disappearing and a guy who worked there turning into a mass murderer. So
psychopath, right?
I mean,
right.
It's pretty interesting. I mean, I came into this interview not expecting stuff like that, to be honest.
Well,
it's pretty good.
It's interesting that you're talking about that, because the university itself, it has that feel like there's a lot of history. I always thought it was because there's a lot of history and it's older. It could be something to do with the land and the university's on. Mm-hmm. I don't know. We moved when I was working in office. We moved from an older building, which we all loved, to a new building they had built, and the new building just had an odd energy. I never liked that building, and everybody else told me that.
That could also go back to the land, like I was talking about before, with like how you were talking about the water well.
Yeah.
And like there could be something with the land instead of the building. A lot of people who are into the paranormal get caught up in the building and they don't realize that maybe it's the land underneath it.
I think it is the land underneath it very much, because it goes back to where my husband built the brand new shop, and at our old house. Mm-hmm. And that brand new shop was just as haunted as the rest of the house, and the house was older. So yeah, I think it is the land.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, you also mentioned something too that I really wanted to cover, and this one, the triple homicide, was interesting, don't get me wrong, but you also said something about a neighbor dying, and you actually thought of your neighbor dying before it had happened.
There were 2 incidents, and this is weird because it was like there was just a short period where I was like that, because like I said, my own husband passed away and I didn't pick up on it. But this neighbor, we had an older neighbor at the time. We had just moved there, and he was so helpful and so sweet. He would always come down and like mow for us if we went on vacation, and he would just he'd come down with garden stuff. So this is where I'll tell about this. So a lot of times he'd, on his way out away from his house, go back to his house, going someplace, he'd bring us like tomatoes and corn and stuff. And so one day, it's in the afternoon, he pulled in the driveway and he said, "Here, I got a bag of corn and all this stuff." He was so sweet. I love that man. So he comes in. He's like, "Here, I brought this for you." And he's just standing by his car, getting ready to get back in his car, and he's talking to me. And I didn't know him real well, but I suppose he was about in his 50s then. And he was looked like he was in pretty good shape. Didn't look like he was unhealthy. So I'm talking to him about something random, and this thought just came into my head is, he's going to die. And I was like, what in the world? Where did that come from? That's so weird. So I just kind of flipped that off, And so we talked, and he left. And the next week, I think I was talking to this other neighbor. He wasn't so nice. He was always nosy and stuff. I didn't like him too well. But he was either talking to me or my husband, because it's been so long ago. But he told us that the man, the one that brought me the corn and stuff, his name was Earl. He said, Earl passed away. Did you guys know that? And we were like, no. And he's like, yeah, he was he was at the hospital because his wife was going to have a surgery on her knee. So he was in the hospital, and he just fell over as she was getting ready to go down for surgery. They whisked him down to emergency. Well, he had his aorta burst, and they couldn't save him.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God. And he's like, yeah, and it's so sudden, and he's young. And I was like, and it only been a week before that I had that feeling. Mm-hmm. So that freaked me out a lot. And then, what was the other one? Oh, there was another neighbor. He was sick with cancer. And I didn't know him. We lived on this little back road. There was probably about 5 houses there. But you still weren't real close with some of your neighbors. You just know them, Mm-hmm. So I knew this guy, and he'd drive by and wave. And occasionally I think he talked to my husband, but not much. So, again, the nosy neighbor, the one I didn't like, he was always telling us stuff. So he tells my husband, he's like, yeah, that your next door neighbor there, he retired, and he's pretty young, and he was so nosy. He said he didn't get health insurance though because he's so young, so I guess he's got a pretty good pension or something. Mm-hmm. So anyway, that's all we knew and all we heard. We didn't care. And then the nosy neighbor told my husband, he said, bet he wishes he got that health care because he's got cancer. And I was like, gosh. And, he told my husband a couple times, he said, yeah, that guy's cancer's pretty bad. He's got leukemia and blah, blah, blah. So, time goes on, and I would see the guy with cancer. I'd wave at him. His name was Doug. I'd wave at him and stuff. But I never thought too much about him. I didn't know him. Mm-hmm. As time went on, I got to thinking, he must have got better because it'd been over 6 months. It might have been a year. Mm-hmm. And I was thinking, well, he's probably getting better, but I never thought about him much. You're busy. And one night I got up, go to the bathroom or something, and it just hit me. I thought, that Doug guy's dead. He's just dead. It was just like this stupid thought, comes in out of nowhere, mm-hmm. kind of like a matter-of-fact thought. Oh, well, that's silly. So anyway, go back to sleep. Here we go. A couple days later again, the old nosy neighbor stopped talking to my husband because he's got to tell everybody everything. Mm-hmm. Told me that guy, he told my husband that he had passed away from the cancer. And it was the very night that I had that feeling.
Now see, right there, I don't know if you realize that you do that, because when you woke up, you said you had the thought, and then right there you said feeling. You see what I mean? So that's very important to understand if it was a thought or a feeling or both.
Well, I would say it's both. You get the thought comes in your head, and then the feeling, I don't know, comes together a little bit. And then you have a tendency to do is maybe dismiss it as, who knows, but yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe psychics and stuff have an ability to recognize it and go a little further with it. I've never felt like I was psychic or anything. There's something I've been doing lately, and it's really strong in the last couple months, and I've done it before, but it just kind of comes and goes, and I don't know if you've ever done this, I'll mention somebody, like I mentioned somebody to my boyfriend and we work together. I mentioned this guy, and this guy is retired and lives out of town. So my boyfriend goes out to lunch with his old buddies, and he said, "You'll never believe who I saw." And I was like, "Who?" And he's like, "The guy we were just talking about." And I was like, "You're kidding! What was he doing up there in Oxford?" And he's like, "I don't know, but he said I saw him at lunch." And like the other night, I think I was playing cards with some people, and I mentioned Snoop Dogg, and it wasn't 2 minutes that there was a commercial with him on. But don't. It's so freaky because I've been doing it so much. I'll mention somebody, it'll just be a random topic, that something from the 80s, and then you'll see it on all of a sudden I'll see a commercial. It's just weird. I don't know why I'm doing that. Something's opened something up, or or I'm just feeling more stuff.
Well, we're getting pretty close to the end of my questions, and I'll talk a little bit about that with you, because I do have, like, even in this interview, it kind of opened up a couple things to me. So, but we can talk about it, because it's actually a lot more interesting than what I thought it was. So,
okay.
But you were talking about that, and with me right now, I try to stay away from, like, showing too much of my experiences on that, and John kind of gets nervous about that. You know what I mean? So, but there's a reason why I do that,
Well, people are skeptics.
Well, it's not really being a skeptic. It's if you want somebody to be valid, then it's best that they don't really know what's going on with you. So, like, say if I give somebody who's claiming to be a person who can tell the future or read into somebody's life, if I tell them something about myself, then that kind of influences them, and it gives them information that they can actually use, to kind of come up with a bad story, you know what I'm saying? Or it could also influence their way of determining something. Like, when paranormal researchers go out to do their research, when they go there, if they have something that happens, they don't go to another person and tell them what happened. They just want them to go and look at it too, without knowing what the first person saw.
Yeah, so it doesn't influence their readings. Yes. You
see what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
That's kind of the reason why I don't do that, So I can actually, like, it's good to tell people your story, don't get me wrong, but
right.
Like, when you're actually doing research and stuff like that, there's a time when you can do it and a time when you shouldn't,
Definitely. Yeah. In my case, I'm just like, well, I don't feel like I'm psychic at all. I just feel like I'm open to some stuff and it happens. But yeah, in your situation, you have to be a little more guarded. But
he gets so nervous about it. He thinks I'm a doubter. Like, I don't. I've been around him for like freaking 10, 12 years, somewhere around that area. Like, if I'm a doubter, man, why the heck am I still here? You know what I mean? It's like, I love the crap out of John, dude.
No, you seem open to a lot of things to me, but I don't know. But, yeah.
Well, he gets upset because I don't open up with him. See, it's like that's the thing. John wants me to be open up and talk a lot of good spiritual stuff, and I just,
good, yeah.
And I just don't do it with him. I guess I should, but I don't. So.
Well, it's however you feel and what you've experienced and how you feel about it too. But yeah, and everybody has a different perspective. And I'm very guarded with my paranormal stories, like my boyfriend, I don't talk to him a lot about it because I don't think he believes a lot of it, or sometimes I think he thinks it's coincidental. Yet he's pretty spiritual. Like when we see cardinals and stuff, he always thinks it's his mother, and he's more on Christian spirituals than more, I think, paranormal. He doesn't like to dabble in it a lot, although he knows there's some stuff that he can't explain. Right. But I'm guarded because there's a lot of stories I haven't told him. There's a few I've told him, of course, about the accident and things, but you're just more guarded about things like that because people are so mean. There's been a paranormal groups I was on Facebook, and I just got out of them because it's like people just get on there to make fun of people. I'm like, well, why are you even on here to hurt somebody's feelings? If you don't believe it and you think it's a bunch of crap, just go on. But that the whole idea is that people can share their experiences and not be judged.
No, I'll promise you that I will never be that way towards you or anybody at all. Okay, and just because I don't say a lot of stuff when it comes to that, don't think that I believe or disbelieve. I'm just
no, and I never feel that way with John because he's pretty open with a lot of stuff. So yeah,
he's the guy I go to like whenever somebody wants to have like a spiritual interview, because I think he can do a better job when it comes to the spiritual side. Like right here, like if you notice the difference, I'm not getting into the spiritual stuff. I'm asking you like direct questions and stuff, and that's where I'm good at, Whereas he can sit and he can talk to you about spiritual stuff and relate to you on those levels, which I think is good. I think that's really good. Yeah, and I mean, and also, like, when my son, you don't want to go too much into it, but my son was like, I didn't talk too much about religion or anything. I was like, no, but you kind of worry about talking about that because he's like, I know a lot of people don't like to go there. Mm-hmm. No, it's like, you just need to talk about your experiences and how you. He's pretty fine with me on talking about it. Like, if he wants to talk about it, bring it up. I've got another guy that I'm hoping I can get on for an interview, and he said that he's seen the devil since he was 4 years old. Like, literally had seen Satan all that time, And I believe some of that stuff, yeah. So I mean, with me and the guy I'm talking about, he's very religious, and I have no disrespect towards him when it comes to religion at all whatsoever. Yeah. The funny part about my son is he wasn't raised. I never took him to. We never went to church, not organized religion. Not that I don't believe, but I just am not into organized religion. And like I said, with that archangel thing, I don't even know where that came from. So, but my son's very spiritual now and he knows a lot about it. Mm-hmm. And I don't even know how, because I'm like, you never set foot in an organized, he's went to church a couple times with friends maybe. That's about it. So that's interesting too. But now, I was wanting to talk about the top hat guy, but if you don't mind, maybe we can hold it off later and maybe do an interview with you and your son at some time if he wants to do it, and we can talk about the top hat guy. Okay, yeah, either way, whatever you want to do, it's up to you. Because I do believe that's an interesting story too, but we're at an hour and a half. Yeah. I'm sure you got stuff to do. It's getting time. Back to kind of, I know I did discuss this, and I know it's not a question you're asking, but I did tell John I feel like there's kind of something around me sometimes that maybe protects me. Mm-hmm. I don't know if they're guardian angels. A lot of people say you have them, but obviously some people don't because terrible things happen. But if you want, I can give you my feedback now, my observations on what I'm seeing. Okay. And it's up to you. I don't, and I could be wrong on it, which I'm pretty sure there's a good chance there's a lot of it that I am wrong about, but it's just what I'm seeing, okay?
Okay.
Now, first of all, I believe that there is something more that's going on other than just seeing ghosts and stuff like that.
I've actually seen a ghost. The only thing I've ever seen is the top of my hand. Oh, sorry, go on.
But the reason why I say that is well, I could be wrong here. This is the big part that I'm wrong. I feel that like there's a part of you that knows what's happening, but at the same time, there's a part of you that's saying what's going on here. You know what I mean? Like you understand that there is something going on, but you really don't know the full explanation for why it's happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the one thing I do see. Another thing that I see is there's something that was going on with your mother because she had seen that spirit. Then it went on to you and your sisters.
Yeah.
And eventually your daughter started having dreams and your son got into spiritualism. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a connection there, and it's not just with you, it's generations. Okay?
Okay.
That's one thing to look at. Now, with you, I believe, or with all of you, I believe that you guys have a certain gift that's been handed to you, and you're, it's a raw ability. You know what I'm saying? It hasn't been disciplined, and you haven't been able to actually, bring it under control to where you could actually, understand how to hold it at bay, or put it in check when it needs to be done.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like when you were talking with him about poltergeist activities, there is a chance that it could have been poltergeist activities because you're a female, and
yeah.
I don't know how much you know about poltergeist, but like
I don't, and I do believe like my son's wife has it, and she even thinks so too. She's got some weird things around her. Yeah.
Now, poltergeist activity usually occurs with young girls, especially because as far as I'm going to go is they have different moods and things like that with concerns to being female than what boys do, and that's as far as I'm going to take that. But,
okay.
But that is what attracts most poltergeists to young girls, and that's what's basically been said about it, and so right there is a chance that's a good chance that poltergeist is involved in there. But like I said, I'm starting to believe that maybe you guys have something going on that's a gift where you see things that ordinary people who don't have that gift don't see it.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to maybe my guardedness with co-workers or friends. There's only certain people that I share things with because they look at me like, well, that's never happened to me. I thought it was always something that kind of happened to people on and off, and that they would understand, but I know they don't. So I'm more like talking to you or John, and I'm not, like I said, always my son and my daughter. Even she kind of looks at us like, oh, I think she denies it a lot because she's the one that has the most psychic, she has more abilities than both of us. But
it's like with your feelings and your thoughts. Okay.
Yeah.
You're talking about intuition. That's important for you. Okay. Because you're talking feelings. You're talking thoughts. You're not talking auras, and which you did mention it, don't get me wrong, but you're not talking it, you know what I mean? It's, and in the conversation, the reason why I say it could be because of these abilities or this gift is because, like, when John asked you if you think it's premonition, both of you actually kind of said, well, you know, I don't really know for sure if it's real or not, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If it was a premonition and it wasn't something that was from you, then you would naturally say, well, it has to be something outside of me, you know what I mean? So yeah, it would make sense that it's a poltergeist, but you didn't, you know what I mean?
Right. And you know, my husband, this is weird, I just remembered this, his aunt, his aunt, she told, Marty was telling her, my husband who's deceased, he was telling her some stuff that had happened out of the old house. And she told him, she said, and with our daughter in one of her dreams, she said, oh, so Chantel's like my aunt was. And he's like, what? And she was like, yeah, she knew when things were going to happen, and she was like that too. So I think it's on both sides of our family.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be.
And, but yeah.
So I mean, for me, it could be poltergeist. Don't get me wrong, but it could also be something that's with you. Like it's connected to you. You know what I mean? And it's probably a gift or a curse, whichever way you want to make it. And
I think in many ways it's a gift. But the problem is with some things that, like premonitions or dreams, you don't know what's going to happen until it happens. Like you don't know how to channel it and say, oh, this dream was something I definitely need to pay attention to. And things like that, you know, because like you said, it's kind of
another thing. Like in this interview, the new stuff that crossed my mind is, like, you mentioned the water well, okay, and then we started talking and we started finding out more things that involve nature, you know what I mean, involve the land, the garage, then the water wells, stuff like that. So you've got something going on there that consists of nature.
Definitely, I think where our old house was, like I think you heard me talk in one of the interviews about the Indian artifacts and stuff. There's something with that land, and there's a lot of stuff going on there. And there is one other little thing I can tell you when I was talking about how I always felt like something's watching over me. Silly things like this happened to me. We had a dog, and I mean, she was a rescue, so she was pretty aggressive. I had to watch her. Sometimes she'd try to, bite the garbage men, and I mean, she could be aggressive. She was a boxer pit mix. And we had a neighbor guy, and he was kind of cocky, this younger guy, and he was out doing something in his yard one day. And I'm telling you, if something happened, you know those kind of people, you're going to have a lot of issues. So my dog bit him, there would be a lot of issues, just trust me. So anyway, she gets out the door, and I mean, she is flying out there towards him. And like, she has to go across the road. She has to go down our yard, which wasn't maybe a half acre. She's going to go down our yard, go across the road, and get over into his yard. And she's flying, and I'm like, oh Jesus, because she'd never bit anybody, but I knew if she did bite him, it could be bad. And didn't like him anyway. So she's flying out the door, and it had snowed, and so we had quite a bit of snow. And there's a ditch, but our yard, a ditch, and the road. So I'm running at her, and I'm not making any leadway. She's flying, and I'm like, oh my God, she's gonna bite him. And so she starts to jump over to, like, going to the road, and she fell. This is literally what happened. She fell into a snowdrift that was about, in that ditch, and it covered her up, and it made it so I could get to her in time. And he's standing there, like my neighbor's standing there looking like, she better not come over here. Like, oh my God. And I was like, I got her and got her back to the house. And I was telling my husband, I said, I can absolutely not believe that just happened. I said, because she was going to bite him and she was going to hurt him. And I said, we would have all kinds of issues with her, and him, because he's kind of like that. And he's like, yeah, he said, I've never seen anything like that. And she just went down in that drift. And she was coming and she couldn't go. And I got her. And I was like, that had to be a divine intervention. But stuff like that doesn't happen to me every now and then, Roger.
Well, that's the way these things happen. It's every once in a while sometimes. I mean, like what was the name of that one where the girl, she had the antique shop. I forgot the name.
Oh,
of
yeah.
it. It doesn't happen like that, you know what I mean? Or Ghost Whisperer, I think is what it
was.
Yeah. That's not how all this stuff works, you know what I mean? Like, the things that are happening, I believe, are things that are being presented to you that you're trying to comprehend, and fully comprehend. You have an idea of what's going on, but first of all, the guy Depew and the stuff that happened in the college, I don't think that's directly related to you. I just think that something happened that's your family has somehow stumbled onto, and that's something to maybe kind of look into.
Okay.
I wouldn't walk away from that too much, because that sounds like not only you but your mom kind of saw something there. There's just too many incidents that you've said in this interview that's kind of like that, you know what I mean? And the way that you presented yourself so far tells me that you're being, authentic, because of the fact that there's still questions that you've got, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
And that right there, that verifies to me that you're authentic about what you're saying, you know what I mean? So
yeah,
that's a big deal,
right.
So
I also, before we wrap it up, and this is probably a topic for another time, but back to the maybe something looking out for me occasionally when I need help, and especially we have synchronicities with numbers. 1111. Actually, there's a story I'll tell you another time about my husband and him passing away in that number. But yesterday, we had to put our dog down, and so my son went with me, and we always have 1111 pop up or something, and I kind of wanted my dog. I know it's silly, but I told him to let me know that he was okay. So anyway, we ended up going up there to the vet about 2:00, and they hooked him all up and gave him his medicine. And then I was talking to my son, and he said, yeah, I just texted my wife. And I was like, I got to looking at my phone, and I said, what time was that? And he said, I told her when they put the needle in. I said, what time was it when you texted her? He said 2:11. And he's like, oh my God, 2:11. And I said, well, maybe that's our sign.
Could be.
We have a lot. I don't know if you've ever talked to people about numbers and not just numbers. It's synchronicity songs and stuff like that.
I just had a interview or a round table with a group that's into Plato in the forms, and there's a guy in history, I don't know if you know of him, his name's Pythagoras.
Yeah, I've heard a little bit, not a lot. Yeah.
Now Pythagoras, it's been said that he was reborn over and over again through time, and he actually was able to do it, and he had a math equation that consisted of numbers, and that's what a lot of people come into, like if there's numbers that represent marriage and things like that, you know what I mean? So
this is weird, but like I said, these are stories I haven't even told John, because I was going to hit upon it in another interview. About around my husband's death. We found out, he got sick pretty quick and he died within a month. He had cancer. So they were going in and out trying to figure out what was wrong with him, and maybe trying to do chemo, but he was getting worse and worse. So anyway, he got put into ICU on our anniversary, which was weird. I mean, yeah, they put him in ICU. He was struggling. I had went home and they called me and they said, oh, he's not breathing, so we're going to put him in ICU. So I go down there. Not only is it our anniversary, we got married on my birthday. So I'm down there, which that's kind of weird, but, it happens. So then his respiratory therapist came in that morning, and he looked at me and he said, I'm glad you're here, because... And he wasn't real kind. His bedside manner, I think he was kind of shocked. But he was like, and my husband's sitting there. He's like, because chemo's off the table, and I've never seen x-rays like this. And he showed us the x-rays. So basically, his lungs are full of nasty, cancers and stuff. So we find out on our anniversary and my birthday that my husband's going to die. So what's the likelihood of that? I always thought that was so strange. Yeah, my husband's like, oh my God.
Yeah. No.
So even happen, stuff like that. You look at that.
I do get into the numerologies and stuff, but I haven't really talked.
Another thing, I think. Yeah.
No,
So
I think we should come back sometime, and we can talk about that when we talk about the guy with the top hat.
Okay, that's good.
That'd be good.
Yeah. So if you got any other questions or anything, I'm pretty much ready. I guess we should wrap it up, huh?
Yeah. This was an excellent interview. That's the one thing I do have to say. No. Before we go, though, do you have any plugs that you want to put out there? Let people contact you. It doesn't matter if you don't. I just figured I'd ask you if you.
No, I mean they can get me through Discord, can't they? Can they?
Yeah, they can get you through here on Wonderful World of Weirdness.
Yeah, and what's it under, like summer? Yeah.
You're just in the members. All they got to do is come in. And they can tag you, and it'll give you a message that somebody wants to talk to you. So
yeah, so that'll work. Anybody who wants to discuss anything, and like I said, there's probably people out there that think I'm crazy, but
well, don't worry about it. You know what I mean? You at least you have the courage to stand up and tell your story. And
yeah, I'm never usually worried too much about what people think. I've always kind of followed my own thing. So, yeah, it's been a great interview, and it's nice when I talk to you and John. How many things I remember that I've forgotten too. Yeah. Kind of stuff things. So that's always a good thing. So yeah,
it was just as good for me having the conversation too, because I really did enjoy this, and you're always welcome to come back and talk, and tell your son he's welcome to. Heck, if your daughter even wants to come on, any of you guys, and just talk about it.
I know you. I think you reached out to Austin, and he's going to be off for quite a few days after this week. So I think he's wanting to get together with you to interview. I told him, I said, well, then definitely contact him, and he can talk to you on his own. And he's pretty
before
interested.
We get off, though, kind of give me some feedback. Am I okay with the way I gave it that review on your story and everything? Was that?
Yeah, that's very interesting. And it's so funny that I guess kind of like when you're in the middle of something, or it just life, that you don't put things together. But it's funny how you said John put that together with my family. I really wasn't putting it together. I kind of thought, oh, my kids might be a little bit that way because I am. But I never thought about my mom, my mother. And then I forgot about Marty's, my deceased husband's aunt. So there's definitely some stuff in the family, I believe.
Just some stuff to look at, and like I said, I could be wrong. I usually am most of the time. But
I don't think so. It's clear. It's it's brought some clarity to that. I just never thought about that. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, definitely. I love the feedback. That's good. And John told me that he thought I was a healer, but I don't know about that one. So.
Yeah.
Because everybody, I seriously to God, everybody around me this year has been sick, and even my dog and my daughter had a premature baby. I mean, it's like everybody around me's having health issues. So, and no matter if I try to heal them, doesn't seem like it's helping. So, yeah, that's for another topic too. But
just try to keep an open mind, and you'll be okay, and you'll figure it out. You know what I mean? Stay close to people that are like-minded and have experienced these things too, because they can help you as well.
Yeah, I think you guys are helping me a lot. But like I said, it's kind of weird since I talked. Actually, that's weird too. It's kind of been since I talked to John that I'm having, like I said, I'll mention something and it'll happen. And what do they call that? Is that synchronicities?
It's premonitions.
I guess.
You're having,
but it's been so terribly strong. I'm like, is something shifted? Something shifted.
You're becoming aware. You had senses that something, someone was watching you. Something wasn't right. People were going to die, and you'll get more familiar with it and start recognizing it.
Well, see, now I always felt like, but we, go back to that. I thought that was more like the guardian angels, watching me.
Yeah, I know.
A little, but maybe it's a little bit of both.
It could be. I mean, there's no end-all answer to everything. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, I think we all do silly things, or we do things that we shouldn't have. Like, I shouldn't have pulled out in front of a truck, or when you were younger, you probably shouldn't have went down there to swim. But so I think there's times that I call them light workers. They have to come and help us if we have more work to do on this earth. If we don't, then of course we leave. Mm-hmm. So I feel like sometimes we have to have a little help.
Yep. So,
okay. Well, it's been great talking to you, Roger. Yeah, and I like the format that you have. I think it's real good.
I appreciate that. And
the feedback.
Hey, I'm glad that you didn't get mad at me.
No, why would I get mad?
I'm just, that's the best way to answer that. I'm just glad you didn't get mad at me.
I don't know. I wasn't offended in any way, so.
Good.
Yeah.
That means I did good.
Yes, it's wonderful. Yeah, and it's brought to light some things for me to think about and put together. Okay, well, it's been nice, and I'll get off of here, and you have a good day. So
too.
Where'd you? Illinois?
Yeah, Illinois. Yep, that's me.
Okay. Were you born there?
I was born in Wisconsin. Me and my little sister and my older brother and my older sister were born here.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, we're kind of stuck. Once the family starts having babies in that region, they seem to stay there for hundreds of years.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're doing in Ohio here. So.
So I'll go ahead and end this, and I'd like to say thank you again, and I hope you have a good day, all right?
Okay, thank you, Roger. I enjoyed this. Bye.
You too.
All right, so who's talking that shit?
So that would be me, brother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No. Go on, Kip. Thanks, Kip. So basically, these guys said that you got only an hour because you got a waifu, you got a lady friend, and I said, so basically you're saying he's whipped. It's like, no, you said that, and I said, hell yeah, I said that. Bro, you whipped.
Yeah. Tell him again.
Oh, he's gonna get mad at you.
When you don't see your partner for the entire week, you know, when you find out that you could see them a little bit sooner on the day you're supposed to see them, you'll make time to go see them. So
well,
I know it's a matter of being whipped or a matter of just wanting to see someone you care about a lot.
Yeah, it's like a whip.
Gemini.
Well, this is the thing, you see, guys. What you got to understand is nobody loves me, so I don't have anyone to see.
I feel that.
Okay,
Well,
so
don't let Proxy think that that applies to everyone that you know.
okay, so before we get in further into that, I want to introduce everybody to RJ, Casual Hardcore Gamer. It's been a long time since we've been able to get a chance to get you in here, because I remember you were one of the first ones that I wanted you in here, and I couldn't get you in here, and I'm glad that you're here, because without you in here, it just wouldn't be right having a home away from YouTube video stream. So I'm glad that you're here. I'm going to try to keep this quick because you only have an hour, but I want to also welcome everybody who's here on the panel. Darker Things and Jen showed up, Fallen's here, Gemini, me, King of Lion Locks, and Rapid Glitch. Welcome everybody, and glad you're here. What I want to do is I want to keep it quick. I want to let you take over, RJ. And what I want really is for you, first of all, for you to kind of give a background of yourself and what started you out in gaming, what kind of games you're interested in, stuff like that. You know, where you see yourself going with your channel and stuff, you know, and go from there. So with that, I'm going to shut up so these guys get a chance to talk to you.
So you want me to talk first, or you want them to ask questions?
You talk first.
Okay, so what question do we want to start off with first?
Give us a little bit about yourself, you know, a little bit about your background, your gaming, stuff like that.
Oh. Okay. I'll start this off. Well, I've been playing games since I was a wee lad, since I was a wee boy on the streets of Scarborough, hanging out with Gemini. Not really, but I've been playing games since I was probably 5, I want to say. Mm-hmm. I can remember memories of, by the time I was 5, I think, playing a PlayStation demo disc with my dad and my actual brother. Sorry. I'm sure most of us are old enough to know what those demo discs used to be like back in the day.
Oh yeah.
And I grew up with that at first, and then went on from there, and it's just kind of grown and grown. I always really liked games. Now, part of it was because, so I grew up with a single mom, and I was the oldest child of my siblings, and so my mom relied on me for a lot of things, as she was holding it down for the rest of us. And so, you know, I had to stay home. You know, like, where my siblings were outside and having fun hanging out, well, I had to stay home, because if they're outside and I'm outside, who's gonna know who's at? And so I had to stay inside the house so that I could, when my mom called, and she like, where's your siblings? I'd be like, oh, they're here and they're there, you know, and couldn't do that if I was outside. And so inside, it's like, well, what do you have to do? And so there's only so much Power Rangers that can go around when you're a kid. So you play video games. And so I was kind of almost in a way forced to do nothing but play games. I mean, you could ask for worse. But I think because I was always around them for so long in my childhood and my preteen, teenage years, that it's like it just kind of grew to, you know, you eventually start just getting exposed more and more to it and grow appreciation for it, and you just like start just like wanting to dig in deeper and deeper and deeper. And by the time I came like to an older teenager, I was like, okay, I really like games. Like, it's not just like, oh, cool, I like to play with my, the friends, or play this new game or whatever. It's like, no, I really love this industry. I was like looking up, like when I finally had a laptop, I would every morning I would look up like a couple gaming sites just to see what was going on in the industry, like in the news. That's why I know so much now, is because I started like when I was like 18 or so, and so it's just grown the passion ever since. Now as far as the games that I like to play, it has actually grown over time. When I was a teenager, I was really just mainly big on like the action adventure games, fighting games, racing games, things like that. And I kind of stuck with that with those niches. I actually hated first-person shooters with a passion. Third person was fine, but I hated first person because I hated the stigma and the stereotype that came with it. Like you had like the gamer bros, that usually were associated with playing FPSs, Battlefield, Halo, Call of Duty, such. And I didn't want to be associated with those people or with that stigma. And so I hated playing them, and I stayed away from them for the longest time. Even like Gears of War, I didn't play, even though that was a third-person game. It wasn't until I was like 19 or 18, and I played Metro Last Light, where I was like, whoa, first-person shooters can actually be something a bit better and a bit more than what's stereotypically known for them to be. And ever since then, I've been able, like since that game, I started expanding my scope of genres that I played, and so I actually will play games that I normally wouldn't have, like maybe 10 years ago or so. And sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's not. And but either way, it's fun. It's nice to play games of all sizes, of all scopes and budgets. You can. I'm not saying because I'm looking for hidden gems, but it's just like sometimes it's hilarious to play these games that are going to be like pretty trash, and then they are. You just like you can't believe that it's actually got through. To me, that's kind of fascinating. But I still stick with those niches that I mentioned. Like as King can attest to, I am playing racing games probably more than he wishes I ever did. I've had him play some with me. But like I'm also getting into the Souls games. I played a few of those in that whole genre. Just got done playing Liza P on live stream, which I absolutely just fell in love with. But I always go back to those games, and like the platformers from back in the day. I love me a good 3D platformer. Crash Bandicoot, Spyro. Didn't play a lot of the N64 ones because I didn't have an N64 for a long time. But I did. I played Mario 64 and loved that. I played Mario Sunshine at some points and such. Good stuff. But in what way? Why? What do you mean a masochist?
Because you played the games that are bad, and then you played the fun games that are hard, but you played in the easiest way possible. Masochist.
Oh yeah. Well, here's the thing. If the bad games let me play them easy, I would do that too. Like it's not like I'm purposely choosing to play hard games on hard mode.
Is that what I said?
Whatever. I am going to put my camera on so y'all can see my pretty face.
There you go.
That's not an invitation for anyone else to, but I'm just going to
Yes, I've been waiting to see this man.
You put it on the table. You put it out on the table. Now I gotta rise you one.
Everybody got it.
Oh yeah. I'll put my song on the table.
Yeah, you put it on the table. I gotta put mine on the table now too. There you go. There we go.
One.
All right.
There we go. Everyone put them out on the table. There we go.
No,
this is for the boys.
Out the cam.
This is for the boys tonight.
I just keep getting so long.
Dicks out, everyone. Wait a minute.
The whole gang's out here. Hey. So yeah. What was the last question? I think I answered 2 of them, but I don't remember the last one.
I think your life story's done, dude. I mean,
all right,
you pretty much opened up a can of worms. I mean, really, you and King of Lock. I mean, you guys have been freaking awesome. I've been waiting for this, okay? Because you two together in a setting like this would just be awesome. And then Gemini's here on top of it, which the only thing that could make this even better is if Dave was here with you. I mean, seriously.
Actually, you would want Travis. Travis is the one that you want. He's the screamer.
He's
the one
on pay Travis to be here right now.
Yeah. Travis is the one you want, but apparently unfortunately he's in another state right now. So that's not. He's in Arizona.
Okay, so it's opened up to you guys, and like I said, you got to hit him hard. He said he's only got an hour, apparently. So let's not hurt his chances with his girl. He hasn't been able to see her for a week, so
he'll be okay. This is for
Ada Jay.
All
right, so I guess who wants to ask some questions first?
Okay, he brought it up. I want to talk about this Metro. Okay,
yeah.
Which is your favorite out of all the Metro games?
I've only played one.
Which
I
one?
have all three, but I've only played one. And it's Last Light, which is the second one. Second one out of the three. Now I have the Metro Redux collection and I have Metro Exodus. I'm looking at them right now, but I haven't played them yet. But Last Light, I played it because it was free on PlayStation Plus on the PS3 years ago, long time ago. And I just happened to I was like, whatever, I'll just download it, and I decided to give it a go. And it was so cool because it reminded me, it was like, I imagine what I had with that game is imagine what a lot of people had with BioShock, where like, yes, it's an FPS, yes, there's a lot of gunplay, but like that's not the point. That's just to help you get from point A to point B. The real point is the story that it's trying to tell. And I never knew that a first-person shooter game at that time could tell such a great story as one is Metro. Now, granted, it's based off of the book, so they have a lot of source material to go on. But regardless, they told it really, really well. And I got the platinum for that game. All the trophies. I bought all the DLC that was for it. There was like 6 DLC packs for it. Got them all. That's how much I really liked the game. I had to play it like 3 times though to get both of the endings because the good ending is very finicky. But yeah, it was a great game.
All right. I know you got something to say. Go ahead.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, damn. I was gonna say, what possessed you? Damn, Jen is beating my ass right now. I'm trying not to go slow. Oh, what possessed you to play bad games, quote unquote? That some would say bad games. Me.
Yo, I just have I had a morbid curiosity from because I worked at GameStop for many years, and you see a lot of games, every day. And you sometimes a lot of this downtime, you're just perusing the shelves, and you're just like, "What is this game?" And you're just like, I have to know. Some people are fine watching it and moving on. For me, that's not enough. I don't even like to watch that stuff. And I'll watch some people if they're funny with it, but most of the time, I want to experience for myself. I need to know. So my first bad game was Sonic 06, and so I was like, okay, I've heard all the horror stories. I gotta see if this is.
They're all true.
They are all true. It took me 10 seconds of actually playing the game to understand that this was going to be the worst decision of my life. Which sucks because the opening cutscene, as Gemini probably attested to, is actually pretty well done. It's even for 06, even for now. If you watch it now, it actually still looks pretty high quality. But then you get hold of controllers and you're just like, what?
It's cutscenes after cutscenes after cutscenes.
Oh yeah, there are a lot of cutscenes, and the in-game cutscenes are pretty crap in my opinion. But when you play the game, you're like, this is a disaster. And so yeah, I played that. I actually played the whole thing. I don't know if I've ever told you, Gemini, but I've actually beaten that game 100%.
Did you platinum that?
There's no platinum, which is the only reason why I played it. If there were trophies, I wouldn't have touched it. I wouldn't have touched it if there was trophies for it. But no. I beat Sonic's storyline, Silver's, and Shadows, and then I got that stupid ending where you play Super Sonic at the end. I did all that, and it was one of the worst experiences of my entire life.
You know how far I got? You know that initial trailer you were talking about that was dope, the intro to the game?
Yeah.
As soon as that ended, yeah, that was me. I'm good. Game goes off, I'm leaving, I'm done. Thank you, come again, please return my money.
Well, I don't blame you because right after that cutscene, you get an in-game cutscene, and there's no music, no sound. It's just them talking, and they're throwing chaos crystals to each other a million times in that game, and Sonic, so uncanny. He'll get thrown the chaos. I think the chick will throw the chaos gem or whatever at Sonic, no sound. He just goes. looks at it. It's like, I got it. It's like you needed to do all of that. It's so bad. It's so bad. But that has led from there. And I played other ones throughout the years. But nowadays it's just like, they're like $1 or $2 on the PSN store, and you're just like, how bad can this be? And you just gotta know. You just gotta know. I don't know why. It's just fun. It's a fun thing for me to do.
So was that like a hook for you? You're playing bad games, so we don't have to.
Yeah, basically it's it.
Like that. You could. I mean, they're also really obscure games too. Like some of them are bad, high-profile games, but a lot of them are you've never heard of. So, like, even if I were to tell you about it, you wouldn't have went out of your way to even find this game in the first place. So,
I also want to mention, old John came in. He took time to come in and check you out. If you want to say hi, John, I know it's been a while since you've been on home away from YouTube, so you remember old John, don't you?
No, yeah. He's an OG from when all this started.
Yeah.
Yeah. How could you forget me?
He was an original.
He's an OG.
Yeah. I just want to ask, Garjay, how did this partnership with Travis start? If you don't mind me butting in, I don't know if I'm jumping in, right? I don't know, because it's amazing the chemistry you guys have got, or used to have. I don't know if he's still in your videos anymore, because I haven't seen him for a while, but I know your old videos using a lot, and I did enjoy them.
Yeah.
How did that all start?
Well, it helps when you're actually friends for 20 years. So that kind of answers the question, like real quickly. But yeah, we've been childhood friends since we were like in grade school. Like we went to daycare together. And it just kind of always grew from there. And he never moved too far away from me before when we were growing up, so like it was easy to keep in touch with him. And yeah, and then like I asked him, it was first with David, but then David moved to Texas, and I didn't have a partner. And the whole point of the channel was to make it more of a buddy thing. And so I was kind of lost and didn't know what to do, and I wasn't really recording much at the time. And then out of nowhere, I was like, well, Travis is around. And so I asked Travis just randomly, I was like, hey, do you want to like be a guest at first? And he was like, okay. And even though our first few weren't as good as like what we grew up, like when we ended up like the last ones that we've done, it was pretty good to start off with as far as chemistry and comfortability. And then eventually I was just like, hey, you want to just do this with me? And he was like, yeah. And so that's how that started. But the chemistry is just because we're actually friends. He is my best friend, and having been friends with someone for 20, 21, 22 years, that helps. So yeah.
You can
I got
tell.
a question.
Go ahead, Jim and I. Sorry.
Oh, no, not at all, man. Not at all. So speaking of chemistry. If we disregard the other members of your channel, David and Travis, you've done a whole bunch of collaborations on your channel with our very own King Lion of Locks, Shut Your Gob, Desert Bee Games, just to name a few.
And hold on, don't while you out here just giving us some, don't forget the stuff, Gemini. You gotta start yourself off a little bit.
Exactly.
Well, to expand on that, then, RJ, in all honesty, in front of everyone, who's been your favorite collab ever?
Oh
no
my
one.
God, that's it.
No one. I work alone.
Very smart. Very smart. That's a wise man right there.
That's a lie.
That is.
That's a lie. It's Gemini. It's Gemini.
He's too smart.
He's done more with him with Gemini.
No, here's the thing. I can't really count guests on the podcast as a collab because that's not the same format. Now, I would ask, if you want to ask me who was my favorite guest, that's a different question. Now, as far as collabs, I've done one with yourself, Gemini, King. No, actually, King and I not. Okay, I've done a collab with him on his channel, but not on my channel. So that's not a question for me. So for me, it doesn't count. You would have to ask him how many, like, which of his collabs were best.
Don't turn this around on King. This isn't about King.
He doesn't like me. He doesn't like me enough.
He doesn't count for me as a collab. I don't have a collab with him. But you do, Rob. I actually did one, if you guys remember Vixie, she wasn't here very long, but I did one with her on Monopoly a long time ago. That was actually a lot of fun. I did one with D-Cobra. D-Cobra and I did one of Neo. which went on for a little while. And I think actually that's it as far as collabs for gameplay goes. So there's only 4 people to choose from. And so, it's like
no pressure then.
I actually had surprisingly a lot of fun with Vixie. She is like that adorable, cute, nerdy type. Is like it's hilarious. It's like straight out of an anime. It's hilarious. She's not Asian or anything, but it's like right out of an anime. But she was a lot of fun. She played along really well, and I actually really enjoyed my time playing Monopoly with her. So she definitely goes up there. But I mean, it really for me is no contest. Like for those of you who have watched the Resident Evil 6 collab with Gemini, we want to talk about chemistry. The chemistry was right there from the beginning as well. So as far as I'm concerned, for now at least, Gemini has been he's the collab to beat, so to speak.
Yo.
So yeah, so there's your answer for that.
I enjoy watching you two play. I'm going to tell you that right now. And I know how you guys' feelings are about Resident Evil 6, but I'm going to tell you what, you guys have more fun on that game together than I have ever seen anybody have fun. Even myself, I had even said in your comments how me and my nephews have played that game multiplayer, and we've just had a blast. But you guys freaking really have fun on that game. I mean, it's amazing.
You have to, because the game's set.
It's the only way. Like RJ was the only reason I would subject myself to that torture for so long.
It was funny because I might make him do it again with me off camera.
No,
off camera.
King,
that's crazy.
King, tag in.
No. See how I'm sick that day. I can't even do that.
We're Detective's here. Detective is right. This guy is a Resident Evil legend. Okay.
Yeah.
I know you're playing 6 right now.
There
Detective,
we go.
tag in.
Yeah, tag in.
I do want to point something out about that game, though. Everybody keeps talking the bad stuff about it, but nobody ever realizes, like, they completely phased Leon out after that game, and nobody even mentions that. Like, where did Leon go?
We'll find out.
Exactly. Yeah, legit. See, that's why the game sucked.
Yes, that's why the game sucked.
No more Leon.
That's why the game sucked. That's crazy.
Look, I played this game when I was younger, and the game was amazing because I got to play as my boy Leon again. It had been years since a Resident Evil game came out. They said they were going back to their original roots of a horror game, which they kind of did in Leon's story, but then you go to Chris's story and it's all action. It's just like straight out shoot it, bow, bow, bow. Everything's dying. There's all kinds of explosions. Then you run into Jake and Sherry, which I love the fan service they did there. It was all like Wesker's bloodline is still out there. Sherry's right. Who? Who's the mom? That's what I want to know. I want to know who the mom is.
Pig asking the real questions.
Yeah,
and then you got.
Didn't you ask that dude, Gemini? Like, who did Wesker? Who did have a son?
And then you got Sherry Birkin. She's continuing the bloodline. She's keeping it going. And then
but you know who my woman is on that game. It'll never. There's nobody ever gonna take Ida's place.
Right, and we're getting to her. Ada Wong.
Ada. Sorry, Ida.
Everybody loves them some Ada Wong.
Ada.
Hers was just. It was difficult because it was like they made you play one player with that one for a while, and then eventually they gave you this other character that didn't really fit at all.
I was Hunk. I was like
basically Hunk, right? No, for sure.
But then you find out it's not Hunk, and you're like, why not? It could just be Hunk. Why not? You just give a random character anyways. Just make him Hunk. Like, it's like no. What's the name? Gemini, was his name Grunt or something? Like Agent.
His name was Agent.
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 No. If he's gonna be nondescript, then just make him Hunk.
We called him We called him Grunt, and that was better.
It's a good enough name. He's off-brand Hunk.
You can love it or you won't, and I know a lot of this nostalgia, trust me, like we're all subject to nostalgia, but like I can't look at this game and okay, Leon's campaign is obviously the best. There is no doubt about it. But for me, even his goes a little bit off the rails like halfway through, and so I'm just like, ugh.
And I'm gonna totally agree with that. As I got older and I played it this last time, following up your guys's, I was dumbfounded by how dumb the mechanics were, how dumb some of the stuff that would happen was, especially playing it on a harder difficulty. I'm just like, it's impossible not to fall or have a partner with you, because the AI is just so dumb. But either way, it was just like watching you guys play definitely made me jealous. It was like, man, these guys are having so much fun. I need someone who knows what they're doing, someone who's having a good time, because this game is just filling. You know what? I'm about to toss it on the ground.
You gotta have someone with you that also will laugh with you on a lot of the stuff, because otherwise, because if Gemini liked RE6 like he likes Little Nightmares, we would have had problems, because he'd be like he doesn't want to like get back at me, but he also doesn't agree with me, and so he's in an awkward position. But he's able to see my point of view with this game, so it was easy. So it was like, oh, okay, yeah, this is not that great. Because like Leo's campaign does start like a traditional, like, you know, kind of spooky, you know, Resident Evil game. It's slow, it takes its time, it's paced, but then it's like halfway through, it's like cool, wrap up, and all the action, and it's like, whoa, where did all this go? And then the big problem is that it wants to have all this bombastic action, but it still wants the classic RE controls, and it's like you can't do that. If you want to go action, you got to change how the game plays. You can't be
a little faster.
Yeah, you can't keep it like where it's like, and it's like kind of like pseudo tank controls, like not exactly, but it's like kind of pseudo, and like it doesn't work for a game that wants you to move as much as this game wants you to
run out of stamina too fast.
Yeah, I had the same problem with RE5, because actually it never came to materialize, but I was actually going to do a collab with Malika Games on RE5, and we actually did have a little bit recorded.
That was such a better game, honestly, though.
Yeah, the problem I had, though, was that game is also a bit more actiony, too, but that game actually has tank control. Like, you can't move when you're aiming. And I'm like, okay, cool, great, but, like, I feel like there's a weird disconnect between the two things. But then again, I'm also not an RE expert, RE veteran or anything, so it could just be me outside looking in, but...
Hey, no, that's a better view, honestly, because, you know, you're not biased.
Yeah, and it's like, and I think you can have both, because like the RE remakes they give you both, right? Like you're not stuck. You can only move slowly, but at least you can move. At least you have mobility, you know. And I think that works really well. So if they ever do, you know, I know there's rumors about RE5 being remade, and if they do it, then I hope they, you know, let you keep moving while you aim, not stuck. Also, it's like that makes no sense if you think about it. Why would you just stop? Like, why would you stop? Like, like
so I can't wait
you'd be able to
I can't
move.
wait to see who your collab guest is on that one.
If I ever do it, we'll have to see. But
now I know he's being shy tonight, but Rapid is definitely. I almost guarantee he's got questions for you, because he's been wanting to talk to you about retro games. So, Rapid, you got something to say?
Yeah, I just want to know, RJ, what's the better game, Resident Evil 6 or Sonic 06?
Ooh. RE6. Because at least that game does work.
Yeah.
Because the problem I have with RE6 is just that the story is absolutely, just for me, the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. Even for Resident Evil. And I know Resident Evil's plots already go places, and you need to kind of like, you know, have some disbelief. But even that game was just who was the Gemini? What's the name of the boss of the big baddie, the actual baddie? Like, what's his name again?
You don't remember the name of that extremely memorable villain?
Yeah, the one.
Classic AAA game.
Michael Vick doesn't exist.
Like, that guy, you know. But anyway, you get the point.
I think it was Simmons, but I'm guessing.
Simmons.
Yeah, no, it's Simmons.
Simmons, that's the name. But like, it's like you don't even, depending on what campaign you play, you may not even run into the guy at all. Like, I don't know if you can run into him in Jake and Sherry's campaign. You might, maybe, but like,
they get shot at.
It's just like you don't even know what's going on. Like who's instigating everything until so later, and it's all kind of just feel like you're kind of just like
running aimlessly, but at least the game works. Like, it functions, whatever, right? I mean, I have problems with the controls, but like it's whatever. The game does move and it moves forward. Sonic 06, you can't even fucking play that game sometimes. You can't even like you'll just jump and it'll just glitch out and you just fall in the water and you're just like, man. and also the load times on PlayStation 3. I had that copy. I've heard the 360 version is a bit more optimized, but the PlayStation 3 version is even worse. Like you talk to a guy, okay, you're gonna go talk to a guy, and he's like, hey, and you're like, okay, you talk to him, and then loading screen, like, okay, and then he tells you the mission thing, whatever you need to do, like, okay, then loading screen again. You're like, what? And both those loading screens are like 40 seconds long. You're like, wait, you loaded up just for this man to tell me 2 lines of dialogue, and you had to load again. And then you do the mission. If you mess it up, you got to reload that all over again. All over again. And it's just... that game gives me nightmares. Like, that game was... It was absolutely horrendous. So yeah, RE6 is much better. It's a much better game.
Okay, so on retros, I know you talk about Bandicoot. I always mispronounce his name.
How dare you?
Now, what got you to where you like that game so much? Just out of curiosity.
I don't know how I was just exposed to it. I don't remember the origins of me playing the game. I just know that it was something always around me as a child, and I just started playing it more. And then it wasn't until I was going to be like a teenager when I really fell in love with it, because then I could actually play it properly. Because it's obviously very quaint nowadays, but those games seemed like huge, massive games to us when we were children, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I couldn't beat Spyro. I didn't beat Spyro the first game until I was like 15 for the first time, because and as a kid, I always thought it was like such a huge game. Like, they're obviously like 2-minute long levels, but like to me as like an 8-year-old, I was like, oh my gosh, how do I even get through all this? It's like the world was so expansive, and it's like, in the bowls, there's like bowls in this one level, like they actually scared me as a kid. I don't know why. Even though they ran at you at like 5 frames a second, but I don't know. It's just one of those things that you just know was always around you, and then as you got older, like you started playing it more and getting more into it because you always liked it back then, but now you really liked it.
Mm-hmm.
And it just grows from there. But like I unfortunately don't really have an origin story for Crash.
Okay. Now I've got the inside scoop on something, and I want to share it with you. Now, according to King Lion of Locks, he is the big dog of Lies of Pi. There's nobody better than him at that game. He is the all-time champion.
Hold on. I gotta stop you there.
Oh, Lies of P.
I'm gonna say, yeah, there we go.
Lies of P.
There we go. Okay, everything else is true. But it's Lies of P.
I keep saying Pi. I have no idea why.
It's funny.
Go ahead.
For someone who's only beaten the demo, it's kind of funny that you can say that. But
I did Trial by Fire. You just didn't see it.
Oh, so none of us saw it?
Yeah. So I follow.
How about you show us your purchase history of Lies of P, so we know you have the full game.
Going with the whole
quit pocket watching.
Didn't have on camera, it didn't happen.
Quit pocket watching.
Hey, I'm just saying, man. If you say you got it, let's see it. Prove it. Let's see the Carfax.
Out of all of us, who has 2 separate accounts that they have just for trophy hunting? Raise your hand if you have 2 separate accounts for trophy hunting.
Doesn't have anything to do.
No. Who raise your hand if you have 2 separate accounts, one for trophy hunting, one for content? Because who else? Anyone?
I don't, but I'm going to now. I'm going to now.
Okay, we got one that's going to now, but like, who has it right now? Raise your hand if you have it right now.
First of all, it's not meant for content and trophy hunting.
One of us is lying. One of us is lying. Who is lying? There we go. Hands up. No. One of us is lying.
I will make sure I get the platinum for. The alt account is for games that I want to play, but I don't necessarily want to get the platinums for. They're not. It's not for content. I mean, if I use it for content, yes, but it's mainly meant for games where I'm like, okay, like I'm not going to try to get the platinum for this actively.
See, I was debating on that question because I know how you are about your trophies. Okay, so and everybody else sees it, so I guess it's a good time to bring it up as a question. What is the deal with you and these trophies and these medals? Like, you, from what I get from your videos, you won't even play a game if it doesn't involve getting a trophy. Is that true?
No, because every game has trophies now, so there's no it's where like I won't have done something possibly in the game where I wouldn't have normally because if there was a trophy attached to it. That's kind of more along the lines of what you're asking. Now, as far as how it started, so it actually started. So okay, 360 had achievements right out the gate when it came out. Right, it was just built right in. PlayStation trophies weren't a thing until a couple years after the console launched. But I remember it all started because I was at a buddy's house who had a 360 and he had Guitar Hero 2 or something. 2 or 3. And I was just playing it because I like Guitar Hero. He had it, I was at his house. But then I noticed, I was seeing these things called achievements. And I was like, oh, what's this? I was looking into it and it was like, obviously it's like, do certain things, you get an achievement. And I was like, oh, wow, like, I want to try and go for this. Like, go for these. Even though it wasn't for my game, it was for my buddies. I was like, whatever, I'll get them for him or whatever. Most people just kind of glance by it, they don't even look at it. But I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. And so then it was like a really cool way to like, it was like kind of like the new, like, back in the PS2 era and even sooner, earlier, sorry, like, a lot of games would come up with like a lot of extras, a lot of unlockables, and you needed to like beat the game with certain difficulties or with certain conditions, stuff like that. You unlock this really cool thing that you wouldn't normally. And I remember always liking that in those games before achievements were even a thing. And so this was like an extension of that to me in my head. Was like, oh, cool, like I can unlock these things if I do this stuff. I mean, yeah, it's nothing in the game, but like to me it functioned the same. And so I started going for them, and then in those games. And then I was like always thinking like, man, I wish PlayStation had something like this. It was so cool because I had a PlayStation 3 at the time, and none of the games had that. And then they were announcing like, oh, it's gonna have a trophy system. It's gonna function the same way as achievements. And I was like, yes, this is what I've been waiting for. And it all just started from there. Now, why, like, I can't, like, why, like, it's, like, to the point where, like, I hate seeing, like, anything but the full 100%. That's probably a mix of both my OCD and, like, my slight autism that I have. My mom actually has legit OCD. She needs to go get it tested because it is very apparent she has it. And I got a little bit of it from her. And then I believe I do have a little bit of autism that I do need to get checked on to confirm, but I think both those two things mixed together are just like why like it will bother me if I do not have the 100% trophies for any game that I start. I wish I didn't have it. I wish I was like all of you. I wish I was like King, Gemini, and everyone. And they can just see those percentages and not let it bother them. But it bothers me, and so here we are. And I think I looked the other day. I have 284 platinums.
That's great.
So that would
That's beautiful. I'm on your side, RJ.
I would accumulate to 284,000 gamer score.
Well, see, it needed to be said, man. That right there is what needed to be said because you and your trophies has been a big topic with you and your buddies. So we needed to get that out there. So that's cool.
Okay, man, your addiction is okay.
You're among friends.
This is okay. This is the thing to be okay with.
Well, more so than being okay with it, would it be something that you embrace on the channel? I know that you and I have talked a little bit about it and sort of like dipping your toes in the water, but could it be a topic that you explore moving forward with the channel? I know that you've got a lot of things going on at the moment. You're running like 3 projects back to back, but future of the channel, like a year's time, do you see yourself maybe digging it? I don't know, like maybe a full-blown Lies of P Platinum like edition where you walk through how to get
I've already thought about that actually, because there's actually a very, very well done written guide that I followed to get my platinum, and I was thinking like, why don't I just make that to a video format? You know, put that whole thing out from like start to finish and did a bunch of cuts and everything. Yeah, it'd be a longer video, like maybe 40 to 50 minutes, but it covers literally where everything is that you need to do to get the platinum, and just narrate over it. And provide, maybe provide some lines, some funny dialogue here and there where applicable. But that one would more so try to be as informative as possible. But no, it's definitely crossed my mind, especially with Travis now in Arizona for the foreseeable future. If I want to keep this channel alive, I'm thinking of ways that I can do it by myself. But also, because I don't like doing Let's Plays by myself. Live is different because people can jump in and I can communicate with them, and I do much better with that. By myself, I don't feel as comfortable, and so I gotta look for ways to pivot myself and possibly the channel as a whole. And that is something that I have thought about.
Sounds like you need a wild card.
No, Gemini. No, King. No, I don't.
That's crazy.
Now, what would you say is the hardest achievement you've ever obtained?
Say that because I actually thought of making a video on that too. On top 5 hardest or top 10 hardest trophies I've gotten. There's actually a good handful. So, Gemini will probably appreciate this. So, I played Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe way back in the day. I know it wasn't the best Mortal Kombat game, but I did play it, and I got the platinum.
Still Mortal Kombat.
I got the platinum for it, and it was a nightmare. It was a fucking nightmare because that game has combo challenges, and if anyone knows anything about fighting games, combo challenges are usually where the pros go to die because the inputs you need to do those things is just. It's like you would never even do this in a tournament anyway, so why are they so strict with this? I don't understand. But you have to do the combo challenges for every character in the game, all of them, and there's 10 each, and I did them all. Some characters were easier than others, but there were some Raiden's number 10 challenge actually made me cry out of frustration. It was so hard because it's like a long combo, but in the middle of it, it wants you to do his teleport move. But you have to do it twice within the same air juggle, and it's just the timing is just so precise. It is absolutely stupid. So his was a nightmare, but I got through that eventually, and I was like, if I can do that, I can do anything, and I did. So got through it all. So that was an insanely hard one, Rapid. I would probably just Google it for yourself if you want to see how tight it is. Speaking of fighting games, I played Persona 4 Arena Ultimax because it was free on PS Plus again years ago, and I was like, I don't even know what propelled me to even get it, but I was like, let's fuck it. I just downloaded it and I started playing it, and the main game is fine, but the DLC trophies are what also broke me, and I was like in tears for a few of them as well. You want to break that controller right in half. But I got through those. That was harder because that's not a 3D fighter. I mean, I know Mortal Kombat isn't necessarily a 3D fighter, but has 3D models of sorts. But Persona is more 2D style, and it kind of has in the combat, the way the moves are done is not a full fluid motion. It's more kind of like a stop. I don't know what to call it, but it's what I'm talking about. If you watch Guilty Gear, if you watch any of the kind of more anime fighters, they fight kind of similarly, and that's a harder fighting kind of game for me. It always has been. That's why I don't really play Street Fighter or Marvel vs. Capcom. And I've always been more attuned to Soul Calibur, Tekken, Dead or Alive because I like that more fluid. I like the fluidity that those games have.
A good man's game. Tekken's a good man's game.
And also, I did play Tekken 8 King yesterday night. It's pretty good. I liked it.
Yeah, I'm playing it now. I'm training my ghost right out.
I don't know why. They said none of that stuff falls in the main game, so I don't know why you're doing that.
I'm doing the video. It's already titled up. It's gonna be my own worst enemy, and he hasn't beat me yet more than 2 stocks right now, but he's getting better. He's getting better.
I'm just upset that they only had 4 characters in the demo. That's one thing I was upset about. That was like you don't got Law in there, but you have Paul. Man, man. Anyways, we're sidetracked. So that was a really hard one. Mirror's Edge, the first one, not Catalyst, but Mirror's Edge, the first one. That was extremely hard because it's a speedrunning game. I love the game to death. I love Mirror's Edge so much, and it's a shame that it's super underrated. It doesn't really get a lot of love. But I love both the games. But the speedrun trophies that you need to do are, oh man, it's like doing a full chapter of a game, and you have to speedrun it. Like it's not broken up. It's the whole thing start to finish, and it is just, it's crazy. It's so hard to do, and it took me many tries, because if you mess up once halfway through, it's really demoralizing, because so much time is just now gone. And so that was tough. Uncharted 3, not the main game, but the DLC trophies, which were all multiplayer trophies. A couple of those. If I hadn't have been lucky and found two guys who were more or less Uncharted 3 multiplayer pros, I don't know if I would have been able to get it. Because that multiplayer was set up between competitive and cooperative. And the cooperative stuff, there's like these little mini campaigns of sorts where you do it through two other people, and you do like they probably last like 30 to 40 minutes. They're self-contained little mini stories. They're not canon or anything, but you play through them. But each of those maps that you do campaigns on, there's like a special medal that you can win for doing a certain thing within one of the chapters. So for instance, one I'm thinking of right now was at the end of one of the campaigns, there's this statue that you need to protect from people firing it, because I don't remember why, but you need to protect the statue. And there's a medal you can get for taking out taking out all the enemies before they like do damage to the statue, or like minimal damage to the statue. But you need to get that medal on the two hardest difficulties of the game. And it ramps it up very hard, because like if you played Uncharted on hard or crushing difficulty, it can be very difficult, and they just spawn all the enemies, and there's like rocket launcher guys, sniper guys, and the boot top, like. But these two dudes who I found, they knew where everybody was spawning. I don't know how they figured this out, but they knew where all the spawn locations were. They knew where all the super weapons were, exactly where them, and they were like, I was just letting them tell me what to do. I was like, what do you need me to do, boys? Like, and they're like, hey, we're going to have you go over here, and we're going to take care of everything else over there. I was like, okay, okay. But it's like in that moment where you know you're the weakest link, but you're just trying your absolute damnedest to make sure that you don't mess up for the team. Like, if you put any multiplayer thing, you're just like, oh gosh, I don't want to let my team down, but you know you're the worst player. So I was like, okay, we gotta step up. So like, they were like, we're gonna have you snipe. We're gonna have you take out the sniper guys. I was like, okay. I mean, I haven't seen Saving Private Ryan, but there's that bit, the sniper guy on the tower who was just a master sniper. I turned into that guy for like the whole match, and man, but we finally got it. And there's other medals as well for other trophies to get on the 2 hardest difficulties that they helped me with too, but those were nowhere near as hard as that one. And so I was very fortunate to find them, because otherwise I don't know how long it would have taken me to get that. But that was very, very difficult, and which is so funny, because the main game, the single player part of the game, where most of the trophies are actually pretty reasonable. And so it's like it's so weird how they wanted to just ramp up everything on the DLC. So yeah, those are 3 that I can think off the top of my head. There are more. Actually, Gemini, I actually have the Mortal Kombat 9 Platinum Trophy. So,
oh, nice, dude. Yeah, well done.
You know the My Kung Fu is Stronger achievement?
Yeah, bro, that took me weeks.
I have it. I got it while I was in college. And I actually had to drive like an hour and a half to school, because I live far away. And so I was like, well, I'm gone the whole day anyways. So every day I was gone, I just turned on the PlayStation, and I let a versus mode go, and get that 24 hours for every character. That's how I did it. But every day I was just worried, like, is my PlayStation about to blow up, like, while I'm gone? But I have it, so I even have that. So
I'm really proud of you, dude, because I'm not a trophy hunter. I think I have like 8 platinums like over the course of my life, but Mortal Kombat 9 is one of them. And it wasn't necessarily the hardest, but it definitely took me the longest. Because of that sheer, you have to play every character for 24 hours. My Kung Fu is Strong took me an entire day of just playing, because I was just like, well, this is fun, I enjoy playing the game. But when you get like 4 characters deep, and you've been playing for 3 solid weeks, and you're not halfway there, it's like, when will it end?
You realize how big the roster really is when you have the full game with each of them. And PlayStation was even worse because PlayStation had Kratos as a bonus character. And
that's right.
That actually counted. That wasn't.
Yeah, it does.
That counted. I was like.
PlayStation version counts Kratos. Yeah.
This game hates me. This game really hates me, and my PlayStation. So. But yeah. So those are quick. You know, not really quick, but like those are a few for your answer, Rapid. But if I read a video, I'm definitely going to have more because there have been plenty.
That's awesome, man. Well done.
What about that game that you played? I keep forgetting the name of it. It's the one with the cup.
Nah, easy.
Easiest platinum he's ever done.
Easy game, so easy.
First try.
You know, I mean, okay, like it's tough for me to remember how it was when I first played it because I had played it before with David years ago on the channel. It was like one of our earliest playthroughs we did. We did that co-op. We didn't beat it. We got the room of honey bottoms, and then we were just done. And I didn't touch it again until I played it on my PlayStation. And I played it a little bit on a different account just to get a feel for it again because I forgot how it played. And then I was like, okay, I think I can do this. But then I played it on live first, and then like people who were joining the chat at the time, because those actually were some good live streams I had playing Cuphead. And people were actually telling me like tips and you know do this and that, and I was like, oh okay. So that actually helped me. So when I figured out more of the tricks that the game has to do some of the bosses, it was like it makes the game a lot more manageable. But now that I've beaten the full game and DLC on expert mode, it's like, man, it's really hard for me to remember going back because like if I were to play, because I mean the last stream I did on the game, I beat the whole game, the base game at least, with just the pea shooter, with just the base weapon. And so it's like if I can do that, it's like I can't remember like how hard the game is. So actually, Gemini.
Just check out your videos, man. The first time I mentioned it, it was the first one that I seen you. You literally was having a meltdown from one of your videos on there.
I remember the stream, one of the streams when I was actually really playing it. Yeah, it was giving me some problems. It was tough when I was streaming it for the first time because especially on expert mode. Expert mode is no joke. Especially when you don't know what the changes are. Mm-hmm. You just know it's expert mode, but you don't know what changes, what's gonna happen. You have no idea, and it's different for every single boss. And so you have to just figure it out as you go. And yeah, like Hildeberg was like the first like hard stop for me. Apparently, it's not the most for most people, but it was for me, and that made me sad. I was very sad.
It affected me. I still refuse to play that game because of the look on your face.
I was a sad boy that day. But if you want to know, if you want to see real meltdown, watch Gemini's first playthrough of it.
Oh, yeah, watch Gemini's playthrough. My days.
Like, that's a meltdown.
Did he cry?
Yeah, but like it wasn't on camera. I think he did it off camera.
Oh no, like I had to take active breaks, right? There was a reason I didn't go live with this thing. Because it brought me to tears on more than one occasion. It cost me a monitor, 2 controllers, a chair. I have a serious anger response. I'm a giant baby, guys. Like for those of you guys that have like just sort of like tuned into me, you guys won't have been familiar, but very early on, I, for some strange reason, decided Cuphead was going to be a game I play on the channel, knowing that my audience tends to react to my outbursts. So I thought, Cuphead, play a rage game. This will be fun. I can edit out the bits where I feel embarrassed. No, I can't, because that is the entire first playthrough.
Oh, wow.
There is one point where I'm like... I'm like 50% of the way through, and I am on like attempt 644 of the third hardest boss, and I'm literally sitting there in tears, and I'm just like, and I'm going back through the editing footage, and I'm like, I can't show this to the public. I refuse. I'm not posting the video. I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to post the win. So I did. The video's like 20 minutes long, but the accomplishment took me 3 days.
Oh man.
But what he did put in was him punching a monitor. That stayed in.
I left that. I had to leave that because otherwise no one would believe me.
He left that in, and it, like, he's like, okay, he's like yelling, right? He's yelling at, I don't know what boss it was, but he was yelling at the boss because he's, he's dying a lot. And he's like swearing up a storm. He's just, whatever, right? And then he just like, and like goes and punches.
I feel like I've seen this video.
Yeah, it's an edit because he edited really well because he punched it and then it just went like to like that, like kind of like kind of noise, and then it just cuts to him just staring at the camera, just staring at the camera. Oh, I thought it was
an inanimate object.
I thought it was just an edit, but then, no, I punched the monitor. I broke the monitor.
Yeah, like if I left the video as it was, it just goes black. But so I was like, no, I've got to put an edit in there.
Yeah, it was a dark time, and that's why I before he got to where he was with Cuphead now, I kept telling him like, bro, stop playing the game. Like you are like, I don't like you play. I was like turning to his mom, like, bro, like stop, like you're hurting yourself.
It did get to a point where I was worried about my health. Like it was physically painful. It's not. It makes you sick. It makes you feel violently ill.
See, and that's what I'm saying. You guys need to freaking be on here. You know what I mean? Because, like, that's good shit. That's stuff people need to know. You know? You got 3 minutes before the hour. You want to go farther or you want to end it now, bud?
Well, I was going to say, if you guys... Because I know... So, last one I watched after the worst was Rapids. And, you have asked me a lot of questions about the channel and stuff like that. If you guys want to ask anything about the channel itself or like YouTube, or because I know Darker Jen was also putting a lot of stuff in the text chat about questions on YouTube as a whole. So if you guys want to ask anything in regards to that, we can, I can go do a little bit of that before we wrap up.
Okay. I just wanted to run it by it because we're actually having a good time. I mean, you know what I mean? You're enjoying it, and like that stuff with Gemini right there, that's just priceless, you know?
But we also want to make sure he gets to his lady friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, okay, he gets off work in like 5, my time, like 5 or so. But I gotta take a shower and I gotta drive out. That's why. So she's not like waiting for me right now, but I gotta make sure I'm ready to go when she will be, so that she's not waiting.
Okay.
Well, I got one about YouTube, just like a little change of pace, and it's real quick and painless. But something, because I've been following your channel for a really long time. But something I've noticed is you do really well with your lives and really well with videos. But I don't think I've ever seen you upload a short. Why?
I don't know how to do it.
Alright, that's your answer, folks. That's it. I'm done.
That's a good answer.
That's literally the answer. Because I don't like editing at all. Like some people do. I know King. He says he does. He loves to do it. Gemini likes to do it. I hate doing it. I fucking hate it. I like recording. Recording I like to do. I like to record a lot. That's fine. I like being in front of camera is not a problem for me. Doing stuff, stuff like that, doing the videos is not a problem. But editing, I don't have the care or the will to learn the tricks of editing because there's so much you can do. And because of that, I barely figure out how to just
start trophy hunting.
I barely just understand. I think cutting clips is cool to me. Doing that basic ass shit is cool to me. So let alone all the cool stuff that others able to do is beyond me, and I just don't have the time or care to understand it better. So because of that, by extension, shorts, no. I would much rather just get someone to do it for me.
So is it fair to say there's a lot and it's kind of overwhelming?
Sorry, both of you spoke to more than one time.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I was just saying there's a lot and it's probably just overwhelming.
There is, okay. So I do all the editing for our videos. For anything that goes out, it's been me. Because David has a wife and all that shit. Yeah, it's going to be too much of a hassle to get him to do it. And Travis doesn't have a laptop or anything to edit with. So it's been me. And when I did Guitar Hero videos, I was rocking Guitar Hero videos. It took me forever to get that syncing right, the audio and the visual syncing. It took me hours for a 4-minute video, right? Which is usually how it goes, right? You put a bunch of work in for like a portion of a second of a video, because I wanted to get the syncing as perfect as possible. But then even when I would at the start, it would start to desync as the video goes on, and I would have to keep doing the edits over and over again. But even then, sometimes it wouldn't work, or I would do something later, but then it would mess up in the beginning and would just like throw everything off. So I hate that. It's like such a slog to me, and so like that, it was like so hard to even figure that out. And so yeah, like there's just too much, and it's just like I don't even have the interest because I don't have I have a creative mind, but not in that sense, not in the editing sense. I create like maybe ideas of video, stuff like that, but like not in that sense. Creativity comes in different ways, of course, but like, and that's not my way. And so yeah, it's a bummer because I know that's like half the entire YouTube game, but that's just not me. I would rather just have someone do it for me.
So like two things. One, RJ, I'd be more than glad to do shorts for you, buddy. If you want to throw your hat in the shorts ring, I'll be happy to help you out there.
All right.
Also, question for you pertaining to your podcast: how much time goes into research or planning out what you guys discuss, or do you just win?
80% A, 20% B. So because I said earlier, I actively look up gaming news on a daily basis already. I was doing this before the podcast, and I will do this after the podcast because it's my passion, and I want to know, always want to know what's going on in this industry that I care about so much. And so because I'm always looking up news on a daily basis, you get exposed to this stuff. So that's how I end up coming across it, because I'm always looking up stuff anyways, and then I see the stuff in the news, and I'm just like, oh, that sounds like a good thing we could talk about. And then I tell David, and I'll let him know, and then we go from there. And now sometimes when things are slow, I do have to kind of, now it becomes more of just like fun questions to ask, or things like that, just fun topics to go over. And we kind of do speak for a little bit from the hip. But a lot of times it's because I saw something during the week already, and I'm like, hey, we should talk about this. Then it goes from there.
And then I wanted to ask you, how do you feel about the Xbox 360 content getting ready to go bye-bye, like the servers shutting down right now?
Yeah, it's really sad. I think it's going down in summer next year, and it's nice that they gave a lot of notice. Like they announced this like beginning of the year, which is nice because when Sony tried to do it, we didn't have nowhere near as much time to prepare. I think we had like 6-8 months. These guys have had like a year and a half, and I'm hoping that maybe, you know, not I won't say backlash, but the community support will make Xbox maybe rescind that and maybe keep it going a little bit longer. Because when PlayStation tried doing it, they bounced back hard and they rescinded it, and now it's just indefinitely going to stay open, you know, until they decide to let us know again that it's shutting off. And even though I never had a 360 myself personally, it's always just sad when this stuff happens. You know, it's like as I'm becoming older, I'm starting to realize and value the importance of like finding some way to preserve all this stuff. And I know it's not a big pain point for the industry at large, as far as like the publishers and the big people, the big stakeholders involved, but like I think it will become a problem later on if we don't do something about it now. And I just have a bad feeling that, like, you know, years down the line we're going to be kicking ourselves in the foot for not finding a way to hold on to these games somehow, some way.
Oh, definitely. I can agree with that 100.
It's always sad. It always makes me sad. I mean,
you want to hear a kick in the butt too? They're shutting down on my birthday. July the 29th.
Happy birthday to you.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a sad thing. I mean, granted, I don't have a 360, so obviously it doesn't hit me as hard. But for those that still have their copies of other consoles, I'm sure it's going to be very, very sad. Like when the Sony one did that, and before we knew it was going to be, you know, taken back, I immediately went on websites and started making my list of like PS3 games I needed to get before the shutdown. Like, especially games that were only on the store. I was like, oh my gosh, I was breaking this down. I was breaking spreadsheets. I was like getting I was even looking up the DLC that you needed for everything too, because if the store's gone, the DLC's gone too. So I was going into like panic mode immediately. And so I imagine some people are probably doing that with the 360 as well. But because it's a sad thing. It's a very sad thing. I try not to think about it because every time I do, it makes me sad.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question, an actual question. Since your time in YouTube and you learn from other people that you've worked with, is there anything that you have learned or you have grown from since day one RJ to current day RJ?
Yeah, and I think it ties to something, with Gemini's question about, possible avenues to look into. This, like, it is tough because we all have to kind of start looking more critically and introspectively into ourselves and into the channels. The gaming niche in this YouTube game has become so saturated, right? It big or small, it's so saturated. And the Let's Play genre, the subgenre in particular, has become incredibly saturated. It's probably the most saturated out of them all. And so, with that in mind, the lessons I've learned is, we have to find ways to evolve. We have to find ways to stand out. We have to find something that we can provide that may not be as easily replicable from other our peers and our competitors and such. I'm getting very businessy about it, but you got to look at it that way. At least I think so. You have to look at it similarly, because it's a landscape. And if unless you don't take this seriously, or unless you don't really care what happens with the channel, you kind of have to have this focus. And so, like, do you bring cool editing to your Let's Plays? Cool. Anchor on that. Do you focus on a certain niche? Anchor on that. Do you anchor on, playing only tough games? Anchor on that, or some other thing like that, right? Like, and then even when you get to that, figure that out, you got to figure out, okay, what can you do to make yourself even better? Because it's no longer enough to have a microphone, have a webcam, and play any type of game and let that take you off. You got to figure out what you can do more, and I've been realizing that, and whether it's because you're funny, you rage like Gemini, or you like to scream, like probably some of you guys know Halloween. She screams like in every game so many times, unless even if you do any of those things, that's not enough anymore, You got to look at ways, you got to look at things that lean on what you're really good at, right? Like, for instance, Gemini and I are talking to another friend of ours who is a Resident Evil expert. It's not detective, it's another person. And we're both, looking at, Gemini more so, but we're both looking into, like, okay, he is like a historian on Resident Evil. It's ridiculous. And so we're giving suggestions of, like, okay, instead of just Let's Plays, why not try to make these cool, more creative videos where you can actually flex that historian knowledge of Resident Evil, whether it's top 10s or whether it's like, tiers lists, or whether it's like histories of certain games in the franchise or things like this or whatever. Maybe go into more obscure games like the Umbrella Chronicles or the Darkside Chronicles on the Wii that only people like Gemini and Detective probably know about. Like, that's an example. I'm using him as an example because, like, he was starting with the Let's Play thing. It didn't really go well, and now he's thinking about kind of pointing something else. And it's like, you got to think like that. It may not work, but then again, none of this YouTube stuff might work because it's YouTube. But, like, I've been realizing that you kind of have to start thinking a bit more critically, a bit more broadly. No, not broadly, but a bit more big picture. There we go, big picture. And think about what you can bring differently to the table. Because, especially for us small guys, like, Let's Plays isn't going to cut it anymore. It's really not. And, I've been thinking about possibly pivoting away from Let's Plays to something else that I can actually, that I actually can be more of like a authority of sorts. or at least I know more of, I can speak to much more deeply than with a Let's Play, you know, and still provide my personality, charisma, humor that I like to do in the Let's Plays into this too, you know. So that's what I've learned, and I think that's something that all of us here in the chat and all small YouTubers and Twitch streamers alike need to think about, you know, because it's such a saturated market, and unless you can, you know, do something different, you know, we're just gonna get lost in the shuffle, you know. Even if we're playing big games, a lot of us like think that if we play the big games, we'll get that clout. Well, maybe, but most likely not, because if we're playing the big games, who else is playing the big games? The big streamers, the big, you know, the big creators. You're gonna get lost regardless. And even if you try to go the route of playing small games, like, cool, you may not have to fight as much, but because it's small, that game doesn't have as much reach. You know, so it sucks. You know, because you kind of screwed out either way. If I may use Gemini as an example, he's kind of pivoted his channel in a way from going to the horror game Let's Play style to now kind of going into Little Nightmares theory videos. And even on that Little Nightmares channel, I've been following the video because he's my boy, and I'm gonna support him. But his channel has gone up. Like, he's still in the 6,000 sub range. It's not like he like went from 6 to like 10, but like he's getting.
Yeah, I had this and B opinion.
He's getting legitimate, substantial, steady growth of subs and watch time and views in his channel. And it's substantial. It's not sorry, substantial. It's
exponential.
No, not a growth model. It matters. So in the sense of like, okay,
significant.
Gemini's videos, I don't know. I'll use it. I don't know what I'm looking for, but I'll describe it. So Gemini's videos before.
Maybe organic. Is that what you're looking for? Organic.
I think organic. I'm looking for like he's getting the right traffic. There we go. He's getting the right kind of traffic, because all of us, from me to King to Gem to Rap, everyone, right? Okay, we'll make a channel. We'll get it shared out a little bit. We'll get a little bit of traction. Cool. But then we'll get a lot of traction, subs or views or likes or whatever have you, and we look at them and we're like, okay, this looks like a body count, right? And historically, if you look at Gemini's channel, because we talk about this all the time, so I'm sure he's okay with me saying this, you know.
Yeah.
He will get a lot of views in his lot of the videos, right? A lot of views, like hundreds of views, right before, like right when he launches it out, right? But when we talk about it, and we're like, you know, I think, you know, he kind of became a victim of the bots, you know, of like getting that wrong traffic. And this YouTube algorithm, it's an algorithm for a reason. It's always it's always looking, it's always seeing, always watching you and your channel and what happens with it. And it notices that. And so just because you have a lot of views like that, it doesn't mean you're going to get pushed, because Gemini wasn't seeing that much traffic as a result, like a lot of sub growth. Because even when you look at the views and you're like, oh, a lot of views, where's my subs at? Like, you weren't getting the right views. You weren't getting the good views. And if you were getting views, well, where's the watch time? You know, and there's no watch time to go along with the views. Mm-hmm. And if you don't have both, YouTube's going to be smart and be like, okay, that's something's fishy here. You know, he's not going to promote you. But when he went to this Little Nightmares Theory videos, yeah, he wasn't getting like the 700,000 views right at the start. He was getting a couple hundred. But he's getting all those hundreds of views are the right views. They're the good views. And he's getting the watch time to go with it, because everyone's going to watch like the majority of the video, like at least half, right? And he was telling me, like, you know, he was gaining like 50, 100 subs, and yeah, that's not the thousands, but like that's the good subs. That's the good growth, and he's been seeing some success for that so far. He just had a live stream the other day and today where he's getting like, you know, 50, 60 likes in the stream, and like 20, 30 people steadily in the stream that aren't leaving. You know, and like that's the traffic you want. That's what you're looking for. And you have to pivot, and you have to figure out what works for him. He likes Little Nightmares. It's his freaking game. That's what he loves, and he can speak to it so well. So he was like, let me lean on that. Let me pivot to that for a little bit, see what happens. And it's worked out for him. You know, and likewise, if we all have a game or something within this gaming industry that we can lean on and pivot on, we should do that. And I've been learning that myself, because, you know, like I said, like I'm looking at something that I can speak to more clearly on and more emphatically on, and I'm going to try it out and see where it goes. Maybe it goes somewhere, maybe it doesn't. But that's what I'm thinking about doing at the moment. And I think that's what, you know, we should all at least entertain the thought of, what can we try to do? I thought at first, the fact that I had Travis and or David, it was always like a duo thing, that kind of helped us differentiate ourselves, because most Let's Players are by themselves. So I thought having another person, that kind of duo setup would help. And maybe it would have if we had better promotion or better ways to get it out there, but we didn't. So who knows? But it's still not that much of a differentiator. Anyone can go get another partner, like anyone can. I mean, Gemini can grab a crackhead off the street,
right now. Let me holler real loud.
Right there. It's like, anyone can grab someone and play a game with them, whether it's with a video or with a webcam or not. And so, like, that's not necessarily that hard to imitate, but like to have the wealth of knowledge that like Gemini has on Little Nightmares is like, and then to be able to like construct a theory cohesively on it, providing a lot of facts from different sources and stuff like that together to make like more or less a mini essay, a mini video essay. That's not as replicable. I'm not saying it's not, but it's not as replicable, and so that helps you stand out, and so that's what I've learned. Find a way that you can stand out, because at least for me, I've been noticing, like, I still have a lot of Let's Plays that I'm going to put out on the channel because I've already recorded them and edited them. But, I don't think that this is going to be it for me, Chief. Like, if I do want to get anywhere with this, and this was never meant to me to be, like, some kind of crazy, like, career, because I actually do thoroughly enjoy my career, like, my actual marketing career that I have. But I do care enough to where I do want to see some progression with this. I don't want to just be toiling around, spinning my wheels, doing, getting no progress. Right. So, because of that, that's why I think about all this. We should all think about that. Like it's not enough anymore to just put out a Let's Play, whether you have video or audio or both or whatever, and go somewhere with it. We gotta think a little bit outside the box.
Well, I know your girlfriend's going to be waiting here before long, so before we end this and everything, give your information so that everybody on the stream knows how to get in touch with you and be able to subscribe to you and make you famous.
Well, you can find me at your nearest Taco Bell.
Okay.
I'll be having a double-decker taco Baja Blast. And or the nearest.
Started on this motherfucking taco hell. I had to come back like the Undertaker. Hold on, Rick. Oh, this motherfucker. He came to my state in shorts. It was like, I need the nearest Taco Bell and the White Castles in shorts, and it was snowing outside. I was like, you are a dumb motherfucker. Respectfully.
First of all, I didn't know it was gonna snow. All right, it was March. I didn't think it was going to snow anymore in March, okay? I never been to Ohio in my life, so, whatever. And also, I was totally fine. I needed a jacket, which I had, so I was cool, all right? And secondly, we don't have White Castle in Washington, so I was like, yo, I need to have me some fucking White Castle. So, it's like,
oh, hell.
We don't have it here. We don't have it. And so, there's a lot of stuff we don't have on the West Coast that we do on the East. So I was like, I want to try some stuff over in the East. And so White Castle was number one on that list, and we had some, and I shouldn't have ate it as late as I did, because boy did I feel it the next day. But I imagine if we had ate it at a regular fucking time and night, we'd been fine. See, but King, he's a little young, and I won't say it, but he's a young man, and so he can have that White Castle
like me. Okay, I got it. I got the joke.
Yeah, I won't say it, but it's between me and King. But he's a young man, and so he can have that White Castle at 10 p.m. at night and be okay to for the next day. Not anymore. Not me no more. Like, I can't. And even if I wanted to, it's like with my health goals, I'm just like, oh my gosh, I'm destroying everything, right? So it's just. So when I come by again, we're not having White Castle unless it's like if it's past 9, no White Castle for me. But yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly where to. I'm only on YouTube. I guess I'm casual hardcore gamers. That's really the only thing I got. I had a Twitter. I did have a Twitter. It's open, but like, I don't use it. But so even if you follow me there, I won't follow you back because I don't use it. Okay. So really just YouTube or here. That's about it.
And that's a good thing to add into. He is a regular on Home Away from YouTube on Discord, so if anybody can't get in touch with him through YouTube, which you should be able to, because if you don't, you've got problems. But if you want to get on Discord or you're on Discord, he's also on there with Home Away from YouTube, so he's always cool to talk to people too. I've never heard you ignore anybody or anything like that, so I know you're pretty good about that. So if anybody wants to,
you've never seen him live stream.
Yeah. Yeah. Never get to look at you for a while.
Okay. I wasn't playing I was playing Liza P. I can't pause it. Okay, I can't pause that game. And then like on Cuphead, I can't pause. I mean, you can, but like. Come on, Gemini. Would you pause Cuphead mid-fight? No, you won't do that.
Not for all the money in the world, no.
Yeah, like, if you're fighting Candy Coordination for an expert, you're not pausing that mid-fight. I don't care what the chat says. It can tell me my house is burning. Like, okay, cool. It can burn after I finish this fight.
Somebody else call the fire brigade. I'm busy.
Yeah, I'm busy. And I think the whole thing before I played Liza P might have been like, gosh, Wolong, which is also a Souls-like, which you can't pause. So it's like I end up playing these games where it's not optimal for me to pause and me to check the chat. So that's why I don't look at the chat as much. Which I'm sorry.
He doesn't love us, y'all. He doesn't love the chat like that. He doesn't.
Well, I remember a certain video though that I watched where a certain guy by the name of King was playing Liza P, and he had to get up, and he couldn't get up off the chair, and because he couldn't pause the game either.
Yeah, you can't get up. It's a game because Souls-likes you can't traditionally pause. That's their whole thing. Like that's like one of the whole things about them is that you don't necessarily pause the games, and so like unless you're in the area where there's no enemy.
I seen that tripped me out. Like, do you remember that when I'm talking about, King?
Yeah, I had to pee, and so at that moment, like a real one, you either pee on yourself or you hold it and you get a bladder infection. So you know what I did? Peed on myself. You know what? Like a real one.
Yeah, I had to mention it. I didn't want to bring that up. I figured it should be him who said it.
That's how much the man values his chat, see, RJ. That's what you're supposed to do. Pee on yourself once in a while.
He wasn't even live. That's the thing. He wasn't even live. He was recording. He could have just edited it out.
No.
I thought you were live, bro.
Nah.
He wasn't live. He's trying to call me out as if it's the same thing. Like, no, you could have just had your editing figure that out for you, but no. Like a real one.
Like a real one. I had to pee on myself. To get that dub, it was worth it. And I'll do it again.
Oh man! See, we end these things in the coolest way. Every time, dude, is like it's just amazing. You guys are. You're amazing, and I want to thank you for being here too. This is a big deal. Okay, a lot of people are influenced by you, and like the stuff you said right there, man. You know that's inspiration. That's something that everybody needs to hear, you know, and you're always welcome back on here anytime you want. If you want to be interviewed like this, or if you want to be a part of the panel, you know. And
yeah, if like it was like Infant was saying about Discord, you know, like I am on it. If you guys want to hit me up, ask me anything, feel free. I may not get back to you right away, but I'll get back to you.
All right.
Unless you think, then I won't talk to you.
Now, with that being said, I'd like to say thank you to everybody who was here on the panel. You guys did a great job, and you hit him hard, like I said, because he said he only had an hour, and we went over an hour and a half at his choice, but you guys did a great job, and I'd like to welcome each of you back again. And if anybody like this and you guys want to do an interview, you're more than welcome to do it, Jim and I. And this is the way it is when we do these. They're laid back. Okay, we have a good time, so there's no pressure.
If I come back, We gotta have Zach. I'm not doing it again unless Zach comes.
Zach said he wanted to show up, and CJ11 even said he wanted to show up, but it's just the timing was off for him because he's in New Zealand or Australia, I believe.
I'm just saying, we're not there. So you let Zach know.
Yeah.
If he wants to have me, if he wants to interview me, he needs to show up.
Yeah. I will. It'll be it'll be all on him.
Yep. You can yell at him.
It's just like Rapid. He does that to me all the time too. He gets me in trouble all the time. He makes me do stuff.
Blame me.
Like stuff that I ain't. Like, did you see this last game me and him's been doing together? I suck at that game, dude, and I'm like a tag along with them. You know what I mean? They're doing all this stuff, and I'm just sitting there dying left and right and stuff. So I understand.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me, guys. I'm gonna take off.
And glad you guys were here, and we'll end it now. Thanks for showing up.
Well, have a good night.
Thanks for having me, bro.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Peace,
guys.
be safe.
Take care.
Hey, guys.
Later. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. This is Roger Hanson, and today I have a special guest that I was able to get to come on to the show to do an interview. His name is Michael Paul. I watched an interview that he had done on The Wonderful World of Weirdness, and old John told me that I needed to talk to him, and from what I was able to get from the conversation, I agree with him. This guy has an amazing story that I really think he needs to be able to share to as many people as possible, so that was the reason why I invited him. I'm not going to go into much more than that because I want him to tell the story instead of me. So with that, I'm going to ask Michael if he could tell a little bit about himself and give himself a little bit of background about himself. So I'll hand it over to you, Michael.
Thank you very much, Roger. Well, I'm from the UK, just outside London, in a place called Romford. I was living at the time. And I've always been a very down-to-earth person, very material, to be honest with you. If I couldn't pick it up and touch it, then as far as I was concerned, it didn't exist. And I found myself in a situation where my friend had been murdered in the YMCA in Romford. We were really good friends, you know. We were thinking on the same wavelength as such. We could look across the room, and I knew what he was thinking, and he knew what I was thinking. And I became friends with him because I was working in Romford Hollywood, which is a huge nightclub in Romford. And we got to know each other. He didn't like me to start with, so he was quite a good judge of character there. So the gist of it was we became very good friends, and we used to leave the club on a whatever night. I used to work Wednesday and Thursday nights, so I'd leave the club, and I had no day job because being a disc jockey was all I ever done. So we used to go to his flat, which was just round the corner from where the club was. So we'd sit there till 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning, playing cards and drinking drinks and whatever. And then we'd go and have a fry up in a cafe. So one particular night in more than anything else, I noticed this. It stuck out a mile afterwards, but it didn't at the time. He was sitting there laying cards down while we were just having a chat. And he'd laid 4 cards down, and depending on the outcome of the cards, would give you either a positive or a negative answer, or a not sure. So 2 black cards, 2 red cards would be a not sure. 3 black cards would be a yes, and so on and so forth. And it went with the numbers as well. And he found out he'd asked a question, and he laid the 4 cards out, and then he'd turn the cards over. He used to do this touchy thing with his hand at the time. He'd touch the top of the card for some reason. I don't know, never did know why he'd done that. But he'd turn the cards over, and the cards gave him the correct answer. So all the questions were control questions at that point that we knew the answer to. So after it happening for like 20 minutes, half an hour, I started saying to him, this is a bit weird now because it's always right. Then we started asking it questions that we didn't know the answer to. What was coming up? Where would I be on this such and such a night? Would I be here or would I be there? And he turned the cards over, and we never did know the answer until it happened. And we found out that the cards were giving us the right answer, even to the questions that we didn't know the answer to. So he ended up, we were messing about, best friends for a few years, and then he ended up going over to Spain. His mother had a place in Spain, so he went over to Spain. He was over there about 12 years, and then he came back, and this was about, when he came back, it was about 2006, something like that, 2007. And he came back, he rung me up, so I went and picked him up at Stansted Airport, and he slept at my place that night because he had nowhere to live. I had a 2-bedroom flat in Romford. Mm-hmm. Then on the following day, we decided to go and see a few managers that we knew. So we went up to Ipswich to an old manager we knew up there in the South End, and it was very, very funny. Very, very funny, the things that we were coming out with, old memories. And then a few days into that, he then decided he was going to go and get a flat. So we lined up 3 bedsits, because that's all he could afford. 3 bedsits. We went to see the first bedsit in Romford, and while we was there, the third bedsit had rung up and said, could you move us forward? So, because we can't make it at that time to show you round. So we moved them forward, and we went to see the third one in the second place, if you get my gist. Mm-hmm. And that was still no good. We came out of the third one and went into the second one, which was in the third position now, and that was no good. It was dirty, it was damp, it was horrible. And this happened to be right opposite the YMCA in Romford. So he came out of the last one, and he went, yeah, let's try there. So we went and had a look in the YMCA, and I've been getting feelings like this all my life, and I've never really knew why. I was just writing it off to chance, really. But I got such a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach that there was something terribly wrong. So we went in there and went into the lift, went up to the 6th floor, came out, turned left, and the guy showed us the room. He'd opened up the room for us. And it was just very basic. It had a wardrobe in there, and a bed, and a little sink just to wash himself in. And he said, yeah, go on, I'll take it. And I'll never forget, at the time, it was £115 a week. He said, yeah, I'll have it, go on. So we went down to reception, and I was not a guarantor. I was giving him a reference. So they had my name and address and telephone number at the same time. So that they put their little card that they wrote it on into the filing cabinet. So he moved in, and then it was that weekend I got a phone call for the following Wednesday and Thursday night to work in as a mobile DJ in Birmingham, because we had a big company had gone to a particular agent that I'm no longer with in Southend and asked him for a DJ, and he said, yeah, I'll get you a DJ. So he rang me, and I was working on local radio at the time. So I took the Thursday morning and Friday morning off of local radio, and I was in my car the Wednesday afternoon, and I was driving up to Birmingham. And then all of a sudden I got a phone call from Russ. Hello mate, how you doing? So I said, yeah, all right, I'm all right. What are you up to now? I always said, I'm just going to stay in tonight. I'm not going to do anything as you're not here. He would have been round my flat. He'd have been sitting there drinking had I have not gone up to Birmingham. So he had a knock on the door, and I heard the knock on the phone. And he said, I've got to go, there's someone at the front door. So I thought at that point, it's a bit strange he's got someone at the front door, because he's only been there a few days. So put the phone down, and then I'd done the gig on a Wednesday night and the Thursday night, and then on the Friday afternoon I was driving back, and I had a female friend of ours ring me up, and she said, Mike, Karen her name was, Mike, have you seen anything to do with Russell? So I said, no, why, what's the matter? She said, I can't get hold of him anywhere. I said, well, he was always quite flighty, to be honest with you, and he liked his drink a little bit. So I said, well, give it a while, and then I'll try and get hold of him myself. And as soon as I put the phone down there, I pulled over into a lane by and I called him up myself, just went straight to answer machine. So I said, Russell, call me up. We're all worried about you. Where are you, mate? And then put the phone down. And then that Saturday, never heard anything. That Saturday afternoon, I'm doing some shopping in Romford, and somebody called me up from the YMCA and said, have you seen Russell? So I went, no, I haven't. We're trying to get hold of him ourselves. He said, because we need some more money for another week. So I said, well, go into his room. He was quite a flighty person, as I say. Go into his room and see whether his passport's still there. If his passport's missing, I would say he's got on a plane and he's gone back to Spain because he couldn't get any work. And the bloke went, oh, okay, all right, yeah, no problem. I now know that was the police. I didn't at the time. I thought it was one of the employees of the YMCA. So an hour went past, maybe 2 hours, and I'm at home by now. And then my girlfriend at the time, who's now my wife, came round. And she'd noticed, she didn't say anything, she noticed there was a police car down the end of the road, just with 2 policemen in it, just sitting and watching. So I'm sitting there, I felt quite fluey. I had no other work on for this Saturday night, so I'm sitting in the seat like this, trying to fall asleep. And then all of a sudden, the phone rings. Hello? And the voice at the other end went, why aren't you answering your door? So I said, what do you mean? I said, we're knocking on the door, why aren't you answering it? I said, nobody's knocked on my door, mate. Hang on a minute. I've opened because it was a first floor flat. So I've opened the blinds, the curtains, and looked out, and there was 2 men in suits standing there. So I put the phone down, went down the stairs and opened up the front door. And one of the guys just went, Romford Police, and he went to barge his way in. So I stood firm because, Romford is a little bit of a rough area. I stood firm because I didn't quite know what was going on. And then he'd stepped back when he realised I weren't going to let him in, and then he pulled a warrant card out. And his partner pulled a warrant card out. And then his partner went like this to someone in the next doorway, and a WPC, woman police officer, she stepped out of the doorway with a uniform on. So as soon as I saw her, yeah, okay. Right. He said, can we go upstairs? So I said, yeah, of course we can, come on. So I said, what's this about then? He went, we want to talk to you upstairs. So I said, yeah, you can do, we're going. And this is as we're walking up the stairs. I said, but what's going on? He said, it's about Russell Aylett. I went, oh, go on, what's he done now? Has got to the top of the stairs. And as we're walking into the lounge, one of the policemen said, we've found a body. So I went, oh my God. And I distinctly remember saying to my girlfriend, who just came out of the kitchen because she was preparing dinner, I went, it's about Russell, babe. They've just found a body. We went into the front room, and it was typically the good cop, bad cop. One policeman wasn't saying anything, he was just staring at me all the time, and the other one was quite chatty. So he said, we've found a body, and we think it's Russell. We're quite convinced it's Russell, and obviously he's dead. And I can't even begin to tell you. It still makes me a bit emotional now. I can't even begin to tell you that room, the room felt so small, really, really small, and I felt like I was suffocating. It's hell of a thing just to hit somebody with. So they said the WPC came back, and it was really shocking, really shocking. My best friend, WPC came back and said, do you need me anymore? And one of the policemen went, no, we don't need you. The YMCA there is covered in cameras. They had video footage of everything, and they were just following up from this reference card that they put in the filing cabinet, that all the people that knew him, because they The police, I now know, I didn't know at the time, the police start from the centre, which is the victim, and then they work in a spiral circle outwards, and the circle gets bigger and bigger. Who do you know? So they didn't know whether I was involved. They knew I hadn't gone into the room with them, but they didn't know whether, I suppose, I'd set it up or anything like that. So they asked me questions. Where were you Friday night? I said, I was in Birmingham. Have you got any witnesses to that? So I said, yeah, there's about 250 people. I said, if you want the name of the agent that gave me the gig, he can verify that I was there, and he can put you in contact with all the sound and lighting crew that I was working with. And they never did after that. They never did want the name of the people. Oh, okay, no problem. And then they just sort of like disappeared. I had to go the following morning and ID the body, and that was quite an eye-opener of what happens to a body when it's been sitting there for 3 days. Apparently, the guy that killed him strangled him. They beat him a lot. 9 broken ribs, broken larynx, I think it said, the report said it had, fractured skull. They really, really beat him. And then he strangled him, and then they put him in the wardrobe. And you can see all this online if you Google Russell Aylett in Romford YMCA in the UK. You'll see the BBC reports of it all. So at the same sort of time as this, I was looking into the Da Vinci Code, because it for some reason or another, and I don't know why, I still don't really know why, the whole idea of there being a bloodline of Christ.
Can I ask
yes.
you something though?
Of course you can.
I'm getting a little bit of chatter there. Hold on. Let me check my audio. On your interview that you did with Wonderful World of Weirdness, there was something that stood out to me in that part of the story you just said, and I was wanting to know if you could elaborate on it a little bit more.
Okay.
You said to John that there was a link that was between you and Russell, like you had a link with one another, and you guys could almost know what you were each thinking.
Yeah.
Could you kind of go into that a little deeper, like?
Well, I mean, most people get this with family members that they've spent a lot of time with. There was a psychological link between the two of us. We were completely different. He wasn't material, I was material. He was very grungy, and I was very suit and trousers sort of thing whenever I was working. He had long blonde hair, it was bleach blonde, and he used to wear big baggy jumpers, and he'd just wander about like this with his hands in his pockets, and I was more of a standing upright and walking properly sort of thing. Mm-hmm. So we were complete opposite where that was concerned, but there was some sort of psychological link. He was very intelligent, I'll tell you that. He didn't advertise the fact, but he was very intelligent, and he understood the way people thought, and their mindset, which is where we met. Because I'm quite a psychological person myself. So he could look at me, and I'd just look at him, and I'd know exactly what he was thinking and why he was thinking it. And then he would, without me doing or saying anything, get the answer back. Now I'm not saying this is ESP or anything. It was very strange, to be honest with you. The link between the two of us was very weird. But yeah, you get that with family members. Perhaps your mother, you're like that with your mother or your father or your best friend. Sometimes you get it with them, and it's just, I put it down to at the time that it's just knowing somebody very well. Yeah, that's all I can really explain about that, to be honest with you.
Now with everything that you've gone through and you've learned, what kind of well, I guess what would you think of it now? Like, would there?
Now I know it's a knowing. I've experienced this, and that's the best way I can explain it. It's just a knowing, and we all have this knowing. Every single person walking the earth has this knowing. We are all connected at the very basic levels of nature. It's just that over the years we've been taught to blank the subconscious mind out and concentrate on the conscious mind, the left brain. It's the subconscious mind that does the work with psychics and mediums and all the rest of it. That's the link with a global consciousness.
Okay. Yeah, so that was kind of what I was wanting to get into at the beginning, because you covered a lot of the stuff that I was interested in at that point, but then the part where you said that there was a link between you two, that was something that stood out to me, and I wanted to have you kind of elaborate on that, because to me that's very important.
We were connected 100%. We were connected.
Okay, so I'll leave you back to the story, because this is good too. I know where you're going with this, because I watched the interview, so I'm going to shut up now and let you finish. Thank you.
At the time I was doing going on these city breaks, because it really got to me and gripped me. My thirst for knowledge of this subject was, and still is, very big, bigger than I've ever noticed before, and I have no idea why. I'm not a religious person, but it just grabbed me and I had to know. So I was going on city breaks that the Da Vinci Code said certain works of art had clues in it. So I went to Florence, a city break to 4 days in Florence, and I went to the Uffizi Museum to look at the Birth of Venus by Botticelli. And it's a very pagan picture. Now I understand it. It's a very pagan picture. We went to the Louvre in Paris to look at the Mona Lisa and the Virgin of the Rocks and the Madonna of the Rocks, because there's two versions of the same painting done by Leonardo da Vinci. One's in the British Museum now, one's in the Louvre, I believe. So I noticed while I was taking pictures that I was getting these little brown circles of light. I mean, this is about 18 months after Russell's death. Little round white circles of light appearing in the pictures, and it was irritating me, to be honest with you. At the time as well, when I come back from one of the city breaks, I was taking photographs in the nightclub for advertising my services to other nightclubs and as a mobile DJ. And the last photograph I took, there must have been 250, maybe 300 of these little circles of light, which started off when I was in Florence as one little circle of light. And while I was in Florence, I was saying, okay, I can see that. Don't ask me what I was talking to. I had no idea. I didn't believe in the afterlife or any sort of spirit world. Okay, I can see that. Now give me two. And then two would appear in the next photograph. And it was the weirdest thing that I've ever been through. And at one point, I thought I was actually seeing things that weren't there, and I was going mad. So anyway, we come back, and I'm getting more and more of these in the photographs. So I took the last photograph I took with all these orbs in. I took round to a friend of mine, John, and he's heavily into his photography. He's always buying new cameras, and he loves his photography. He blows them up and he does this and photoshops them. And so I said to him that I'm having these little round circles of light turn up. I said, I've looked on the internet and they're calling them orbs. I said, but I'm hard pushed to call them that. They're moving as well in video. I used to get them. So he said, I've taken thousands of photographs in my front room, and not one of them have got one of these so-called, and he went, orbs that you're calling, taking the mickey out of me. So I said, well, let's get your camera now. He said, I think it's dust on the back of the lens. I said, but it's two different cameras, John. It's not the same camera. He said, well, I've got this new camera here. Come on, let's go in my front room and we'll take some pictures. So I said, okay. Take 3 pictures flash on and 3 pictures flash off. And he chose the wall that I stood against because I said, that wall there. He went, no, that one over there. So I said, all right, okay, we'll do this one over here. He thought I was trying to have him over. So he's took the pictures and we went back into his little studio that he's built, and he's put the SD card in the computer, and he said the first one, bosh, it came up full screen, 24-inch screen. There you go, look, no orbs. He then went click, second picture, no orbs. He said there will not be one orb in these photos. Third picture, there was half a dozen orbs. And he went, oh. He said, that's not the camera. I've got thousands of photographs I've taken with that camera in the past week. And he went, that's not my front room because I've got thousands of pictures I've taken of different animals on the table in the front room. And he said, whatever this is you. You're the only thing that's different. So whatever's going on here is going on around you. So I went, oh, come on, John, talk to me properly. I've come to you for an answer. So I decided to go and see a medium. Never been to see a medium before. And I went to see a woman called Lorraine Reese, which was a stroke of luck. She is the most amazing, frighteningly accurate medium I've ever seen. And since then, I've seen hundreds of them. So I went to see her, and I went in under an assumed name because, as I said, I was working on local radio at the time, and I didn't want her to put two and two together and then start feeding me nonsense. I wanted her to tell me what she thought or what she sensed. So I went in to see her under the name Mark or something like that. And she sat down. She said, okay. She works really strangely, Lorraine. She said, okay, so what's your birthday? So I said, oh, it's a so-and-so and so. She went, okay, born under the name, she talks like this right at the start, born under the name of under the birth sign of Gemini. And then she went, oh, I've got your best friend here. So I said, oh, have you? Still didn't take a lot of notice. Then back when we were playing cards in his flat, he started wondering because he found it a little bit spooky. So he said, I wonder if there are such a thing as angels. And I said, I don't suppose we'll know, mate, until we die, and then it's too late because we can't go back and tell anyone. So coming forward back to Lorraine, she said, he's telling me to tell you that you really were his best friend. So I said, okay. She then described the view from his window out the back on the 6th floor of the YMCA. And then she said, he keeps telling me to tell you angels exist. And it again, it makes me really emotional. It hit me like a steam train. That's such an obscure thing to say. She said, he's shouting it at me. He's telling me to tell you this, and he keeps saying it over and over and over again because you'll know what it means. He said angels exist. So I was quite shocked, to be honest with you. I felt like someone was trying to prove something to me, but I didn't know what. So anyway, it carried on, and she was accurate with a lot of the things she said. She then said, you're going to be called in 2 weeks by somebody that you haven't spoken to for 20 years, and he's going to ask you if you want to do a part in a film. So I had the tape up until about 6 months ago, and I started laughing. I said yes, because I Romford's answer to Brad Pitt, aren't I? And then I came out of the reading, and on 2 weeks later, on a Friday night, I was driving to work. I had a mobile gig on in Southend, so I was driving down the A127, and the phone rang. So I pulled into a little lay-by and I picked the phone up. Hello? And the voice the other end said, hello Mike, it's Steve. And I went, Steve who? He went, Steve, you know, you used to, and then he told me where we worked together. So I went, oh God, Steve. I said, that must have been about, and I went, it's 20 years ago. Oh my God. And in the back of my head, I started going, he's going to ask you. He's going to ask you. So I said, what can I do for you? He said, I've got something to ask you. And the voice is getting bigger in the back of my head. He's going to ask, he's going to say it. He said, would you like to play a part in a film? Because of my radio work, this particular film needed a radio presenter's voice in the background, just on the radio. Because the camera went across a radio and the radio voice started speaking, and then they wanted me for the voice. So I went, yeah, of course I would, Steve. Yeah, no problem. And he said, okay, we'll meet up on Wednesday, so-and-so, this area, that area, and I'll introduce you to the director. So I started shaking again because I got that heavy feeling in the pit of my stomach that something was trying to be proved to me. Someone was proving that this is existing. This is all for real. I seriously thought I was going mad for months because I was seeing connections between things now that were unconnected, but I knew they were connected somehow. So anyway, the following Wednesday came, and I met Bill, the group producer and the director, the director and the writer. And Bill said, yeah, okay, you've got the sort of voice. You've got the voice I want for the radio presenter. Has Steve told you what the film's about yet? So I said, no, he hasn't said a word. He said, well, it's an English Da Vinci Code. And I went, oh my God, I've just been researching all this. And Bill, he looked at, because I was always playing practical pranks up against each other, practical jokes. Bill looked at Steve and he went, you ain't getting me this easy. So Steve went, I swear to God, Bill, I haven't said a word. So I'm just looking at the pair of them like this, like I was playing tennis with them. And he went, are you serious? So I said, yeah. I said, I've been researching the bloodline of Christ and the Holy Grail and all the paintings that have got the clues in them. I've been round to, and I told him the story about the 4-day city breaks that I was going on, and he looked gobsmacked. He said, okay, all right, yeah, you're in there. Now, because of that connection, he now wanted me to be the voice on the radio and to interview the cast and crew who were in the film. And it was Martin Kemp, Gary Kemp, Stephen Burkhoff, Danny Dyer, Alison Doody, Lois Winston, that's Ray Winston's daughter. They were big names, big names in the UK. So it carried on. We set the shoot up, and on one of the first nights, we were doing a night shoot in a barn near Basildon, just off the A127 in Essex. So I'm standing there next to an actor who became quite a good friend of mine, and again, he was a very spiritual person. So I said, Errol, I said, how did you get involved in this? He said, it was a bit strange, really. My agent knew Billy, and then I went to do this, and Billy liked the piece of footage I'd shot in another film. He said, so I got here. He said, how about you? So I said, well, mine's a bit of a weird story. It's all to do with a medium and what have you. And it started off with the murder of my best friend in Romford. So he went, yeah, he looked interested. Yeah, he's an ex-military man. Yeah, Air Force, I think it was. Yeah. So I said, yeah, he was murdered in the YMCA in Romford. And when I said that, Errol went. So now all the hairs on the back of my neck have stood up because I didn't like that response from him. There's something here that I'm not seeing at the moment. So he said, when was it, Mike? So I said it was it was found in April, I think it was 2006. So he said I was in the room next to him, Mike. He said, I'm the one that raised the alarm. And to be standing in a situation like that again, I started shaking. I had to go and sit down and have a cup of coffee and whatever, just to gather me wits. It's the most surreal experience I have ever been through. The chances of me just stumbling across this is got to be millions to 1 against. And then in my head, I'm going through all the situations that I've been through, seeing connections, understanding and getting this thirst for knowledge that I've never had before. It was a really, really weird time in my life. I now know that they call that an awakening. And my gut feeling that I was having something proven to me was spot on. I was having something proven to me because I had to go and do something. And if I didn't believe it, then I wouldn't go and do it. So after that, I started looking into the occult. I ended up writing a book which was released under the name The Truth. And I've since changed it to Water into Wine. It was a self-published one. It didn't sell many copies, so after a year I pulled it off of sale, and I've now podcasted it. So it's still out there as a podcast. But the amount I found out about the occult by doing this research is unbelievable. There's nothing nasty about the word occult. People think it's an evil word. It's not an evil word. It means secret or hidden, and that's it. It's about as evil as it gets. I've not found any reference to a devil at all. I've found references to the jinn, which is one of the faiths, I can't remember the religion now, that speaks about the jinn, which are negative personalities, negative entities. But I can't find anything to do with a devil at all. Even the picture of a devil, the guy with horns, when you go back through history far enough, every god had horns, every one of them. It was a part of putting animal and human together to represent the duality of this experience that we're calling reality. The Egyptians hit the nail on the head. When you first look at the ancient Egyptians, they start to tell you about the afterlife, and it seems like they're fascinated with it. And it's not until you dig deeper with an Egyptian culture that you start to realize they're not fascinated with the afterlife at all. They're telling us this is real. They're saying the afterlife is reality. What they were fascinated with what we've got around our ears, what we call reality. That's what fascinated them, which at that time didn't really mean a lot to me. I didn't understand at all. I now understand it through looking into quantum physics, that quantum physicists are now saying that reality is made up of objects which can't be explained as being real. Recently they said that the subatomic particles they prove are in two places at the same time. Einstein came across just after he'd done the double slit experiment, which is a very, very strange experiment. I'll explain that to you quickly. With the double slit experiment, they wanted to find out, he was the second or third person to do this as well, wanted to find out whether a light was a particle or a wave. So they set up an experiment to fire a single particle, a single piece of light through two slits. And then on the back wall, if the light is a wave, it would go through both slits at the same time, and it would cause an interference pattern on the back of the slits, so you'd have loads of lines on the back wall. But if light is a particle, when they fired it from the gun, it would go through one slit or the other. So if it was a particle, you'd get two light slits on the back wall. There's loads of representations of this on YouTube. If you type it in double slit experiment, you can see the easiest explanation you can. It gets very in depth. But what Einstein and a guy called Niels Bohr found out was this if this doesn't move you to questioning everything that's around your ears, then you haven't understood it properly. And that was said by Einstein. What they found out was, while they were viewing it, the light was a particle, and when they didn't view it, it was a wave. So it changed state because it was being viewed by a consciousness. Now that is phenomenal. Out of this, I'm going to try and think of the phrase now Einstein came out with. He said, I think it was Einstein, nothing in reality is unaffected by the observer, by the fact that you're observing something. It's changing because of that fact. We're not talking about the whole tree, we're talking about the tree itself. It's either there or it isn't there. Einstein said, I find it very difficult to believe that the moon's not there unless I'm looking at it. There's Zen riddles that go back quite a long way. If a tree, I'm going to try and think of this now. If a tree falls in a forest and there's no one there to hear it, does it make any noise? The answer is no, it doesn't. Because if there's no one there to hear it, there's no one there to see it. And if the consciousness doesn't see it, the tree doesn't exist. That goes back thousands of years. I stumbled across the ancient use of particular drugs. It was dimethyltryptamine and psilocybin. Dimethyltryptamine, or DMT they call it, is in most 90% of everything that's around you. It's in humans and they don't know where it comes from. It's in plants, and it's this ancient plant use that the ancient Egyptians used to do, and they used to use during the ritual of the twice born, which was where a king became a pharaoh. There's a big difference between a king and a pharaoh. All pharaohs were kings, but not all kings became pharaohs because of this particular ritual. Now, the Freemasons know this ritual as the false death. And on tracing boards in a Masonic lodge, you can see a sprig of acacia. The acacia bush, or the acacia tree, which was rife in the Middle East around Egypt at this particular point, and Jerusalem, that contains, it's either 0.6% or 6% dimethyltryptamine. So if you set fire to it and you breathe in the smoke, you'll be off having a trip. The trip apparently is very similar to if you take enough of it. Have you ever seen the trip that Jodie Foster goes on in Contact, the film called Contact? Well, she's in this big ball type thing, and they drop the ball after big loads of spinny things go round and round and round it like this. They were given the dimensions of this by an alien race. Mm-hmm. They drop the ball and she gets catapulted, and that's the feeling. You've been catapulted out of your body. I guarantee that somebody knew about this ritual and the effects of dimethyltryptamine when they wrote that. I would be very shocked if they didn't. I'm not saying they do, but I would be very shocked if they didn't, because they're describing it perfectly. Also, psilocybin. There was a scientist on TV recently that said if it wasn't for psilocybin, which is magic mushrooms, the human race would still be dragging its knuckles on the floor. He openly said that in a documentary I was watching. I can't remember the scientist's name. But these are not things to be messed about with under no circumstances. These chemicals change your mind. They change the makeup of your mind. The ancient kings that became pharaohs, after ingesting these drugs, they used to die for 3 days. It was a symbolic death. They used to die for 3 days and then come back. And during that 3 days, the spirit used to leave the body, and then it would come back into the body again. So they'd die and come back and be resurrected. And after that point, it said, I'm trying to think the line in the Colburn Bible. That's another good book that tells you about all this. The Colburn Bible says after that time, faith was replaced with knowledge, and they could basically get in contact with their spiritual side, or psychically know things are going to happen after that point. I've been to see loads of psychics. I went to see one in Canvey Island called Grace Kennedy, amazing psychic, and this was about 3 years after Russell had died. She told me who was in the room with him. She said there was 3 men in the room. So I said, including Russ? Yes, there was 3. She said, no, 3 men plus him. So I said, no, there wasn't. I was involved in the case. I knew the police that were investigating it. There was 3 men. She said, no, there was 3 men plus him. She said, he's laughing at you now. Go and look it up. So I went and looked it up, and lo and behold, there was 3 men plus Russell in the room. And even I didn't know that. So I'm now in a very strange situation. I hate certain words: spirit world, heaven, ghost. I can't stand those words, not because the words are wrong, but because the words bring forward a preconceived idea, and it's the preconceived idea that's wrong. In 1985, I believe it was, or 83, in Princeton University in America, they started an experiment. It's called the Global Consciousness Experiment. They put together a random number generating computer. And when I say number, it was ones and zeros. It was a binary code. So this computer, they turned it on, and it just churned out 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, a binary code, ones and noughts on the readout. And they noticed that it was all completely random apart from certain points. And at certain points, it stopped being random. So they were mystified, apparently, when I looked this up. They got like an almanac of what had happened on the Earth, and when they put it underneath, they noticed that at the points when it stopped being random, there was major problems in the world. Earthquake, tsunami, volcano went off, 9/11, 9/11 was one of these events. A few hours beforehand, was it a few? Yeah, I think it was a few hours beforehand, it stopped being random. And then a couple of days or 3 days after the event, it started to be random again. So what they're saying is, they're agreeing with, if I've got this right, they're agreeing with quantum physics, that everything around you is a collection of atoms. These atoms are collected together because the universal consciousness deems it to be together. I know what I'm sounding like. I fully understand. I would have written me off years ago if I'd have said this then. But go and look. I've given you all the information. All you just need to do is just look on the web and look into books, and you'll find all this information's there. So as soon as I stop looking at this webcam now, it will cease to exist. That's what the quantum physicists are saying. This led on to a holographic reality theory, where they're saying that your reality is a dreamlike state that you're put into, and it only exists the page that you're looking at a time, the same as a game, a computer game. So as soon as you look at another vision, you've moved your vision in a computer game, what you looked at ceases to be. It isn't there anymore. And it's only there when you go back. And they're saying reality is the same as that. So going back to the ancient Egyptians, if this is correct, and quantum physicists have hit the nail on the head, they were quite right. Through their use of the ritual of the twice-born, they understood the nature of reality. And the nature of reality is, it doesn't exist unless you're there to experience it. Now, when you look through biblical texts, it comes back that God or whoever you want to look at is always saying to us, love is the only true thing, love is the way forward, which it is. Everything else is false. Everything else is part of a duality. You don't know love until you understand hate. You don't know envy until you understand, you with me, it's all a duality. Until you understand having plentiful stuff, having loads of it, where you're envious of someone that's got all this. You shouldn't be. It's just an experience. It's just an experience, and the only true thing is love. I don't know what else to tell you, really, to be honest with you. This has taken me about 17 years to piece together. And when I was living in Romford, this was after Russ had passed, I was in the second bedroom researching all this, and I wish I had a picture. The whole of the walls had blue tack on them with A4 sheets of paper, where it was like a nutty professor's room. I was reading a sheet of paper and I knew that one line in the middle, so I'd highlight it. I knew that line meant something. I don't know why, I don't know how, I just knew it meant something. So I was piecing together a timeline and a story. And there was 3 points when I wrote the original book, The Truth. There was 3 points where I was reading a bit of this and reading a bit of that, and I'm going, that connects with that over there, so that goes there. And then all of a sudden, 3 times this happened, and again I thought I was ill, thought I was having some sort of brain seizure or something. I started going, do you know when you walk into a swimming pool and it's a very cold pool, it's a very hot day, and then the water gets up to around the belly button area and you start going
yeah,
because you can't. That happened to me. I went, that obviously that goes there, and then that's connected to there, and I went like this, and it was a tsunami of information. That's all I can explain it. It was just unbelievable amounts of pictures. I saw pieces like a jigsaw all going in front of me, and I had to say, and I said at the time, stop, and it stopped. I got up, made myself a cup of coffee, I came back, sat down, and then I said, I didn't know who I was talking to. I was talking to myself. I was saying to myself, right, show me slowly. And then slowly, the pieces of jigsaw appeared in my mind's eye again and fitted into place. It was a very similar experience. I follow my gut feeling now more than ever. And I wanted to learn how to meditate properly. You never know if you're doing it right unless you're told how to do it. So I went to a little spiritualist church and I spoke to another friend of mine called John. I said, John, I need to learn how to meditate. I said, can you show me how to do this? He went, hang on a minute. So, that was his missus. So, Mike wants to meditate. Have you got any spaces for him on a Thursday night? And she went, yeah, I've got some spaces. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm going there and just learning how to meditate. So I've turned up this Thursday night, and they showed me how to meditate, and it was all okay. And then 3 weeks went past, and she started calling it a circle. So I'm going, it's a circle? You've heard of a witch's circle? It's a coven. It can't be a coven, surely not. And then it went on. It evolved that they were teaching me how to be a psychic and a medium. And I had no idea. This is just a situation I ended up in. So when I found that out, I went, all right, don't worry. Just go with it. And I'd done a few things and said a few things to people that were spot on. And in my head, as we all do, I'm going, no, ain't spot on. You've made it fit. You've made that fit your life. It was near enough, and you've gone, yeah, all right then. And then Sue said to me, right, I'm going to take you out this Thursday, and we're going to Southend, and you're going to give somebody a reading. So I went, no, don't put me in that situation. She said, well, just come with us then. So I said, all right, I'll come with you to another little spiritual church it was. So I went to the spiritual church, and then Sue said, she's right in front of everybody. There was about 30 people there. She went, Mike's going to be they call them fledglings. Mike's going to be our fledgling. He's going to give you a reading tonight. So everyone's gone, oh yeah, lovely. And I'm going, I can't do this. What are you doing to me? So I've gone and sat in the seat anyway. Just go with the flow. This is my life now. Just go with the flow. And then I started to get some very strange images in my head about one woman at the back with red hair. So she said, "You getting anything?" I said, "Well, I'm getting some strange images for that lady there, that young lady." I went, "This has never happened to me before, so you'll have to excuse me if I'm wrong." I said, "But I'm getting the image of a guy laying on his side. He's died of a drugs overdose. He's on red," and I can still see the pattern in my head, red swirly carpet, a 70s type carpet. He's sitting at the bottom of a big brass bed. Do you know the beds that are in Bed Knobs and Broomsticks, the film? It was like that, except it was all brass. He was in a bed sit, very small bed sit, and he had a sink in the corner. He was laying on his side. He had, and I knew he had a brown hair, but he dyed it black. In front of him were squares of silver foil. I still don't quite know understand this, and a lighter and a spoon. There was no syringes or anything like that, so I'm lost now. In the drug world, I'm lost. I've never taken it, and this is beyond me. So all the while, the woman's going, no. She was 22, 23, something like that. No. So I said, okay, and I just made a joke of it. Okay, I'm just going to go and get my coat. And everyone just started laughing, and I went and sat down. So an interval came up, and before I sat down, I lost my bottle at this bit. I got the words in my head, "Don't you dare do this." But I didn't say them because I felt silly. I felt very, very silly. So I went, clammed up. All right, I'll go and get my coat. Sat down. And then the interval came up, and the woman came over to me. She went, "Look, I'm really, really sorry. I didn't mean to close you down like that." So I said, "That's okay." I said, if you don't understand it, if it's not for you, you have to say no. You don't have to worry about people's feelings. You've got to be truthful. She went, "It's just that every medium I see tells me exactly the same detail." And I went, "Oh." And in the back of my head, I'm going, "Oh my God, I've done it. Whatever these mediums do, I've just done it." And then your conscious brain starts clicking in, and you go, "No, there's got to be something else going on here. Perhaps I've worked off the look of her. There's something about the way she looks that made me think all these," and they're all doing the same thing. So part 2 starts up. Sue comes out. She said, "Go straight to this woman." She wasn't around when this conversation was happening, by the way. Sue went to the woman. "I'm getting the same image that Michael had," and she said, "He's telling me to tell you, don't you dare do this." And I went, oh my God, that was the bit I didn't say. I didn't tell anyone. And that again was another shock to me, because this is what the mediums do, and I've just managed to go and do it. So I started researching after that. The basic thing is, we can all do this. Everybody on the earth can do this. There's nothing miraculous. There's nothing strange about it. Mediums go into meditation for years and years and years. And what the meditation does is it allows them to drop their conscious mind so that their subconscious mind can come forward. Now, the ancient Egyptians used to fish. When the pharaoh died, they used to fish their nose, their brain, out through their nose. The reason they did this was because they pulled out the gateway which allows that person to see reality. So the spirit, or the consciousness, I prefer to say, the consciousness can't come back into that body again because the gateway's been cut. It can't go into another body because they used to mummify the bodies so that the body still existed. So the pharaoh stayed in the afterlife, where he had whatever he wanted for breakfast every single morning, so on and so forth. And he was living the life that he was supposed to be living. That's what they wanted for him. They wanted him to stay there and not have to come back to this, to go through the hardships that life gives you. Yeah, I've had an amazing time. 17 years worth of reading books and watching documentaries over and over again, and it's I would never have said I would be going through this.
Now, we are coming up to the end of the hour. I have some questions to ask you. You've covered quite a bit of what I wanted to know, but if you don't mind, it's up to you. Would you be okay with going over an hour?
Yeah, of course it is.
Okay. So, there's some... sorry. There's some things that you mentioned before, like I said, in John's interview that really stuck out to me. And like I said, you've covered quite a bit of it, to be honest, and more. But the one thing that after you talking about, you had that link with your buddy Russell, you also mentioned about the YMCA. You had that bad feeling in your stomach.
Yeah.
Is there a way that you could elaborate on that more, and after that kind of give us an idea of what you think that was today, like when you reflect back on it?
When you understand consciousness, there is a global consciousness that the global consciousness experiment that I've mentioned in Princeton University has proven it's there. It's possibly universal, but the apparatus, the random number generators, are only on Earth. So we only know that there is a global consciousness at the moment. The gist of it is we are all parts. We are all separate streams that make up this huge global consciousness. Each individual stream, this is how mediums work. Each individual stream that make up the whole lot is a separate person. So there are millions and millions of streams, millions and millions of them, which is each individual person on the Earth. The global consciousness is where the atoms are placed together to give us a visualization of reality, because this is just a visualization of consciousness. That's all it is. I know for a fact that me and Russ were connected. Now I know me and Russ were connected. We were two separate streams, but we could possibly read each other's stream. If you go back and look at and research Nikola Tesla, because I looked into him quite a bit as well, absolute genius the man was. And he openly said, and I'm going to paraphrase this now because I can't remember the exact phrase, that my mind, it was something like, my mind is just a receiver of information that I'm receiving from the universe. I just haven't found where this stream of information is coming from yet. So he stumbled across the same thing. I think my stream and Russ's stream were just, we were more open to each other's thoughts that way.
All right. Yeah, I heard that when you were saying it, and like right now when you're talking about it, it reminds me of the receptors that we have in our brain, you know, and how information is transferred throughout the brain with electricity.
Yeah.
And that's one good point that you make right there. It really stands out. Now, there were a couple of other things that you mentioned that, like with Da Vinci and the Da Vinci Code. In the interview you did previously, that you said that you did the research and found out that there were codes in the paintings. Okay. Yeah. You went on further to say that you found pagan codes.
Yeah, a lot of pagan codes
in these works of art. Could you kind of elaborate on what kind of pagan codes you found in there?
Well, the artists at the time were pagan under a different guise, and with art is no different to writing a book or no different to writing a song. You have to get the inspiration. It has to be something that's come from you, and then you put it down onto paper, or they put it onto canvas. So when you look at Botticelli's Birth of Venus, he's actually drawing and painting what he knows about reality, what he really thinks about reality. This is the way artists were. They were very open like this. Even Leonardo da Vinci, there was the Madonna on the Rocks and Virgin of the Rocks. There was two different. He was hired by the Catholic Church to paint this picture, and he painted one. And you have to see the picture to understand this fully. But he painted one, and then the church told him to go back because it had anti-Christian symbolism in it. What it was that there's the Mother Mary, there's a Virgin, I can't remember her name now, and there was the John the Baptist baptizing Jesus, and they said that was the way he explained it. If I remember this right, this was a long while ago now, I looked into this. Well, Jesus in the first painting was nude from the waist down. I think it was nude fully, to be honest with you. So you could see his genitals. Now, if somebody's divine, they won't have genitals. So he had to be normal. He had to be human. And he had a belly button as well, which meant he was given a birth to. So they said, no, go and change it. So he changed it, and then they swapped the two. They explained it a different way when they started explaining it. They said it was Jesus baptizing John the Baptist. So they're saying John the Baptist was mortal, and Jesus, because you couldn't see his belly button or his genitals, then he was divine. These two paintings, I think one's in the British Museum now, and the other one is in the Louvre in Paris. You can go and see them, and they look identical. But he had to do the same painting twice and change certain things. There was something to do with the cave behind them as well. He had to change.
Okay. Now, you also mentioned, or bringing up the birth of Christ. You were talking about that, and then you started getting into synchronistic events and talking about coincidence and guidance. Is there a way you can kind of go over that with us again?
Yeah, of course I can. Well, synchronistic events, the word synchronicity was coined by Carl Jung. Carl Jung found out that certain things happen, two completely unrelated things happen in front of him in the same space and time, and the odds of those things happening were virtually nil. So he started looking into it, and he came to the conclusion after 3.5 or 5 years, something like that it was your mind that was making it happen. So a synchronistic event would be you wake up one morning and you hear the newscaster on the radio say, and Julie said so and so and so and so, and then you put on the TV and the newscaster on the TV says, and Julie said so, and you go, well, that's a bit strange, that's Julie, I know a Julie. And then you get in your car to drive to work, and the number plate of the car in front of you at a traffic jam says Julie, and you go, that's a bit weird. That's a synchronistic event. So that happened for a reason. Normally, Julie would ring later on that night, and you'd say, oh, we've all had these. Oh, I've been seeing things like this all day long with your name on them. What a coincidence. They're not a coincidence at all. Nothing is a coincidence. There's no such thing as a coincidence. These things were meant for you to see because it's driving your life. There was a diary that I when I was doing all the research, I stumbled across about a guy that noticed these synchronicities going on, and he done his research as well, and he said it's from Carl Jung, so he knew a little background of it. So we started putting together a diary, and it was every single synchronicity that happened to him. So he was writing down. He went 2 years, maybe I think it might have been 3 years, and then he sat down with a cup of coffee, because now he's got an intelligent viewpoint. Now he can look back at these synchronicities and see whether they are synchronicities or not. And he opened up the diary and he finished this blog off with, and I've tried to find this blog, I can't find it since. He said, I was starring in a film about me, and I played the starring role. These things were driving my life and I had no idea about it at the time. Now that's quite shocking. But it's true. Synchronicities are driving. These little insignificant things are not insignificant. Nothing is insignificant. If something bad happens to you with a certain type of person, this has happened to me a few times, and you don't resolve it properly, you'll come out of that situation. It could be 6 months, it could be a year down the line. You'll go into another situation and there'll be another person doing exactly the same thing. This time, you've got to think about it properly and not give the same result, because otherwise this is going to keep happening to your life. The synchronicities are amazing. They are amazing. And the synchronicities I've been through, even with the film. The film was called The Rapture, by the way.
That's what I thought was odd when I heard that, and I thought that was that's actually what caught my mind or my attention on that.
It's never been released. It's still sitting on a hard drive somewhere. I've no idea where though.
It's a shame, really.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. Now you also talked about something else, and when you came into talking about Carl Jung, and I it's okay if you don't want to talk about it, because I know you've talked about Ritual of the Twice Born in this interview, but when it comes to the Ritual of the Twice Born and Freemasons and the Freemason rituals, then especially the Knights Templar and all of that, you know what I mean? Could you kind of give us a lump sum explanation of all that put together, what it was you found when you did the research into that?
Well, I started digging and digging and digging. I had a very strange experience. Nobody has ever asked me to join Freemasonry. And then while I was doing all this digging and digging, 3 people in a month asked me. The first person I said, no, I don't want to be a Freemason. What's that? Second person, no. And I've noticed 3 in a month. No one's ever asked me before, and 3 in a month have now asked me. So the third person, I actually said yes. And I found myself taking part in the rituals that I'd written about in the book that is mentioned in the Colburn Bible, and that go back thousands of years to Egypt. The Ritual of the Twice Born, the Freemasons call it the false death. And I don't want to say too much about them, because I made an oath not to. The only secrets are the handshakes and tokens, and I would never reveal them, because I gave my word that I wouldn't reveal them. But there are certain bits and pieces that I took part in, the rituals that I'd read about. that was quite shocking as well, how I found myself in that situation. It was a whole big ball of confusion inside my head. The Ritual of the Twice Born is quite fascinating. They used to take the and I was seeing links all over the place. I went to Rome. This was when I went to Rome to walk around the Vatican, and I'm seeing, as I do in churches now, geometric signs jump out at me as I walk into churches. I've gone into the Vatican. Geometric signs and Egyptian signs are jumping out at me. I'm noticing them. It's almost as if someone's going, look, and nudging me. The Egyptian pharaohs used to be dressed in all white. And I don't know if you've been to Rome, but there's a place there called the Pantheon, which is a big dome-like building with a hole in the centre. It's about 20 feet across, this hole, circular hole. So the Egyptians used to dress their kings in all white robes, and then after the Ritual of the Twice Born, they'd come back into their body. They would then lift the 3 portcullises that were blocking the passageway into the king's chamber in the Great Pyramid, and then they would lead the pharaoh, which means great house. They would lead the pharaoh out And then all the people would be outside, all applauding him, and he would then they classed him as the shepherd of his flock. So he was dressed all in white, and he would come out into the sunlight, and he would seem to glow in all white. And then when you look, there was an article I was reading on the plane about an art student who was interested in the Pantheon and the hole in the ceiling. At a certain time of the year, whoever the Pope was at that particular time used to stand on a particular spot in the Pantheon, on a particular square. Squares and circles are very, very, very important, and I'll tell you about those in just a second. And at midday, I think it was midday on that particular day, as long as there wasn't any clouds, the sun used to go through the hole in the roof and shine on that spot. And there was the Pope wearing all white robes. So he used to glow in front of the people. Now that comes back over and over again, that they used to glow. Squares and circles are very big in Masonic circles. No pun intended there. Even Leonardo da Vinci done a sketch, The Vitruvian Man. Leonardo da Vinci put a square and a circle, and some Freemasons call it squaring the circle, and he put a man in the middle of it with his arms outstretched in the shape of a pentacle, which he was touching the edges, and the circle wouldn't go outside the square, and it was just perfect. It fitted perfect. He said man bridges the gap between the circle and the square. The circle represents the ethereal world, the heaven, spirit world, if you like, the consciousness, because there's no beginning and no end. It's just constant. And the square represents material world, because it's got four corners: earth, air, fire and water, everything material. So man bridges the gap between the two worlds, and that's why Freemasons are very big on squares and circles.
It's pretty good. Now I have to get you to go over numerology with me. I have the idea that you're pretty good at that, by the way you discuss it and you come into the things. So do you have pretty good knowledge when it comes to numerology?
No, I've stumbled across it. I don't have a huge knowledge on the subject, but when you talk to any quantum physicist, everything around you, there's a thing called the golden ratio. Mm-hmm. There's also pi comes into it a lot, and they say that everything can get, even the branches of a tree can come down to a numerical equation. So the branches that grow from a tree, when we don't understand this, we look at the branches and we say, well, hang on a minute, they're all random. And they're not random. They're not random at all. They are perfectly in line with the numeracy that puts them there, if numeracy is a word. Mm-hmm. Everything comes back to mathematics, everything. Now this leads them on to say that we are in a holographic reality, which is like a computer game. And that's why they say it, because everything comes back to the equations and they never deviate.
Yeah, I think it would be interesting if sometime I could have you come back on here, because there's a couple of other guys and a woman that I talked to about philosophy and everything, and we just went over Pythagoras, and I really think you'd love having a conversation with these guys. They're really profound when it comes to all that stuff.
Everything comes back to geometry. Everything.
Yeah.
All the numbers. Even Freemasonry. It's got a square and compass are their emblem. Mm-hmm. It's because the compass draws a circle and the square makes it square.
Yeah.
Everything goes back to squares and circles and geometry. Everything.
And just so we make it clear with the people that are on the stream, you did say on John's interview that you did eventually leave the Freemasons, right?
Yes, I did. That was about 10 years ago now. I left Freemasonry.
Don't want you getting any flack.
No. I won't, I've not released anything that you can't find on the internet anyway, to be honest with you. Okay. But you know, if you research it enough, you can find most things about it. It's I'll be honest with you, that the people I were rubbing shoulders with were very, very honourable men. Very honourable. Okay. If they gave you their handshake, they would stand by it.
Okay. So, is there anything else you'd like to discuss? Because
I think we've covered everything, haven't we?
Yeah, you've done an excellent job. You pretty much went through everything that I wanted to ask you about and talk about. So this was really a good interview, in my opinion. It was.
Yeah, I've enjoyed myself, to be honest with you.
Great. Now, before you go, could you give yourself a plug? Let everybody know your socials and how they can contact you, literature that you've got out, podcasts.
I'm on the internet. I'm a voiceover by trade now, so I'm on the internet as Michael Paul. Michael Paul voiceover. If you type that in, you'll find me. If you type in Water into Wine podcast, Michael Paul. I started the podcast because I had all this knowledge and I didn't know what to do with it. So I'd taken the book off the sale and I thought, well, I'll just do a podcast. It'll be a couple of hours. It ended up being 7 hours that I had to break down into, and it's just talking. That's all it is. I had to break it down into 20-minute segments because there is so much information there. You can't take it all in. It's just ridiculous. So that's why I made 17 20 minutes or 17 30 minutes, something like that it was. But it was a long while, 7 hours of pure speech. So if you type in Water into Wine podcast, Michael Paul, you'll come across that. It's all over the place. It's everywhere. So especially Anchor.fm, it's on there as well.
Okay. And I would like to extend my hand to you and tell you that you're always welcome to come onto my show anytime you want. I've got a lot of respect for you for the stuff that you put on, and I'm coming out with a series here in the near future. It's going to be called Into the Abyss. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the stuff that you discuss is a part of the topics that I want to get into, like philosophy. I want to start something that is concerning ancient magic, stuff like that. And if you ever want to be a part of that, let me know.
I'd love to.
It's going to be a round table format too, so it won't just be us. It'll be other people as well. So
yeah, I'd love to. I would love to.
Okay, so with that being said, man, all I can say is thank you, and I hope you enjoy your day, and you have a wonderful story, man.
Thank you very much. It's 17 years. I'm never going to forget in a hurry.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, you got one heck of a story, man.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and that'll be it for everybody out there. I hope you enjoyed, and we will see you later. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Home Away from YouTube. Today we are having a guest that I had the privilege of interviewing once before for Tech Talk. This time he's back with me on Home Away from YouTube to do another interview, and unlike the one before, it was all about tech. This is about gaming, so that's what we're going to be doing. This is Darker Things and Jen. Jen's the young one back there behind Mr. Darker Things. So with that being said, what I want to do is I want to hand it over to your YouTube one at a time. You get to decide which one gets to go first, and just kind of give a background for yourself. And I know you've done this before on my other one, but this is a completely different stream for a completely different platform, so we're going to have to do it again. So,
all right. I am Nugent, otherwise known as Trace. On the but I got into gaming was because of my father introducing me to original content, like on the Nintendo 64 with Super Mario, and got me jump started into loving video games.
I am Old Jen, also known as Darker Things. I have been playing video games since Pong. I know pinball machines don't count, but I've played those too. But video games since Pong. Atari 2600 was my first console. I also did PC-based gaming, clear back to the Atari PCs, or I played some in television growing up, some ColecoVision, all the way through Sega Genesis, all the different iterations of Nintendo I played, and I was such a loyalist to Nintendo. I was really late to the PlayStation game when PlayStation 1 hit. Probably didn't pick that up till about 2 years after it was already out on the market, but have loved PlayStation since. And that's pretty much just of like my experience on consoles wise. I tend to enjoy playing retro games or old games. And I also like to play those platform games. I get a lot of joy out of that. And real-time strategy games. Those are kind of right up my alley. Those are things that I tend to love. Looking into getting into probably some racing games, but before I do that, I want to get a steering wheel and pedal set. Because I'm wanting to launch into Star Wars Squadron soon. As far as video games go, I have the game, but I haven't really played it because I want to get a flight stick. That's about what I can think of right now.
Okay. Sounds good for you, but I'm not really satisfied with New Gen. There's some things we got to ask him first, because he kind of just got into the retro and didn't want to go any further. He's got a lot of good stuff, and I know he does. So...
Well, as far as my gaming goes, from retro, the first console I ever owned that was with more modern gaming was the PlayStation 3. And I got real into Call of Duty at the time before jumping into Skyrim and Tower Fantasy games. One of my favorite games when it comes to the PlayStation 3 was the original Mass Effect.
Excellent. Yeah. That's good enough. We'll let you slide on that, but I know you're into a lot more than that, because I actually watch your videos, so I mean, I know you guys do a whole lot more than just that.
So he's not saying it, but I will ask him to elaborate. He does enjoy Resident Evil games a lot. A lot. He's like really into Resident Evil games. And we have played some, both, I believe it was Resident Evil, the first part of the Ethan Winters story, as well as Village. And I can let him expand on that.
Yeah, go for it.
So I have been a big Resident Evil fan since Resident Evil 4. Because I didn't really play the original 3. And I've gone back to play them. So I essentially started with, and people started saying Resident Evil got big with everyone else. So I played from 4 all the way up to now. And it's a fun game series. It's challenging. And I love zombies when it comes to anything.
Now, this is my personal take about Ethan, okay? I want to get your opinion on this, okay, young Jen, new Jen. But by the time they were done with Ethan, for me personally, I should say it like this. For me personally, I felt by the time they were done with him, it was like a relief that they finally just put him out of his misery. You know what I mean? With all the stuff he went through, it was like by the time I was done playing, the games with Ethan on it, I was like, man, just kill that poor guy. You know what I mean? Did you get that kind of feeling by the time you were done with him?
But the first game, I thought he was going to die and that he went through enough hell as it was. And then going through to play through the second and him baby being stolen, Mia not being Mia again, it was like, are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
And then to find out that he wasn't even himself anymore, that he was a mold creature.
Yeah, that was awful. And
I think I almost welcomed the break in Village where you got to play as Chris. I mean, it's always fun to play as Chris, but that was like a welcome reprieve for me when I got to take over as Chris, because I was like, oh, finally, because there's some. I come from a theater background as well, so sometimes when I'm playing a video game, that suspension of disbelief, I do imagine myself getting lost in whoever it is I'm playing at the moment. So that was kind of like a break for me. It's like, ooh, the heaviness is off just a little bit. I can go and kick some tail instead of being in this turmoil.
Yeah. The part where I finally snapped on that way of thinking was when they took his baby and split it up into pieces, and you had to go and get each piece. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I was like, oh my goodness.
So, I constantly thought in the game, like, how the heck I don't remember what his name is, but the person who is the merchant, how do you know where these pieces are? Am I going to have to fight you at some point?
I halfway anticipated having to kick his butt. Yeah.
He was, I personally feel like he was just like an add-in to kind of like give a little of that splendor that, the game industry seems to have. Like, don't get me wrong, they had merchants, you know what I'm saying? But they never really was that extravagant about it. He had the wagon, he was an immensely obese guy, and then he had the toy that you did and got prizes from it. Yeah, I thought that was over the top myself, but I don't know. What do you think that? I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
For me, I know Nugent likes the Merchant, and I believe the Merchant been in other Resident Evil games, but for me, he felt kind of out of place in Village, to be honest. Felt it was almost like one of those things where they used it to connect some plot holes that they weren't sure what to do with. And it didn't interfere with the gameplay, but it was a detractor for me more than something that added to the game.
Mm-hmm. Hold on a minute. So, with your games and everything, you think you could give me a little breakdown on the first game you can remember playing?
Me personally was Pong, but an Atari 2600 came about, and so I was playing first. Even though it came with combat, my mom sprung for some major dollars when she spoiled me with that console, and so I didn't play combat right away. I wound up playing, I want to say it was Defender on that console and Space Invaders on the Atari console. But as far as in the arcade game, my very first arcade game, I want to say, was Tempest.
Okay, so
probably Tempest, and then a foray from that into want to say Pac-Man, and jump far away from that, probably I want to say Zaxxon, and the game that I spent a lot of quarters on, I mean, I sank a lot of money into that game, was Dragon's Lair. That game took my allowance. My entire allowance sometimes was dedicated just to seeing how far I could get through Dragon's Lair.
With me, the first game I ever played and can remember playing was with my cousin, and it was the first Halo. After playing that, it's how I another reason I got into gaming. My cousin started playing with me, and the first game I remember playing with my dad, even though most people don't agree with it, was Grand Theft Auto Vice City.
Oh man.
And those were the first 2 games that I do have a clear remembrance of playing.
That's pretty amazing, actually, because like you go from Zaxxon to frickin' to Grand Theft Auto, you know what I mean? It's like a time warp right there from the get-go. It's like, and I know we were talking on my videos about my arcade series that I was bringing up, and you brought up Zaxxon to me. I tried my best to find out where I could find Zaxxon, and I couldn't find it anywhere, just so you know.
Yeah, that's such a good game, and I can't find it anywhere either. I would love to play that game.
I've been looking up and down trying to figure out where it was, and I'm still going to keep an eye out for it, but another one that I noticed that I can't find anywhere, you remember Crash Derby?
Oh, yeah.
I
remember Crash Derby.
Had 4 people on all 4 sides, and they would be crashing up in the cars, and then you could get out and run to the edge, and other drivers had a chance to run you down. You know, I thought that.
Yeah, there was another, I believe, kind of like a reboot of that, but I'm trying to remember. Oh, Tank. I think is kind of a reboot of Crash Derby, with some firepower. You know, you can shoot at each other as well as ram one another. But Tank's another fun game. I believe that was available via the Nintendo Wii consoles,
It was
or Wii U.
It was Wii U.
We were we like Nintendo, but we weren't a big fan of the Wii U console.
Yeah, I know.
Another game a lot like that, I have to say, was Twisted Metal.
I forgot all about Twisted Metal. Oh wow, that's true, and that was pretty close. Not close, but it was like it. So that's a good tip right there. I'll check that out and see if I can come up with something. Now that one would still be considered a retro too, wouldn't it? 20 years.
Twisted Metal? I don't know. It depends on what year you determine.
Twisted Metal for the PlayStation 1 would be considered classic, along with PlayStation 2. For me, really, anything that moves into the PlayStation 3 era is kind of where it becomes more considered modern.
Yeah, I agree. Right around that time.
And, you know, when I saw a game shift for me, like having started on the Atari all the way up, the game for me that was a game changer, Roger, were 2 games really, was the first Tomb Raider and Siphon Filter.
Yeah.
Where you were able to change your perspective. Mm-hmm. And the way you view things, rather than just seeing like all the different perspectives you could see, and having to look and explore the world around you more than ever before. That was the game changer for me. Those 2 games were like changed my gaming experience entirely.
See, and that's why we need to have you on Rapid's channel as a part of Team Retro, because I mean, you've got a lot of good experience in that, and I bet you'd have a ball. I mean, the offer's been made to you. I mean, if you ever decide to do it, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, I got a lot of free time on my hands as of late, so I probably will be hooking up with y'all soon.
Yeah, I mean, and same with young gen there, you know, new gen. If you want to do it too, I know you're big on the Resident Evil. We gotta get somebody in there who can do the original Resident Evil, the first one. So.
Now talk about video game influences, whatnot. We were originally I was originally inspired to start the channel because New Gen over here said he wanted to be a YouTuber. Mm-hmm. But he was being a little bit camera shy, and he wanted to make sure that maybe Dad could come on camera with him, and it morphed into what the one channel Old Gen versus New Gen versus Worlds was. And our original concept that we were going to try and do, that we didn't really do, we didn't stick to it, was I was going to challenge him to play an older school game, mm-hmm. and then he was going to be in the same light, challenge me to a new school game, a newer generation game. But we're going to get back to that now on the old gen, new gen, father and son shared worlds, a channel that we're currently doing gaming on. And I've now challenged him, and barring any hardware failure, he's going to be doing Silent Hill.
Oh, yeah.
A Silent Hill.
Yeah, there you go. Have you done Silent Hill yet, New Gen?
I have delved into Silent Hill 2, 3, and Downpour. I've never played the original.
So, yes, it's going to be good for him.
Yeah, that's awesome. That is awesome. That's really, really good. That's an excellent game, too, by the way.
Hey, guys.
Hey, what's up?
You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, I've been watching from the beginning, but I didn't think you knew I was here, so I just stayed silent.
Oh yeah, come on in. I'll put the I'll put the chat up to the side.
No, I'm not on for long, mate, because my partner's, she woke up, that's why I came on here, but she's gone back to sleep now, so I just came out just to ask, maybe ask 1-2 questions if I can, and then I'll shoot off then.
Go ahead. Yeah, that's great.
You were saying about your old channel. That's what I remember you both on. New Gen versus Old Gen. Was it called that? I can't remember now. Your original channel you both did. You no longer do that no more. You've got another channel now, have you?
Yeah, it was Old Gen versus New Gen versus Worlds.
That's it. Yeah.
Some things happened to the channel. To kind of we just kind of wanted to hit reset and do something on a different platform altogether. One, we kind of thought that we were shadow banned without really knowing why. Yeah. As we had got a ton of traction, and then it seemed like nobody was watching our videos at all after that. We also had a subscriber count that was super inflated, but it wasn't translating to views. And someone had actually gotten into my actual Google account
and deleted
about probably 2/3 of our watch time. And so that was kind of like a hit to the gut. And so we kind of just hit reset and decided to do this other channel and leave what was there more as a kind of like a memory box for us of stuff we'd already done together.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, that's really rubbish. I remember that happening though. I remember that thing happened. I remember actually happening. So where do you see yourselves in the future? That's my last question. I'm going to shoot off then. Sorry to interfere. Where you're both now? Where are you like aiming for now? What are your direction you're going for as content makers?
We're gonna do what we originally wanted to do with the channel, which is the concept, because the gaming niche is so saturated. You're gonna have to find some way to stand out.
Yeah, niche.
So he's going to challenge me to play newer games, and I'm going to challenge him to play some of the older games, and we're going to give each other challenges to meet while we're playing those games. And the audience will buy in and then either root for us or against us, depending on what they want. But that's essentially going to be the gist of the game portion. But we're going to go back to not just being a gaming channel with Old Gen, New Gen. That's why it's Old Gen, New Gen, Father and Son Share Worlds. We're probably going to do some reaction videos. We're going to go back to doing kind of like what we did before. We had a food fight where we would review onion rings versus French fries, or who has the best chicken sandwich. Food reviews, movie reviews, book reviews, just overall, just kind of like a day in the life.
And maybe D&D.
And maybe some D&D sessions.
See, now you're trying to move into my territory. Thanks, guys. The competition's hard enough.
I'm trying to get him to play D&D, and I think the only way to get him to play D&D is going to be on the channel.
Right. And realize this is home away from YouTube, and I go with gaming with Infamous, not video gaming with Infamous. Okay, so when it comes to D&D, we're going to have to open up that can of secrets. Okay.
Something that isn't known, Roger, about to our community here at Home Away from YouTube is that we don't just enjoy playing games. We are in the process, and have been for about the last 4 months, building our own role-playing game.
There you go. Awesome.
From the ground up.
From the ground up. Yes. So we're in the process of doing that. Character generation, combat system, original artwork, character classes, things like that. We're actively working on, and we were going to pitch our community at large when they wanted to participate in a gaming session via Zoom or whatever platform where we could do it on Discord, and actually start utilizing or testing out our own role-playing game amongst our friends here in the community.
That sounds good. Now, me and John, we've got a friend of ours named Mark Edworthy, and another one by the name of Tanhai Tran, who is really good with tech. So if you want to, we could have a conversation with them together and maybe see if they could set up something to where you could do it on a system like maybe Jitsi or something like that, and be able to have it a standalone away from Discord and away from any of the other platforms. You know what I mean? I don't know if you're aware of what Jitsi is, but
I've heard you mention Jitsi. I don't have much exposure to it, but we're definitely open to using tech. You know, we love online. We love the internet. A lot of our interaction is with other people. Oddly enough, is via the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Might seem odd to some people, but off the net, this one's pretty shy.
Mm-hmm.
He's pretty quiet, reserved. I'm actually, for lack of a better term, an extroverted introvert. A lot of people don't think that makes sense, but that's really kind of what I am. I can talk for a while, but I absolutely have to get away and be by myself and recharge the batteries. I can't be like talking all the time.
Yeah. I know that when it comes to the stuff you do, you're very outspoken and everything, you know, and you do what you're doing pretty good, okay, when it comes to speaking and talking and stuff. But the one thing that I want to ask you is, when it comes to the other aspects of like streaming and everything, does it cause you stress to like be on the camera and things like that? And does it cause you a lot of stress?
Streaming, not really. I wouldn't say stress. It just doesn't, because we've always just kind of hit record and edited later. Mm-hmm. And we trust, you know, the power of the internet, so to speak, and the magic of editing to make things look right. Mm-hmm. Last times we have bloopers, we actually edit them out so they're never seen, but we should probably leave them in the video. That's what he's been telling me. For a more organic experience, we're probably going to go towards that. We've streamed a few times. It just seems odd to us sometimes because we've never had maybe more than 1 or 2 people come into a stream. Even when we had like 1,000 something subscribers, we never really had a lot of people on our stream. So it seemed like we were talking to ourselves.
Yeah.
And it just seemed as organic. So we're looking forward to streaming in the gaming platform. But we're going to have to announce it, you know, so that people actually know we're streaming, and hopefully we can get people to come to the stream. Yeah. We really kind of just did it as a run and gun type thing before, which is probably why it wasn't as successful.
Now, I have noticed one thing. I've been doing cross platforms and using Odyssey and Rumble and YouTube and stuff, and I noticed like when it comes to live streams, if I do live streams on Rumble, I get a lot more views, whereas if I do live streams on YouTube, I don't get as many, but they have more views when it comes to uploads, where it's the opposite. Gotcha. Whereas the opposite on Rumble, you don't get as many for the uploads as what you do for the views. So like in YouTube, I actually, only time I do live streams is for like this right here, you know, doing the interviews and stuff like that. But I focus more on the uploads when it comes to YouTube because that's where I get the views. So I stick with that, and then I do the retro with Rapid. So just figured I'd share that.
Yeah, I got you. I understand. So sometimes I think why we hesitate right now, we're looking at improving our internet connection with our current situation. Because the way we stay, it's not a traditional lease. We have to look at actually getting like a mini tower and paying for the bandwidth. For like streaming purposes, we would have to do that because we tried to stream a game the other day via Xbox streaming. We pay a little subscription for that, and the game was coming across so pixelated. It just wasn't feasible. You know, if we download a game and it's actually on our hardware, then we can do it. And we had consoles come and go due to some family emergencies and things and whatnot have happened. So right now we're just able to play PC games or games that we can play on an emulator. We're looking at getting our PS5 back. And then we're probably going to, like I said, invest in the tower. And use the bandwidth for that for streaming purposes.
Sounds good. If you've ever watched my older stuff, man, people bitched at me all the time because I didn't have the proper equipment to really do a good video. And I was so obsessed and crazy about it that I made really crappy videos, but I can say I made them. You know what I mean? They can talk all the shit they want, but I made them.
Well, that's how you have to start YouTube off. Produce the content that you're able to with the equipment you have. Do it for your own pleasure and love.
Right. And that's
kind of how the other. I know this is our channel is about gaming, but that's how the other channel came to be. The other stuff I do. This one was burnout for gaming for a while, and like I said, we went as old John remembered. We had kind of our channel take a hit, you know, with over 2/3 of our videos getting deleted, losing that watch time because we were this close to partnership. And it was there. It was within our reach. We were probably looking at being partners with them, like with the amount of views we had watch time and the amount of views we were anticipating we were going to get. We were thinking we were going to get partner in like a month or two, you know? And for all that video content to go bye-bye like that, we lost all that watch time.
That's crazy.
And we went back and forth, both of us, on whether to stick with the old channel that had the problems that we had with it because there was a subscriber count, or to start new on the channel that we got now. And ultimately, we finally both came together and said, let's just leave the old channel, all the memories we have over there, let's leave it there as a videography of good times we've had, and let's build something new on this other channel.
Well, John is the one that kind of got me to where I split up my content and put it on different channels because, like, well, first his idea was that I split up my games, and like I can't do that. I'm just crazy like that because I have like all these different categories of games and playing.
Sure.
But I just couldn't bring myself to do that. But I knew that I had all my other content, like the crazy stuff and the political and the history and stuff. So
yeah, you and I kind of cut from the same cloth.
Yeah, and I ended up making channels for that. So when it was finally all said and done, I'm okay with having those channels. But when it comes to my Strange Stories and the channel that I've got now for the gaming with Infamous, if I give up, it's done. You know what I mean? I'm not splitting it up. There's just no way I could possibly handle that. I think I would freaking have grandma seizures from it if I did.
Oh no.
Not good.
No, we don't want that, brother. We don't want that.
I mean, I've actually fallen in love with my own YouTube channel. That's how bad it is. It's like there's so much history there for me when it comes to the actual streaming. And like I had to go on my main account and delete old stuff that I had from like like Minecraft. I had horrible video footage from Minecraft. Okay, not only
You didn't keep it.
Well,
you didn't keep it because it's all about growing with the platform, right? People can go back and watch how poor you were and how much better you are now.
I've got the edited stuff on my new one. I just couldn't get rid of it. I mean, duh. Who could get rid of freaking Minecraft? You know what I mean? Like,
he gets mad at me because I love Minecraft.
I wouldn't say mad, but he was trying to get me to play, and I wasn't really interested because I was like, we excelled at graphics and made all these things look super real and 3D polygon to like real looking facial features and all these stunning graphics like in Assassin's Creed games and this, that, and the other, and you want to tell me that this game that resembles what I played on the Atari is the new rage? Say what?
I know.
Being creative.
It threw me off too. And then like the thing about Minecraft that's so horrible is the people that play it, like griefers, okay? They don't just grief you in the game. They get on your videos and they talk shit to you. And they are, yes, they are the worst ones, man. They will troll you like you wouldn't believe. If your freaking videos aren't up to their standard, they will get in your comment section and they will tell you 9 kinds of hell.
Like, I used to go to a Minecraft server that's called an anarchy server because there's no rules on the server at all.
Yeah.
And those people are...
So no rules, so no rules, let me ask you something, Eugene, since we're having a conversation here. No rules, does that mean like in the realm of D&D what we call hobo killers? Was there hobo killers in the Minecraft server?
What it means is they're...
Like y'all could kill one another?
They can kill one another, they can steal your stuff, they can lock you inside a never-ending death loop.
Yeah. It's horrible. It's horrible. And they do that on the game. Okay. That's what he's talking about. Like, they get on this server and then they play the game and there's no rules.
I don't think I operate in a environment with no rules very well.
Because some servers will have roles and admins and stuff to make sure people are playing well together. And then there's some servers who just don't care.
They don't
care.
Wow. Just time to butcher and kill.
Because, when we play role-playing games, D&D, Trace and I both are not fans of people who we call the hobo killers.
Mm-hmm.
In D&D. Their only purpose is to come in and kill all the other player class characters. We don't like those people.
D&D should be a blend of combat and role-playing.
I'll tolerate a thief in my group as long as you're not stealing like my rare items. You're just trying to get gold or something. You're pilfering and I'll tolerate a thief to a certain extent. But thieves that really make me mad, like you stole all my rare items, well, I'm going to reclaim those rare items and then I'm going to find a way to put you in my bag of holding.
But see, my problem is I like go the other way when it comes to like real role-playing games. I love the bad guys. I love them. Like the storyline behind them and their lore is way better than the good guys. I mean,
do you like Strahd?
Paladins suck, dude. Being honest.
You like Strahd? You said you like baddies. Are you familiar with Strahd?
Strahd. Explain them.
Yes.
Here.
So have you played any of the Ravenloft?
No, I haven't got to Ravenloft.
For D&D?
No.
Oh, well, Strahd's a big baddie. You're going to like him when you encounter him. He's got a lot of lore around him. If you like dark and you like bad boys, you're going to like Strahd.
Now, that's Forgotten Realms, right?
Strahd is Ravenloft.
Ravenloft, right. Now, is that D&D or is that
yes.
Forgotten Realms?
That's Dungeons and Dragons.
That's Dungeons and Dragons. It's not Pathfinder.
Okay, yeah. Kind of.
You'll like it.
So, the reason why I mentioned that is because I'm into Forgotten Realms too. And with the bad guys, I'm just learning those guys. Now, I haven't gotten into Ravenloft, but I've heard about them.
Help me remember the names of the. Aren't there two twin brother mages in Forgotten Realms?
Oh yeah. They're wizards, and they were. Is that the ones you're thinking of? And they were battling.
Yeah, I can't remember their names for the life of me. I like the darker of the two brothers in that series.
Yeah. Now they were fighting amongst one another, and they caused havoc all along Faerun, the coast, all the way up and down it. There's a whole storyline on it. I love that.
And were the Kinder introduced in Forgotten Realms? Was that the character class also that was introduced in Forgotten Realms, Kinder?
No, I don't know for sure if they're
the little tiny thieves. They're like they love to steal.
No, I don't know for sure if they are. No.
Okay.
The ones I've gotten obsessed with are the werebats and stuff like that. I believe they're in Forgotten Realms. I'm not sure, but the werebats and the frickin' have you ever heard of the what the heck are they called? They're the creatures that go down in the ground and they tunnel and they got claws.
No.
Like
I'm more familiar.
When you find out who they are, let me know.
But what it is that they are dwarves that get bitten by other not werewolves, but like a were animal, and they
so like bears.
Yeah, kind of like that, and they end up freaking eating anybody that comes across their paths. Okay, and they'll turn another dwarf into one of them, but they don't care if you're a dwarf or human, and they're going to eat you. You know what I'm saying? So they can't turn humans into their kind, so but they can still eat them.
Oh, only another dwarf?
Only another dwarf.
Kind of sound like tunnels.
That's interesting.
It's I you really caught me off guard because I would have actually read up on all this stuff before I talked.
When it comes to gaming and thinking that role-playing games start becoming video games for me, of course I've seen different iterations of D&D. I've seen an attempt at recreating Shadowrun. I kind of always thought that as a role-playing game, I was a Shadowrunner before I ever heard of Cyberpunk. So I always thought Cyberpunk copied Shadowrun in its theme and its content and everything else. But as far as video games go, I know that this one, when Cyberpunk was coming out, was super excited, right?
Let's not talk.
So much that he pre-ordered the game and then waited for the game to get released. And then when it got there, it was so buggy. He's like, I can't believe I paid all this money for this piece of garbage. He refused to play it until the bugs got fixed after that. So, have you had any experience with Cyberpunk?
My son played it. Now, I like the graphics, but I could see the bugs in it. And the bugs were pretty bad. But
it was so bad that 3 attempts into the game, all of my save files were corrupted.
Every time he'd get to a certain point, the save file. It was always around the time, I believe, when he was with his partner, is Jackie, right? And they're going to this big building, and this leader of the Japanese group is killed by his son. Or I'm sorry if there's spoilers here. Sorry if I spoiled it. But there was a prominent person in the game gets killed, and then there's fallout from that. Well, after surviving all of that, the shocking revelation, of the partnership coming to an end unexpectedly, he'd save the file and say, okay, great, I've gotten past this point again. I'm going to come back tomorrow. I'm going to play through this. I'm going to be excited. And the save file would be corrupt. Always in the same spot. Man. That's a game. That's one of the games that we abandoned. We were filming it for the channel, and we just stepped away from it. We said, "Sorry, we can't do this."
Now that the bugs are fixed, are you guys thinking about doing it?
It's going to be one of the games he challenges me to actually play through.
Okay.
That's going to be one of the games I take on.
What about you, New Jen? Now that it's done, are you willing to give it another try?
Now that it's done, I have played through it, but the original stuff, from it being delayed and then having to deal with the bugs, and then there was some development stuff that was promised to some of us who pre-ordered the stuff.
He was supposed to get some DLC as being one of the people who pre-ordered it. This whole Cyberpunk, what is it, Liberty, whatever. He's supposed to get that for free. Then they did not honor that commitment.
They didn't honor it, and I used to be a big fan of CD Projekt Red with the Witcher games. I had trust in the company.
Yeah. See, and that's good information, because we were just talking about that the other day with CJ11, wasn't we?
Yeah, we made CJ11 mention Witcher.
Yeah, and somebody else, I believe, was talking about. Well, yeah, who was it that was talking about the CJ or the Punk? Now I'm giving it a brain fart. Punk.
Cyberpunk?
Yeah, Cyberpunk. Somebody else was talking about it. I think it was yesterday or day before.
Was it RJ?
RJ, yeah. So it's some good information right there. Got your feedback on that. And I feel for you, man, because like you guys know that I've been doing emulators, and I try to use that Ryojinx emulator for a game on Switch, and I personally believe, because I freaking played this game on that emulator, I ruined my experience for ever playing it, because that was like the first time playing it, and it was just a bad experience. And if I would have just went ahead and played it on a Switch, I think I would have had a better attitude about it, you know what I mean? And like,
yeah,
I just that is.
I think one of the games that I really enjoyed playing when he was younger, one of the first times we actually kind of played collaboratively, because it has something to say with what you're saying here. We really enjoyed Skylanders on the Wii. When that Skylander content was coming out, and then the subsequent chapters, and we were like all into collecting all the minifigures, putting them on the portal, and having the toy come alive. We bought into that concept. So much so that he found an emulation version of the Skylanders game, and we played it, but it didn't hit the same, if you understand what I'm saying. There was something about having the portal of power, placing the figure on the portal, swapping it out, because for me it was kind of like a timing thing. Okay, my character's about to die, I'm going to swap him out, allow him to heal up, I'm going to put this one on the portal power, have it come to life. And it's kind of like a strategy, almost like a bullpen with wrestling. You had your Skylanders lined up, you knew you were going to put in the game, so to speak. And the emulation version of it just doesn't hit the same.
Yeah.
So if I played Skylanders first time through an emulation, I don't think I would have the love for the game that I have having played it
exactly
like the actual version of it. So I can relate.
Yeah, it's something that I've at least I don't remember having that experience before. You know what I mean? Until just recently, I played what is it? Gods of War? No, not Gods of War. Gears of War 3, and
that franchise.
Yeah, and that was a bad experience on the emulator. And then after that, it was this other game that I don't want to mention because Nintendo's involved, so I don't want to get in no trouble.
Oh, I know what you mean. Emulation and Nintendo means lawsuit.
Yeah, and like, so I turn around and I decided that I'm not going to use Ryojinx for any of these other games because of that experience. There's just some games that you don't use, and Xbox.
That's an emulator I'm not familiar with. You want to send me the information on that emulator? I'll pass it on Ninja and have him check it out.
Yeah, Ryojinx. It's
emulator I use. It's for Nintendo DS. It's called Citrus, and it works pretty well.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to use that here before long because Rapid has to do Rapid's Revenge, which he's got to go through Dragon's Lair. He's got 3 chances to make it, and every time he dies on Dragon's Lair, it marks what his quest is going to be when it comes to Dragon's Quest. So there's going to be a challenge for him, and that's for all the horrible, miserable, hateful things he's done to me. So
I'm down. Let me know when that's coming out. You said Dragon's Lair I bought, and then Dragon's Quest also. I've seen. I think it was.
Which Dragon's Quest title is it going to be that he's going to have to go through?
We have been debating on it. The Drew Gamer helped me out with the outline, and I think it's going to be 8. It's going to be It's going to be part 8, is what I believe. But
I'm looking forward to that. I was just getting ready to say, isn't Drew Gamer's been doing a lot of Dragon's Quest? So
yeah,
I like the lore surrounding that game, and I pretty much can thank him for getting me exposed to that franchise. I like Dragon's Quest. I'd always thought it was just graphic novels, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize there was a whole series of games based around it.
Just the manga and the anime. So the game,
which is another thing I can bring up too. I've got the literature for Dragon's Quest. So
oh my gosh,
if you guys
that's a lot. That's amazing.
There's what is it? 4 books, I believe, maybe more. It's on my computer, so I'll check it out later, and I can send it to you, let you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. So, would love to check that out.
Because, I mean, when it comes to gaming, man, when it comes to role-playing and D&D, man, we got to stick together. There ain't too many people out there that you can, network with on that stuff.
You can't just pick up a game of D&D, you know what I mean?
Schedule it and everything.
It's not like, hi, can I join you? Or it's like, you almost feel like going to your local hobby shop and going, hey, by the way, you don't happen to play D&D, do you? I saw you buy some dice.
Yeah.
No, I play Warhammer. Oh, yeah, never mind. Yeah, I'm the guy with Warhammer. But you know what I'm saying, because D&D people...
He gives himself away too much, okay. Let's talk about Warhammer, New Gen. Go ahead.
Okay, so Warhammer is another tabletop war game where you have your units, your leader, your support cards, and everything else. And I tried to get him into playing it. He doesn't grasp the combat system.
Wait a minute. It's not that I don't grasp it. I just don't enjoy Warhammer as much as I like Battletech or Mech Warrior. And for someone who didn't grasp the concept, the first 2 times we squared off against each other, I won. So
that was Warhammer Fantasy, not Warhammer 40K. You want to talk about Warhammer Fantasy? We can talk about Warhammer Fantasy, but
Warhammer's Warhammer. We stipulate which version we would go.
Now, understand these Warhammers get crazy, and that's not just the role playing. Like, have you noticed all the different Warhammer games that are for video games?
Even video games,
games, the books. There's a lot of lore.
It's a lot. I mean, so
and this is going to be giving me away, but blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne.
See, that's what I was saying, man. You got to bring it out. Start talking about that Warhammer. And my son and my niece and her husband, which I call him my nephew now because he's married to her, but they had me go over for like a board game party, and it was supposed to be Warhammer. And I get in there, and it's like a freaking board with like little pieces on the thing, man.
Yeah.
And
dioramas galore. You don't just have a mountain on the map; it's a mountain like that's this tall. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
people take their game seriously.
It's a lot of money.
He said
I don't want to get into how much I spent on that game.
Okay, here's the big question: have you painted your own figurines?
Yes, that's my favorite actual part of playing Warhammer, is painting my minifigs. I can take hours upon hours just painting one.
Yeah.
I remember one time I was like, you enjoy that so much, I would almost want to invest in a 3D printer so you could make your own models and paint them. It's like, Dad, if I got found out, I wouldn't be able to use them.
Oh my goodness.
He's like, if it came to the table with a fake Warhammer character that I 3D printed and painted myself, if they found out, I wouldn't be allowed to participate in the tournament. I'm like, oh my gosh, bang my head.
Yeah, they got serial numbers on them, do they?
Yeah,
on the bases and inside the molded plastic.
Yep, that's I mean, that's the way they are.
But I guess, for me, that kind of goes back to like Magic the Gathering, the card playing games.
Oh,
you couldn't
don't
just
get me
like,
started.
here's my drawing of the card I'd like to have in my deck and I'm going to use. No. Better have that card.
Okay. Magic the Gathering, you mentioned it. I want to hear from both of you. I love the game Magic, don't get me wrong, but what do you think about the owners, Wizard of the Coast?
Okay, so I was not a big fan of Wizards of the Coast selling off to TSR. I wish they kind of had remained independent from TSR, just because I liked the flavor of the game, so to speak, better. And it wasn't associated with TSR, and now Magic the Gathering's becoming part of D&D. I liked it better when it was its own thing. And I thought there was a better creative mind and more individual thought regarding spells and counter spells and creatures and everything, like all the different realms that they would create for each version were distinct and different, and now it's becoming harder and harder to determine the differences between this version versus the previous version.
That's pretty rough. Well, before I even make a comment, it's your turn, Jen. We got to get your take on this.
I do love Magic the Gathering, but I do hold a little of the same sentiment when they sold off and it became a part of D&D. Magic the Gathering source material, great for D&D, but D&D does not transfer over well to Magic.
Okay. Yeah.
And like with Magic, my experience has been okay so far, and then I got into Commander and I stopped playing normal D&D.
Yeah.
Or sorry, normal Magic.
Yeah.
Because Commander was a little better.
And story time. I had original all the Moxes, like one of each, right? That's how long I'd been playing the game. And when this one was 2, and I had my cards out and I got distracted, his mom wasn't watching him. All my Moxes were on the table as I was trying to teach his mom how to play the game. He had a sippy cup, the lid came off and ruined all my Moxes. Story time. I was like, oh no, slow-mo. Where was the bounty picker upper right then and there? So that was the moment. Oh no.
Right. So with that right there, I am going to say that I agree with you guys 100%. Another thing that really got on my nerves with Wizard of the Coast is their whole their attitude about things. You know what I'm saying? Like orcs aren't supposed to be freaking politically correct. It's supposed to be our duty to freaking hate orcs. Okay? There's nothing politically correct when it comes to orcs. Orcs are the enemy of humans. They want to eat you. You know what I mean? So that's the part that really got to me about how they started doing stuff like that. You know what I mean?
You know, yeah, because when they first started, there was no political correctness. You had goblin grenades, for gosh sakes. Right. You're turning a goblin creature into a grenade. The goblins are becoming cannon fodder for the game. You're a mage and you're summoning creatures at will, and they get exploded and exploited for what will. That was part of the fun of the game.
Like Warhammer. Orcs in Warhammer use these creatures called squigs, which are supposed to be other orcs. They use them for food, hair pieces, weapons.
Yeah.
And they're not politically correct either.
Right. So, we are at 5:58. So we probably better take a break and get back to this. I want you guys to come back for more episodes because you threw me off there with the D&D and the Warhammer and all the cool
You just call us squirrel. We get distracted easily.
No, I mean, you did good. It was me. I just didn't expect you guys to open up a can of whoop ass like that. That sends me into a whole different way of interviewing you guys. So I'm serious when I say I want you guys to come back for more of this because we're going to dive into that. And video
all right, well,
games.
we'll be glad to come back.
Now, before you go, get back with me on my server on Discord because I think we need to do more networking when it comes to role playing too. Because at least keep.
Sounds like a plan because we miss role playing. I don't always feel like running it. I like to play it. So.
Okay. So, and I will send you those PDFs and stuff too, so you guys can check them out.
Perfect. Well, thanks for having us.
Well, before you go, you gotta give yourselves freaking. Oh man, I'm having another brain fart. You gotta.
Well, our
gotta
socials. You can find us. Old channel is was known as Old Gen versus New Gen versus Worlds. You want to check out what we did in the past? You can find us. It's now called the Eclectic Duo. When we were going through an identity crisis over there, so there's stuff where you can find a lot of our older content there. We have like one video that's shared right now on the new channel, which is Old Gen, New Gen, Father and Son Share Worlds. Check us out there. Of course, we are on Discord as well. If you want to look for our content here at home away from YouTube. And then you mentioned it briefly. I'm just going to say it here because you referred to me as Darker Things. I also have, well, we're actually doing that together now too. We have a channel, True Crime, Conspiracy Theories, disturbing events type things, disturbed minds, studies of all that kind of stuff. If that's your thing, you can find us at Darker Things. Tag is at Darker Things 2023 on YouTube.
Okay. Now, are you on Twitter or anything like that?
I'm not on Twitter, and I'm going to continue calling it Twitter.
X.
For the rest of my life.
I know.
Is it called X now?
Yeah.
Yet.
Well, it's your hero, Elon. So, you know.
Now, I heard something before about Instagram. Is that true? You guys got an Instagram?
I don't use Instagram. I was using Instagram for something completely different, and I just don't do it anymore. I don't use it.
I've kind of bounced off the face of the world. The only places you can find me are on Reddit and on Discord.
Okay. Now on Reddit, what do you go by?
I go by King Arthur II.
There you go, King Arthur II. I like that. I'm getting to like you more and more every time we have these interviews, young Gen or new Gen. I mean, seriously, you're all into the anime and stuff, and that's cool. So keep that up.
I expose them to anime.
That's good. You got to teach them right.
Yep.
So, is John still here?
No, John left.
Okay. So, with that being said, let me go ahead and end the streams. If you guys want to hang out afterwards, you can. It's up to you guys. But I'm gonna end the stream and say to everybody, thanks for being here, and we appreciate you stopping by. Remember that this is home away from YouTube. We have a Discord channel on Discord called Home Away from YouTube, and it's probably the coolest server on the face of the planet. So, with that being said, I will end it now. Thanks for showing up, guys.
Glad to be here. Bye now.